From Fox News, Border Patrol deploys Marine units to Chicago amid massive immigration crackdown. U.S. Customs and Border Protection has deployed Marine units to Chicago River as part of Operation Midway Blitz, a major immigration enforcement push. Despite pushback from local Democrats, the operation has led to over 500 arrests, including those with serious criminal histories. Officials say lakes and rivers are borders too. CBP leaders emphasize vigilance on water to extend enforcement reach. President Trump eyes National Guard for Chicago crime, but Governor Pritzker calls it authoritarian. Similar deployments in D.C. reduced crime, and Memphis is next on the list for federal aid. From CNN, ICE officer who shoved a mother to the floor at an immigration courthouse is relieved of his current duties, agency says. An ICE officer in New York City shoved a mother to the ground during her husband's detention at an immigration court captured on camera. The Ecuadorian family seeking asylum lawfully faced separation. The officer has been relieved of duties pending investigation, called unacceptable by DHS. Local officials condemned the act, referring the agent for felony prosecution. The woman was hospitalized for possible head trauma. Critics highlight routine arrests at hearings, urging no detentions near courthouses amid broader immigration tensions. From the Wall Street Journal, federal agents heading to Memphis as part of Trump's crime crackdown. Federal agencies like the FBI, DEA, ATF, and U.S. Marshals are deploying to Memphis to combat violent crime and drug trade. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee announced a new task force with local police, including support from the National Guard in non-armed roles. Despite a 25-year low in overall crime, rates remain high. Mayor Paul Young welcomes the help to make the city safer. This follows Trump's interventions in D.C. and threats for Chicago, focusing on Democratic-led cities. From USA Today, Democrats release Epstein records mentioning Musk, Bannon, Thiel, Prince Andrew. House Oversight Democrats released Epstein estate records mentioning figures like Elon Musk, Steve Bannon, Peter Thiel, Prince Andrew, and Bill Gates. Documents show scheduled meetings like breakfast with Bannon, lunch with Thiel, and a possible Musk Island visit, which he denies. All regret associations. Republicans accuse selective release, promising full disclosure soon. This amid ongoing scrutiny of Epstein's sex trafficking network and calls for accountability. From the Associated Press, Democratic candidate for governor of New Jersey pushes back after GOP questions her service record. Democratic New Jersey gubernatorial candidate Mickey Sherrill defends her Navy record after reports she skipped her 1994 Naval Academy graduation. Punished for not reporting classmates in a cheating scandal, she still graduated, was commissioned, and served as a helicopter pilot. Her unredacted records were improperly released to a GOP operative, including personal info, sparking privacy concerns. Republican rival demands more transparency. Cheryl calls it a smear and uses it for fundraising. From the Daily Caller, transgender Democrat drops out of race after trying to fundraise off hating Charlie Kirk. Transgender Democrat Laura Benjamin drops out of Wisconsin's 3rd District House race, citing fundraising shortfalls. Days after Kirk's assassination, Benjamin adds criticized his hateful rhetoric toward LGBTQ issues linking to donations. She condemned Kirk's views but not violence. Opponent Rep. Derek Van Orden called it repulsive. Benjamin had low funds. The race now focuses on other Democrats in this toss-up district. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CBS News, Bolter was prepper who gave wife bailout plan, affidavit states. Court documents show Bolter instructed his wife to leave the house, fearing people with guns might show up. Investigators found empty rifle cases in a storage locker rented by Bolter just days before the shootings. The affidavit also revealed Bolter's wife described him as a prepper, someone who prepares for catastrophic events. The Hoffman family, who survived the attack, called for a return to civility, highlighting the trauma of the incident. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From USA Today, Columbia University student Mahmoud Khalil, pro-Palestinian activist, released. U.S. District Judge Michael Farbier's orders Khalil's release, stating he was neither a flight risk nor dangerous. Khalil, who was separated from his newborn son, expressed relief and criticized the government's actions. His lawyers argued that his detention violated his First Amendment rights, calling it an attempt to silence criticism of Israel. The release marks a victory for free speech advocates, though the Trump administration plans to appeal. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Bill Maher says Democrats need to do something about The View after Whoopi Goldberg's Iran comments. Goldberg's comments sparked backlash, with critics arguing they misrepresent the realities in both countries. Rep. Wesley Hunt, a black Republican, criticized Goldberg, highlighting his own success as a black man in America. Hunt emphasized the progress in the U.S., calling for unity rather than divisive rhetoric. The incident underscores ongoing debates about race, politics, and media responsibility. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Reuters, 2 days of terror. How the Minnesota shooter evaded police and got caught. After shooting the Hoffmans, Bolter moved to other targets, narrowly avoiding capture several times. His impersonation of a police officer, including body armor and a badge, confounded initial attempts to stop him. A massive manhunt involving state and federal agencies finally cornered Bolter, leading to his surrender. The case underscores the challenges of stopping determined attackers and the importance of vigilance. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump's 2-week delay on Iran's strike decision leaves Israel in limbo. Israel leaders who had advocated for U.S. involvement are now uncertain about the future of their military campaign. The delay raises questions about the coordination between the U.S. and Israel and the potential impact on regional stability. Some see the delay as a strategic move, while others fear it could weaken Israel's position against Iran. As tensions remain high, both nations navigate a complex geopolitical landscape. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. The BBC. Targeting of Quds force shows growing breach in Iranian intelligence. Israel's Mossad is suspected of orchestrating these operations, including the theft of sensitive nuclear documents. Iran has arrested numerous individuals accused of spying, highlighting the extent of the infiltration. The assassinations of key figures like Saeed Izzadi and Behnam Shayari underscore the covert conflict between Iran and Israel. These events reveal a growing breach in Iran's intelligence with implications for regional security. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and from Fox News. Former Biden advisor admits failure to address border crisis reality led to Trump's re-election. Former Biden border advisor Blas Nunez Neto says the administration's failure to tackle the border crisis helped Trump win re-election. Nunez Neto called the surge in illegal crossings a crisis and pointed to a lack of resources and delayed policies as key issues. He admits by the time Biden worked on bipartisan immigration reform, it was too late, tangled in election politics. Nunez Neto urges Congress to create a system balancing legal immigration and strict enforcement to avoid future crises. From CNN, powerful Israeli strikes rock Damascus as Syrian forces clash with Druze militias. Israel launched heavy strikes on Damascus, targeting Syrian government sites as clashes between Syrian forces and Druze militias intensify. At least 3 were killed and 34 injured, with Syria condemning the attacks as a dangerous escalation. Israel says it's protecting the Druze minority, but tensions rise as a ceasefire with the Druze remains uncertain. Netanyahu warns Israeli Druze not to cross into Syria as the U.S. expresses concerns over the strikes. From Newsweek, Donald Trump disapproval rating hits record high. A new poll shows President Trump's disapproval rating at a record 55%, with only 41% approving his performance. Backlash over the Epstein case, where no client list was found, fuels public distrust, with 79% wanting full disclosure. Support among Democrats and independents has dropped sharply, while Republicans remain steady. This could impact Trump and the GOP as the 2026 midterms approach. From USA Today, President Trump says he doesn't understand fascination with pretty boring Epstein case. President Trump calls the Jeffrey Epstein case boring and questions the public's fascination with it. Despite his stance, top Republicans and MAGA voices demand the Justice Department release all Epstein files. House Speaker Mike Johnson joins calls for transparency, breaking from Trump's dismissive tone. The DOJ says no client list exists, and Epstein's death was ruled a but public skepticism persists. From WIVB Buffalo, Trump tells GOP lawmakers he will likely fire Powell soon. President Trump told GOP lawmakers he may soon fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, sparking market concerns. The S&P 500 fell after reports of Trump's plans, fueled by his frustration over Powell's refusal to cut interest rates. Trump later called firing Powell unlikely unless fraud is proven, but tensions remain high. Legal challenges could arise if Trump moves to oust Powell before his term ends in May. From the Post-Millennial, former Spokane City Council president federally indicted for riot against ICE facility in Washington. Former Spokane City Council President Ben Stuckert faces federal charges for a riot at an ICE facility in June. Stuckert allegedly rallied others to block an ICE bus, with co-defendants accused of slashing tires and assaulting officers. 9 were indicted, with Stuckert released under strict conditions, while 2 others remain in custody. The riot, part of a wave of anti-ICE protests, trapped federal agents and detainees for hours. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription.
Do you know the solar company's dirty little secret? Well, it turns out that if you live in Illinois, they have to give you solar panels for absolutely no net cost. All you have to do is ask. Solar companies are doing everything to keep this information from the public, but it's slowly leaking out. And it's all because of the Inflation Reduction Act that our government announced just a few months ago. As part of America's efforts to fight climate change, our government practically started handing out next-generation solar panels and power walls to anyone who qualifies for this program. It's crazy. So if you're currently talking to any solar companies in the US, just stop. Tap below and see if your zip code qualifies and take advantage of this crazy solar opportunity before its budgets are gone.
From CNN, Vance says those who celebrate Charlie Kirk's death should face consequences as he ramps up criticism of the left. Vice President J.D. Vance says those celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination should face consequences like job loss, arguing free speech doesn't shield offensive actions. Vance told Fox News that universities could lose funding if professors cheer Kirk's death, emphasizing civil society's role in accountability. The Trump administration plans to target groups like Antifa, labeling them as terrorist organizations for alleged left-wing violence. Critics warned this could stifle dissent, while Vance calls for lowering political tensions but urges the left to reflect. From Fox News, lawmaker who tied Kirk to domestic terrorism facing expulsion calls amid politician blowback nationwide. West Virginia delegate Anitra Hamilton faces expulsion calls after posts calling Charlie Kirk's rhetoric racist and akin to domestic terrorism. Hamilton's deleted posts compared Kirk to a train-stabbing suspect, sparking outrage from Republicans like Rep. Riley Moore. Other officials like a Pennsylvania mayor also faced criticism for comments implying Kirk's death was justified. Expulsion requires a tough vote, but the debate highlights tensions over free speech and political violence. From The Independent, Tucker Carlson says Trump administration is using Charlie Kirk's killing to trample First Amendment. Tucker Carlson accuses the Trump administration of using Charlie Kirk's death to push hate speech laws threatening free speech. Carlson called Kirk a free speech champion, warning against laws that could control thought, urging civil disobedience. Attorney General Pam Bondi's comments on targeting hate speech drew backlash, later softened after criticism. The debate grows as officials vow to punish those mocking Kirk's death, raising First Amendment concerns. From CBS News, Trump announces he's designating Antifa as a major terrorist organization. President Trump announced plans to designate Antifa a terrorist organization, citing links to political violence. The move follows Charlie Kirk's murder, with Trump vowing to investigate those funding the loosely organized group. Trump called Antifa a radical left disaster on Truth Social, but legal implications remain unclear. Federal law lacks a clear process for labeling domestic groups as terrorists, sparking debate over enforcement. From USA Today, was Jimmy Kimmel fired? Here's the status after ABC preempts late-night talk show. ABC has indefinitely suspended Jimmy Kimmel Live after comments Kimmel made about Charlie Kirk's murder. Kimmel criticized Trump supporters, prompting Trump to claim the show was canceled, though it's only paused. Nexstar, a major ABC affiliate, dropped the show, calling Kimmel's remarks offensive to the national discourse. FCC Chair Brendan Carr criticized late-night shows, as Kimmel's contract runs until May 2026. From Reuters, Trump asks U.S. Supreme Court to allow firing of Fed Governor Lisa Cook. Trump's administration asked the Supreme Court to allow the firing of Fed Governor Lisa Cook, a historic first. Cook, accused of pre-office mortgage fraud, denies the claims, saying they're a pretext for her policy stance. A lower court blocked the removal, citing the Fed's legal protections against political interference. The case could impact the Fed's independence, critical for global economic stability as Trump pushes his authority. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Trump lifts veil on U.S. submarines in warning shot to Kremlin in clever repositioning move. President Trump shocked the world by revealing U.S. nuclear submarine repositioning to counter Russia's nuclear threats. Experts say this breaks decades of silence on covert sub-movements, a clever signal to Moscow. Aimed at Dmitry Medvedev's saber-rattling, it's a reminder of U.S. power without revealing specifics. Analysts note subs are nearly untrackable, making this a strategic flex to push Russia to negotiate. From CNN, Trump says Scott Bessent no longer in the running for Fed chair. President Trump says Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is out of the running to replace Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Trump's eyeing Kevin Warsh, Kevin Hassett, and others, frustrated with Powell's high interest rates. Critics warn Trump's push for lower rates risks political meddling in the Fed's independence. With a Fed governor spot open, Trump's next pick could shape the economy for years. From the Wall Street Journal, White House preps order to punish banks that discriminate against conservatives. The White House is drafting an order to fine banks for allegedly discriminating against conservatives and crypto firms. Trump claims banks like JP Morgan dropped him unfairly, citing cases like Bank of America's closure of a Christian group's accounts. Banks say decisions are based on legal risks, not politics, but conservatives demand action. The order could force regulators to probe violations and issue penalties, shaking up banking rules. From the Washington Post, Israeli plan to occupy Gaza brings fear to Palestinians' hostage families. Israel's plan for a full-scale Gaza occupation is sparking fear among Palestinians and hostage families. Netanyahu's coalition pushes to defeat Hamas, but critics argue a ceasefire is needed to save hostages. Gaza's starvation crisis worsens, with 188 dead from malnutrition as aid is blocked. Hostage families fear escalated fighting could endanger loved ones still held by Hamas. From USA Today, Coast Guard report reveals who was to blame for Titan submersible implosion. A Coast Guard report says the Titan sub implosion killing 5 was preventable due to Ocean Gate's failures. CEO Stockton Russia's negligence, poor design, and toxic workplace culture led to the disaster. The sub imploded at 11,000 feet, with crew hearing a bang as communication was lost. Inadequate testing and ignored safety warnings sealed Titan's fate in the Atlantic. From The Guardian, U.S. citizens jailed in LA ICE raids speak out. They came ready to attack. U.S. citizen Andrea Velez was violently detained by ICE in LA, mistaken for an immigrant during a raid. Charged with assault, her case was dropped, but she says ICE treated her like a criminal. Over 2,000 were detained in June, with citizens like Adrian Martinez also jailed for protesting. Critics slam ICE's aggressive tactics and false charges as an abuse of power. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Schiff decries Bove's confirmation as corruption despite DOJ referral into his own mortgage dealings. The Senate confirmed Emil Bove, Trump's former defense attorney, as a federal judge in a tight 50-49 vote. Democrat Adam Schiff slammed Republicans, alleging Bove ignored court orders and misled lawmakers during his confirmation. Republican Senator Chuck Grassley defended Bove, calling accusations unfair. No Democrats supported the confirmation. Meanwhile, Schiff faces scrutiny after a referral to the Justice Department for alleged mortgage fraud from 2003 to 2019. From CNN, the manhunt in Arkansas couple's killing ended at a barbershop near the suspect's home. Andrew McGann, 28, was arrested for the murder of a couple hiking in Arkansas's Devil's Den State Park. The manhunt ended at a Springfield barbershop where McGann was detained mid-haircut by detectives. The victims, Clinton and Kristen Brink, left behind 2 young daughters who are now safe with family. McGann, a former teacher, faces capital murder charges. His court date is set for Friday. From the Christian Post, no, Israel is not starving poor Gazan children. Don't buy the fake news lies. A photo of a sick Gazan child was used to falsely claim Israel is causing starvation in Gaza. Major outlets like CNN and The Guardian spread the image, but the child has a genetic illness, not starvation. Israel evacuated the child and his family for medical treatment, countering the famine narrative. Critics argue media bias distorts Israel's role while ignoring Hamas's impact on Gaza's resources. From The Guardian, Trump extends deadline for tariff deal with Mexico by another 90 days. President Trump extended Mexico's tariff deal deadline by 90 days, citing complex border issues. Mexico will keep paying tariffs on fentanyl, cars, and metals, and remove non-tariff trade barriers. Trump's move follows a recent EU deal, but dozens of countries face higher tariffs starting Friday. Nations like Canada and Brazil remain in Trump's sights, with China's deadline looming August 12th. From USA Today, drastic changes coming to homeless services, new Trump order promises. President Trump's new order shifts homeless policy, rejecting the housing first model. It prioritizes involuntary commitment for drug or mental health issues, targeting encampments. Critics say it ignores housing affordability, the main driver of homelessness, and lacks few funding. Supporters argue it restores public safety, but experts warn it could worsen the crisis. From the Daily Mail, Southern California rocked by 4.4 magnitude earthquake as tremors felt in LA. A 4.4 magnitude earthquake struck near San Bernardino, California at 9:32 a.m. Pacific time. Residents from Long Beach to Irvine felt the jolt, describing a rolling or sudden shake. Smaller quakes hit the same area, likely along the San Andreas Fault, a seismic hotspot. No injuries or damages reported, but locals brace for more tremors in this active zone. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, how Trump is building a case to fire the Fed chair explained. President Trump is eyeing a way to fire Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, but it's not about interest rates. It's about a pricey building renovation. The Fed's headquarters renovation in D.C. ballooned from $1.9 billion to $2.5 billion, sparking criticism from Trump and his allies, like Russell Vought. Critics call it a lavish project, comparing it to Versailles, citing plans for roof terraces and marble upgrades. Powell says these are practical fixes, like reusing original marble. Trump, who nominated Powell in 2017, now uses the cost overruns to question his leadership, despite Powell's call for an inspector general review. From Fox News, meet Annie Tomasini, the longtime Biden loyalist subpoenaed to testify Friday about his mental health. Annie Tomasini, a longtime Biden aide, faces a House Oversight Committee subpoena to testify about the former president's cognitive health and possible misuse of an autopen. Republicans are investigating claims of a cover-up regarding Biden's mental decline, also questioning Tomasini's ties to Hunter Biden from 2010 emails. A book by Jake Tapper describes Tomasini and aide Anthony Burnell as fiercely loyal to the Biden family, even using a teleprompter to prep Biden for interviews. Tomasini's counsel requested the subpoena for her Friday testimony, while another aide, Bernal, recently pleaded the fifth in a similar probe. From The Guardian, House Republicans passed Trump's proposed aid and public broadcasting cuts. House Republicans passed a $9 billion funding cut proposed by Trump targeting foreign aid and public broadcasting like NPR and PBS. The vote split 216 to 213, met a tight Friday deadline to avoid spending on programs like global AIDS prevention and food assistance. The bill hit a snag over the Epstein case, with Democrats pushing to release related files, forcing GOP leaders to delay and address the controversy. While some cuts were softened in the Senate, the bill now heads to Trump's desk, impacting programs like Corporation for Public Broadcasting. From USA Today, Trump bows to Epstein critics clamoring for more records. Will it calm MAGA's fury? President Trump is under pressure to release more Jeffrey Epstein case records, prompting him to ask Attorney General Pam Bondi for grand jury testimony. The Justice Department says no client list exists, but Trump's base and critics like Rep. Thomas Massie demand all files be made public. A bipartisan bill by Massie and Rep. Ro Khanna pushes for full disclosure, but some say grand jury records won't reveal the full story. Trump's move follows backlash from MAGA supporters and a lewd letter he reportedly wrote to Epstein, fueling calls for transparency. From Newsweek, FBI responds to explosion at LA Sheriff training site. A deadly explosion at the LA County Sheriff's Biscayne's training center killed 3 deputies Friday morning around 7:30 a.m. The blast near a bomb squad vehicle may have involved explosive materials, prompting an FBI and LAPD bomb squad investigation. Witnesses reported a massive boom and shattered glass. The site used for specialized training is now evacuated as officials probe the cause. Governor Newsom and Homeland Security's Kristi Noem offered support, with early reports suggesting it may be a tragic accident. From the Gateway Pundit, brutal. Joy Reid melts down after Piers Morgan tortures her for playing the race card over MSNBC firing. Former MSNBC host Joy Reid faced off with Piers Morgan after her show's cancellation, sparking a fiery debate over her firing. Reid suggested her exit was tied to her race, sharing an emotional video about her show's focus on issues like Black Lives Matter and immigration. Morgan challenged her, saying the firing was due to low ratings, not race, leading to a heated exchange where both raised their voices. Reid defended her work, calling it of God, while Morgan accused her of racializing the conversation, dividing opinions online. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Venezuela's Maduro wrote to Trump after U.S. strike on alleged drug boat. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro sent a letter to Donald Trump just days after a U.S. strike on a boat accused of drug trafficking, killing 11 Venezuelans. In the letter, Maduro denies any involvement in narco-trafficking, calls the claims fake news, and offers direct talks with U.S. envoy Richard Grenell. The U.S. has accused Maduro of ties to cartels and deployed warships to combat drugs, while Venezuela responds with military exercises and claims of regime change attempts. Maduro shares data claiming Venezuela is drug-free and invites dialogue for peace. Trump says, "We'll see what happens." From Fox News, teen who sacrificed his life stopping school shooter could be declared a saint by Catholic Church. In 2019, 18-year-old Kendrick Castillo charged a school shooter at STEM school Highlands Ranch, sacrificing his life to save classmates. His heroic act helped subdue the attackers, preventing more deaths. Now, the Catholic Church is considering him for sainthood under the Offering of Life category. Known for faith, Castillo carried a rosary, volunteered at church, and attended funerals to pray for strangers. Prosecutors and parishioners praised his courage. The Diocese of Colorado Springs has opened his cause for canonization. From Popular Mechanics, scientists found 7,000-year-old mummies in the desert that don't share DNA with modern humans. Scientists analyzed DNA from 7,000-year-old mummies of female herders found in Libya's Takarkari rock shelter during the Green Sahara era. Surprisingly, their ancestry is from an unknown North African lineage isolated from sub-Saharan groups, with ties to 15,000-year-old Moroccan foragers. They have less Neanderthal DNA than non-Africans, but more than nearby sub-Saharan peoples, plus traces of a Levant farmer admixture. This suggests pastoralism spread via cultural exchange, not migration, due to diverse habitats limiting interactions. From USA Today, Howard Stern addresses longtime friend Jimmy Kimmel's suspension. Radio host Howard Stern is outraged over ABC's suspension of his friend Jimmy Kimmel after comments on Charlie Kirk's death and Trump's reaction. Stern calls it government pressure via the FCC, violating free speech, and plans to cancel his Disney Plus subscription and boycott. Kimmel mocked attempts to mischaracterize the suspect. FCC Chair Brendan Carr threatened action, leading to the suspension. Late-night hosts, stars, and even Senator Ted Cruz criticized the move, warning of dangers to democracy. From the Wall Street Journal, some Republicans warn of government overreach on free speech. Following Charlie Kirk's shooting, Trump's administration pressures media, suspending Jimmy Kimmel and targeting critics, sparking conservative concerns. Senator Ted Cruz warns government threats to ban media could backfire on conservatives, calling FCC Chair Carr's comments mafia-like. AG Bondi initially vowed to target hate speech, later clarifying only violent threats. Conservatives like Rand Paul and Ben Shapiro call it overreach. Trump designates Antifa a terrorist group. Figures like Megyn Kelly and Thomas Massie criticize as antithetical to the First Amendment. From MSNBC, Maddow blog. After forcing out disobedient prosecutor, Trump's new nominee makes matters worse. Trump pressured U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert to prosecute foes like Letitia James and James Comey without evidence, then fired him for refusing. Siebert, a Trump nominee with bipartisan support, resigned after the president demanded his ouster, calling him a woke rhino. Trump's replacement nominee is Lindsey Halligan, his former lawyer in the document case, with no prosecutorial experience. Background in insurance law. This escalates the abuse scandal. Halligan also leads anti-Smithsonian efforts, facing Senate confirmation amid calls for impeachment-level scrutiny. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Blue City murder victim's brother rips ex-mayor calling crime crisis manufactured as families beg for help. Former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot called the city's crime crisis manufactured by Trump to justify federal intervention like sending the National Guard. But Gianno Caldwell, whose 18-year-old brother Christian was killed in a 2022 shooting, slammed her comments, saying families are begging for real help amid rising violence. Caldwell argues the crisis is real, especially in Black communities, and Democrats have normalized it by failing to implement protective policies. He urges leaders to address the fear and pain Chicago residents face daily, beyond political rhetoric. From CNN, Tuesday's special election in Arizona set to deliver a decisive U.S. House vote for Epstein files release. A special election in Arizona's 7th district today could provide the 218th signature needed for a House vote to release Jeffrey Epstein's case files. Democrat Adelita Grijalva, daughter of the late Rep. Raul Grijalva, is favored over Republican Daniel Gutierrez. Both pledged to sign the petition if elected. The bipartisan discharge petition, led by Reps. Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, aims to force a vote despite GOP leaders' efforts to avoid it. If successful, a vote could happen mid-October, though it faces Senate hurdles and historical challenges for such petitions. From the Wall Street Journal, Sinclair Nexstar won't air Jimmy Kimmel's late night return. Jimmy Kimmel's late night show resumes on ABC after a suspension over controversial remarks about Charlie Kirk's killing. But affiliates owned by Sinclair and Nexstar, covering 22% of U.S. households, plan to air news instead, citing a need for respectful dialogue. The poll followed FCC criticism and Trump's threats against networks, sparking debates on censorship and free speech. Over 400 celebrities decried the suspension as a threat to expression, while Disney negotiated Kimmel's return without details on his address. From the Associated Press, Army identifies 4 soldiers killed in military helicopter crash in Washington state. 4 soldiers from the Army's elite 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment died in a crash during routine training near Joint Base Lewis McChord. Identified as Chief Warrant Officers Andrew Cully, 35, from Missouri and Andrew Cross, 39, from Florida, and Sergeants Donovan Scott, 25, and Jadalyn Good, 23, both from Washington state. The cause is under investigation. This is the second deadly incident for the Night Stalkers unit in recent years. From the Daily Caller, Antifa cop fired over insane social media posts. North Carolina detention officer Brian Edwards was fired after posts on Blue Sky declaring himself Antifa and calling for war crimes trials against traitors. Edwards suggested executing right-wing figures and referenced guillotines violating his office's conduct policies. Sheriff Charles Blackwood emphasized maintaining public trust and treating everyone with dignity. This follows Trump's declaration of Antifa as a terrorist group amid ongoing debates on political extremism. From Reuters, Trump signs order targeting Antifa as a terrorist organization. President Trump signed an executive order designating Antifa a terrorist organization following Charlie Kirk's assassination. It directs agencies to investigate and disrupt Antifa's operations, focusing on funding, including potential foreign ties. Unlocks surveillance powers, though Antifa is described as a decentralized, leaderless movement, not typically violent. Warn of free speech risks and legal challenges, noting past failed attempts and far-right extremism as a bigger threat. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Americans cut back sharply on their spending last month amid tariffs. Americans slashed spending by 0.9% in May, the steepest drop since January, as tariff fears cooled a spring buying spree. Car sales tanked 3.5%, while gas stations and home improvement stores also saw sharp declines. Even dining out took a hit, with bar and restaurant spending down 0.9%, the first drop since February 2023. Economists warn this could signal a broader economic slowdown if consumer caution persists. From Fox News, Fetterman calls out fellow Democrats for crazy rhetoric criticism of D.C. military parade. Senator John Fetterman blasts progressive Democrats for booing him and criticizing a D.C. military parade celebrating 250 years of the U.S. Army. He called their Nazi comparisons crazy and defended the parade as a tribute to American soldiers, not an extreme act. Fetterman also stood firm on supporting Israel against Iran and deporting criminal illegal immigrants. Breaking ranks, he says he's unapologetically pro-Israel and pro-law enforcement. From ABC News, Appeals Court set to hold hearing over Trump National Guard deployment in California. A federal appeals court is reviewing Trump's deployment of California's National Guard to handle LA immigration protests. Governor Newsom won a temporary court order calling Trump's move illegal, but the Ninth Circuit paused it. The court, with 2 Trump-appointed judges, will decide if the president overstepped his authority. California claims Trump inflamed protests by sending 4,000 guardsmen and 700 Marines to LA. From USA Today, R. Kelly hospitalized after prison overdose, alleged murder plot, lawyers say. R. Kelly's lawyers claim he overdosed on medication given by prison staff, landing him in a hospital. After being placed in solitary, Kelly allegedly received an overdose of anxiety meds, causing him to collapse. He was rushed to Duke University Hospital, but removed against medical advice for untreated blood clots. His team alleges a murder plot by prison officials and is pleading for a Trump pardon. From the Wall Street Journal, where Israel struck Iran's nuclear program, a visual breakdown. Israel struck Iran's key nuclear sites in Natanz and Isfahan, targeting underground enrichment facilities. 4 buildings, including a uranium conversion plant, were hit, potentially disrupting Iran's nuclear ambitions. The UN says Natanz's centrifuges may be destroyed, but Iran's Fordow site shows little damage. The fate of Iran's enriched uranium stockpile remains unclear, raising fears of a covert nuclear program. From the Federalists, riot-ravaged LA paid out $1.1 billion in overtime hours last year. Los Angeles paid $1.1 billion in overtime last year as riots and protests over immigration enforcement rocked the city. The LAPD alone spent $265.5 million on overtime, with $17 million tied to recent anti-ICE protests. Wildfires and staffing shortages worsened the crisis, leaving taxpayers with a massive bill. 5 city employees earned more in overtime than the U.S. president's salary, sparking outrage. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, consumer sentiment surges in first improvement since December. Consumer sentiment in the U.S. jumped 16% to 60.5, says the University of Michigan, the first rise since December after near-record lows during Trump's tariff blitz. Easing trade tensions from April's high tariffs sparked the uptick, but sentiments still 20% below December levels. With Trump's reciprocal tariffs set for July 8th and legal battles ongoing, economists warn volatility could shake confidence again. Spending, the economy's backbone, rose just 0.2% in April. A steady labor market is key to keeping wallets open. From Fox News, mother of murdered jogger slams Rep. Crockett for dismissing migrant crime victims. Patty Morin, whose daughter Rachel was murdered, spoke on Fox and Friends about her daughter's killer, an undocumented migrant. Morin criticized Rep. Jasmine Crockett for saying Republicans cherry-pick migrant crime victims during a House hearing. Crockett called the Sanctuary City hearing political theater, while Morin decried protests supporting illegal immigrants. Morin supports Trump's immigration policies, urging stricter enforcement to prevent tragedies like her daughter's murder. From USA Today, Trump keeps control of National Guard ahead of widespread protests. Trump keeps California's National Guard as an appeals court blocks a judge's order to return control to Governor Newsom. Protests over Trump's immigration raids continue, with 700 Marines now guarding federal property in Los Angeles. In New Jersey, 4 detainees escaped Delaney Hall amid unrest over poor conditions, prompting a law enforcement response. No Kings protests planned for June 14th expect millions to oppose Trump's policies across the country. From Reuters, analysis: Trump's peacemaker pledge takes big hit as Israel strikes Iran. Israel struck Iranian targets, risking regional war, despite Trump urging Netanyahu to avoid attacking Iran. Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff failed to secure a U.S.-Iran nuclear deal, and a Gaza ceasefire collapsed weeks ago. Analysts say the strikes snubbed Trump's diplomacy, with no progress on Ukraine or the Abraham Accords. Iran vows retaliation, and experts warn of a spiral of escalation threatening Trump's peacemaker goals. From ABC News, Israel's strikes live updates. U.S. provided exquisite intel to Israel, sources say. Israel hit Iran's nuclear sites, killing scientists and leaders. Iran's 100 drones were shot down in response. Natanz was damaged, but no radiation leaks. Per the IAEA, the U.S. gave exquisite intel, not military aid. Trump praised the strikes, urging Iran to make a nuclear deal and warning of more attacks soon. Iran called the attack unlawful, demanding UN action and vowing a decisive response. From The Guardian, Kilmar Abrego Garcia pleads not guilty to human smuggling charges. Gilmore Abrego Garcia pleaded not guilty to human smuggling charges in a Tennessee court. Wrongly deported to El Salvador's gang prison by Trump's administration, he was returned after campaigners fought back. Critics say his removal ignored due process. He's charged with smuggling migrants, drugs, and firearms. Abrego Garcia contests detention as his case fuels debate over Trump's deportation policies. From Fox News, DHS scoops up criminal illegal immigrant suspected of killing man on lawnmower. Senseless tragedy. In Louisiana, DHS issued an ICE detainer for Roberto Romero Hernandez, a Mexican national suspected of driving drunk and killing 59-year-old Ricky Maddox. Romero Hernandez allegedly struck Maddox, who was mowing on Highway 1 with his Chevrolet Silverado. Maddox later died in the hospital. DHS says the detainer ensures Romero Hernandez, arrested without a license, won't be released pending local proceedings. This follows other recent incidents involving illegal immigrants and DUI fatalities amid rising ICE detainer activity. From CNN, the Fort Stewart shooting is the latest act of violence at a U.S. military base. An Army Sergeant, Cornelius Radford, allegedly shot and wounded 5 soldiers at Fort Stewart, Georgia. Fellow soldiers tackled Radford, stopping the attack. All 5 victims are stable after 3 underwent surgery. The shooting occurred in the 3rd Infantry Division's area, a unit hit by tragedy before including a 2022 killing. This incident joins other violent attacks at U.S. bases like Fort Hood and Pensacola, raising safety concerns. From the Wall Street Journal, U.S. trading partners race to secure exemptions from Trump's tariffs. New U.S. tariffs hit Thursday, with countries like the EU, Japan, and South Korea seeking exemptions. Deals with Brazil and Chile already exempt products like orange juice and copper, covering billions in exports. Trump's 100% tariff on semiconductors spares companies investing in U.S. manufacturing like Apple. Uncertainty lingers as nations push for more carve-outs, fearing impacts on prices and investment. From the Washington Post, live updates. Trump's sweeping tariffs go into effect after delays. President Trump's tariffs, effective Thursday, impose up to 39% taxes on imports from India, Switzerland, and more. Commerce Secretary Lutnick claims tariffs will bring $50 billion monthly, but critics warn of higher consumer prices. Meanwhile, Fort Bliss prepares to detain 1,000 immigrants, part of Trump's deportation plan using military bases. Trump also eyes a Putin meeting and a new census, stirring debates on trade, immigration, and politics. From ABC News, White House pushes back on Kremlin claims Trump and Putin agreed to meeting. The Kremlin claims a Trump-Putin meeting is set, but the White House says no location is confirmed. A U.S. official says Putin must meet Ukraine's Zelensky first for any Trump summit to happen. Zelensky insists Ukraine and Europe must be part of peace talks to end the Russia-Ukraine war. With a new envoy in Moscow, talks continue as Trump sets a Friday deadline for Russia to make peace. From the Gateway Pundit, leftists flip out as President Trump orders new census that would exclude illegals. Up to 30 Democrat House seats could evaporate. President Trump ordered a new U.S. census to exclude illegal immigrants despite the 2020 census being recent. The move could shift House seats and Electoral College votes, potentially costing Democrats up to 30 seats. Critics call it an attempt to erase communities and cut funding for healthcare and education. Supporters say it ensures only legal residents count, amid heated debates over redistricting. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, it's a scary time to be here right now. Americans stuck in Israel are desperate to get out. After Israel's attack on Iran, missile strikes shut down airspaces, canceling flights out of Tel Aviv. Families like the Mammons, visiting for a wedding, now jump between shelters dodging louder, bigger bombs. The U.S. Embassy is arranging evacuation flights to Athens, but the process is slow, prioritizing families and the elderly. For people like Noah with anxiety, the terrifying sounds of missiles linger, pushing many to seek any way out. From Fox News, Los Angeles taxpayers to foot millions for peaceful anti-ICE protests. The protests, costing $32 million, turned violent, damaging property and requiring extensive cleanup. Over $29 million went to police response, including citywide tactical alerts after clashes with demonstrators. Arrests included a man accused of planning to harm officers with fireworks during the riots. The costs don't include potential lawsuits, leaving taxpayers to cover emergency services and repairs. From the Associated Press, GOP's food stamp plan is found to violate Senate rules. It's the latest setback for Trump's big bill. The Senate parliamentarian ruled that shifting SNAP costs to states violates chamber rules. The proposal aimed to save billions to offset $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, but critics say it would cut aid for millions. The Byrd rule blocks certain policy changes in budget bills, forcing Republicans to rethink their strategy. The broader bill, including tax cuts and spending reductions, faces more hurdles as Senate debates continue. From Newsweek, State Department starts exit flights from Israel as Trump mulls war entry. The U.S. State Department has started assisted departure flights for Americans in Israel amid escalating conflict. Israel's strikes on Iran, followed by retaliatory missile attacks, have heightened tensions in the region. The U.S. Embassy is helping citizens leave via flights, ships, or land routes to Jordan and Egypt. President Trump is meeting with advisors to decide on U.S. involvement as the situation remains volatile. From the Washington Post, U.S. warplanes strike 3 Iranian nuclear sites in sweeping attack. U.S. B-2 bombers struck 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, including the fortified Fordow site. The targets included uranium enrichment centers, escalating U.S. involvement in the Israel-Iran conflict. With thousands of U.S. troops in the region, Iran has threatened retaliation against American forces. The Pentagon has deployed additional ships and planes as the conflict's outcome remains uncertain. From The Independent, U.S. has bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran, Trump announces. President Trump announced U.S. strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear sites, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Fordow, a heavily fortified uranium enrichment site, was hit with a full payload of bombs. Iran's leaders warned of irreparable harm to the U.S., raising fears of retaliation. The strikes follow Israel's attacks on Iran, deepening the regional conflict. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, California girls' volleyball players refuse to participate alongside transgender teammate. 2 California high school girls, Alyssa McPherson and Hadil Hazama, are refusing to play on their volleyball team due to a transgender teammate who is biologically male. They won't share the locker room or court, citing safety and fairness concerns for female athletes. At least 4 opposing teams have forfeited games against their school this season, and the issue gained national attention last spring in track events. The school district follows state law allowing transgender participation and urges advocacy toward lawmaking. From CNN, EPA moves to suspend without pay over 100 employees who signed letter of dissent. The EPA is suspending over 130 employees without pay for signing a letter criticizing the Trump administration's policies on climate and public health. The letter accused the agency of straying from its mission. Employees face 14-day suspensions for conduct unbecoming. Union leaders call it an attack on dissent, wasting work hours and funds, while the EPA says it's about not undermining public will. This follows administrative leaves in July and some firings, amid an ongoing investigation. From the Motley Fool, your 2026 Social Security raise is set for a Trump bump. Here's how much extra you can expect. Social Security beneficiaries might see a 2.7% cost of living adjustment in 2026, influenced by Trump's tariff policies pushing prices higher. This Trump bump could add about $54 monthly for average retirees based on CPIW calculations from July to September. However, flaws in the inflation measure and a projected 11.5% Medicare Part B premium hike could offset much of the gain. Despite recent above-average COLAs, retirees have lost 20% purchasing power since 2010. From the Daily Caller, Abrego Garcia being deported to country you probably never heard of. Alleged MS-13 member Kilmar Abrego Garcia faces deportation to Eswatini, Africa, after claiming fear of persecution in over 20 countries. A judge halted his initial Uganda deportation. He was previously deported to El Salvador but returned to face smuggling charges. The Trump administration offered a plea deal for Costa Rica deportation, but plans shifted due to his fears. This follows political rallies for his return and ongoing legal battles. From the Latin Times, U.S. could set up a military base in a South American country that has a tense relationship with Venezuela. The U.S. may establish a military base in Ecuador if approved by referendum as discussed by Secretary Rubio and President Noboa. This amid tensions with Venezuela. Noboa calls Maduro a cartel leader and declared the Cartel de los Soles terrorists. The U.S. had a base in Ecuador until 2009. Now, Ecuador agrees to receive limited U.S. deportees under a safe third country deal. Similar agreements exist with Honduras and Paraguay to speed deportations. From Reason, MAGA economics is losing. Trump's tariffs and immigration policies aim to boost blue-collar jobs, but recent data shows manufacturing lost 12,000 jobs in August. Over 3 months, manufacturing, construction, and mining sectors are down, contrary to promises, as tariffs raise costs for businesses. Labor force participation dipped to 62.4% with no surge in native-born employment despite deportations. Critics say unintended consequences are emerging with unimpressive results after 6 months. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, New York Appeals Court throws out $500 million penalty against Trump in Letitia James' civil case. Big news from New York. An appeals court has tossed out the massive $500 million penalty against Donald Trump in the civil fraud case brought by AG Letitia James. The court ruled the fine was excessive under the Eighth Amendment, but upheld Trump's liability and some restrictions on his business. Trump called it a total victory on Truth Social, blasting the case as a political witch hunt. A dissenting judge agreed, saying it targeted Trump's career. The split decision means this could head to New York's highest court amid ongoing tensions, including a DOJ probe into James. From CNN, California Democrats prepare to pass the redistricting plan after Texas House approves new maps. California Democrats are pushing a constitutional amendment to redraw congressional maps, reacting to Republicans' moves in Texas. Texas House just passed GOP-favored maps aiming for 5 more seats. Their Senate could approve soon, amid Democratic quorum breaks. In California, the plan could net Dems 5 seats if voters approve in a special election, triggered only if other states like Texas redistrict mid-decade. Obama endorsed the push as a counter to gerrymandering, while both sides gear up for court fights over fairness and costs. From the Associated Press, illegal immigration hit a record high of 14 million in the U.S. in 2023, Pew reports find. A new Pew report reveals unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. hit a record 14 million in 2023, up from 11.8 million the year before. Driven by asylum seekers and temporary protections under Biden, numbers surged from non-Mexican countries like Guatemala, India, and Venezuela. Total immigrant population reached 53 million, 15.8% of the U.S., California, and Texas topped the list, 9.7 million are in the workforce. Trump ended many protections, leading to a drop this year, but estimates vary. Pew's is below some critics' claims, like 21 million. From the Wall Street Journal, U.S. jobless claims rose last week. U.S. jobless claims climbed to 235,000 last week, up from 224,000, signaling a slowdown in the labor market. Continuing claims hit 1.97 million, the highest since 2021, as hiring stalls and job searches drag on. Despite no mass layoffs, revisions show weaker spring hiring, economy faces weaker demand and higher prices. Walmart's CEO notes customers shifting to cheaper goods. Claims remain in a stable range, but investors watch closely. From the Washington Post, ICE is joining DC police patrols. Moped drivers are an early target. Under Trump's federal control of DC police, ICE agents are joining patrols, targeting moped delivery drivers for immigration checks. Many Central and South American drivers, often undocumented gig workers for DoorDash or Uber, face detention during traffic stops. Videos show ICE at stops. Drivers flee to suburbs or quit, chilling the industry despite falling crime rates. Advocacy groups call it ramped up enforcement. City sues over cooperation orders as families search for detained loved ones. From Reuters, Trump's civil fraud penalty is thrown out by New York appeals court. In a key ruling, a New York appeals court has thrown out the nearly $500 million penalty imposed on President Trump for fraudulently inflating his assets. The court found the penalty too high, dealing a blow to AG Letitia James's lawsuit, though it kept other restrictions like a business monitor in place. Trial Judge Engron had ordered the fine after finding Trump duped lenders, but appeals judges showed skepticism during arguments. Trump denies wrongdoing. His lawyers argued overreach. The case stemmed from pre-2017 business practices. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump just said he solved inflation, but prices are rising, in part because of his policies. President Trump claimed he'd solved inflation, saying costs are down and we have almost none. But new data paints a different picture. Consumer prices jumped 0.4% in August, pushing annual inflation to 2.9%, the highest since January. Food prices rose sharply, with coffee up 3.6% monthly and tomatoes 4.5%, linked to new tariffs on imports from Brazil and Mexico. Economists point to Trump's tariffs on imports and tougher immigration enforcement as factors driving up costs. Fewer immigrant workers in agriculture have raised labor expenses, fueling higher food prices. Other tariff-hit goods saw big hikes too. Jewelry up 6.8%, women's outwear 4.4%. While effects are modest now due to stockpiling, experts warn prices could climb further. From Fox News, Blackburn cheers Trump's move to make Memphis safe again. President Trump announced plans to send the National Guard to Memphis, Tennessee, calling it deeply troubled, with the highest crime rate in the U.S. per FBI data. Senator Marsha Blackburn praised the move, saying Trump answered her call to make Memphis safe again. She highlighted his success in reducing D.C. crime and vowed to hold soft-on-crime officials accountable. Trump shifted focus from Chicago after a chat with a railroad executive who suggested Memphis. He said the Democrat mayor and Tennessee governor are on board, and he'll bring in the military if needed. This follows Trump's federalization of D.C. police, which ended after 30 days without extension. Guard presence there continues as Trump aims to tackle crime in major cities one by one. From The Independent, Tyler Robinson, 22, facing capital murder and weapons charges. Details emerge about alleged Charlie Kirk assassin. 22-year-old Tyler Robinson was arrested for the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Kirk, 31, was hit in the neck during a speaking event. Robinson, politically unaffiliated but from a Republican family, confessed to a relative who tipped off authorities. He arrived in a gray Dodge Challenger, wearing a maroon t-shirt and shorts, and fled after jumping from a rooftop. Evidence includes Discord messages about retrieving a rifle and ammo engraved with anti-fascist phrases like "Hey fascist, catch" and "Bella Ciao." Families said he viewed Kirk as spreading hate. Kirk's event drew 3,000 despite protests. He leaves a wife and 2 kids. Trump called for unity, awarded Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom posthumously, and hopes for the death penalty. Investigation ongoing, no other suspects. From MSNBC, the Justice Department is reportedly assembling an unprecedented national voter database. The Justice Department is compiling the largest national voter database ever, seeking names, addresses, and more from across the country, according to reports. This supports Trump's unsubstantiated claims of widespread non-citizen voting to challenge 2020 results. Experts say non-citizen voting is extremely rare, like 0.0001% in high immigration areas. Efforts through DOJ's civil and criminal divisions may violate laws, per election experts. It's like federal overreach into state functions, called wildly illegal by former DOJ official Justin Levitt. Related SAVE program checks flagged over 33 million voters. Concerns include disinformation, privacy breaches under the Privacy Act, and misuse to undermine election trust. No official response yet. From Newsweek, video shows ICE detain U.S. citizen green card holders at gunpoint. Masked ICE agents smashed a car window and detained 3 people at gunpoint in a Los Angeles strip mall parking lot, as captured on video. A woman, reportedly a U.S. citizen, shouted as agents pointed guns at her. She was briefly held but released. 2 men were cuffed and taken away. Witnesses called the force excessive. DHS says the men were MS-13 gang members. Jose Horazo Mexicanos, a Guatemalan with a manslaughter conviction, and driver Douglas Rodriguez Melgar from El Salvador. One left his passport behind. This followed a Supreme Court stay on ban against roving ICE patrols in LA aimed at preventing racial profiling. LAPD monitored to keep peace amid community tensions over intensified enforcement. From Reuters, people killed in U.S. boat strike were not Tren de Aragua, Venezuela minister says. Venezuela's interior minister says none of the 11 killed in a U.S. military strike on a Caribbean boat last week were Tren de Aragua gang members or drug traffickers. Diosdado Cabello called it a murder, questioning how the U.S. identified drugs without arresting anyone. Families deny ties, and Trump posted what Venezuela claims is AI-generated video. In response, President Maduro deployed forces to 284 battlefronts nationwide, boosting troops along Colombia borders. He warned of readiness for armed conflict amid U.S. military buildup in the region. The U.S. doubled Maduro's arrest reward to $50 million over drug links he denies. Pentagon hasn't commented. Tensions rise as U.S. deploys F-35s to Puerto Rico for anti-smuggling efforts. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Democratic senator calls internet an accelerant driving extremism after Kirk killing. Following the brutal assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, Democratic Senator Chris Coons appeared on CBS's Face the Nation. Coons blamed the internet as an accelerant fueling extremism, saying it drives Americans apart left and right, despite the importance of free speech under the First Amendment. Kirk, 31, was shot during a debate on his American Comeback Tour after a question about transgender issues. Suspect Tyler Robinson was arrested days later. Republican Senator James Lankford agreed, noting social media algorithms push anger and crazy content, sidelining civil dialogue. From CNN, Elon Musk buys $1 billion worth of Tesla shares, a sign that he's sticking around. In a rare move, Elon Musk bought $1 billion in Tesla shares using his own money, as revealed in a Monday regulatory filing. Investors cheered, with shares jumping 7% at open, seeing it as Musk's vote of confidence after a turbulent year of sales drops and political backlash. Tesla faces EV competition from China, ending tax credits, and Musk's focus on self-driving tech and robotaxis amid his other ventures like SpaceX and XAI. Tesla proposed a massive pay package for Musk tied to growth milestones, emphasizing his commitment, though critics highlight income inequality concerns. From the Wall Street Journal, Trump calls for ending quarterly earnings reports. President Trump proposed ending quarterly earnings reports for U.S. companies, suggesting semi-annual updates instead to save costs and boost long-term focus. Posted on Truth Social, the idea echoes a petition from the long-term stock exchange to the SEC, which has shown interest in reducing regulations. Advocates say it could reverse the drop in U.S. public companies, now at 3,700, down 17% in 3 years, by easing clerical burdens that keep firms private. Europe and the UK ended quarterly mandates years ago, though many still report. Trump explored this in his first term, but it stalled. Will it gain traction now? From USA Today, federal judge hands press groups wins in lawsuits against LAPD DHS. A federal judge issued preliminary injunctions protecting journalists covering Los Angeles immigration raid protests from LAPD arrests and DHS interference. Judge Hernan Vera ruled LAPD's heavy-handed tactics violated laws, barring arrests for failing to disperse or blocking media coverage. For DHS under Secretary Kristi Noem, the order prohibits dispersing, threatening, or assaulting journalists without unrelated crimes, citing indiscriminate force. Vera condemned violence by some, but said it doesn't justify endangering peaceful protesters and media, demanding better under the First Amendment. From Prime Timer, don't want you to track my music. Forrest Frank reacts to 30,000 people unfollowing him on Instagram over Charlie Kirk post. Christian singer Forrest Frank lost 30,000 Instagram followers after posting a video of Charlie Kirk praising his music's impact on youth. Kirk, the Turning Point USA founder, assassinated recently, featured in the clip. Frank responded with a bold video prioritizing faith over fame. Frank said he doesn't want fans tracking his music or shows unless they follow Jesus, repenting for past lukewarm content and urging spiritual focus. Emphasizing everyone is welcome, he aims to make heaven crowded, gaining support from faith leaders amid 1.8 million likes on the original post. From Newsweek, Donald Trump responds to Texas beheading, evil person. President Trump called the accused in Dallas motel beheading an evil illegal immigrant from Cuba who should never have been in the U.S. Yordanos Cobos Martinez, 37, faces first-degree murder charges for machete killing motel manager Chandra Nagamalaya in front of his family over a washing machine dispute. DHS noted Cobos Martinez had prior crimes like child sex abuse and was released when Cuba refused him. Trump's admin pushes deportations to third countries. Trump vowed full prosecution, highlighting his hardline immigration policy ending leniency, while Rep. Ro Khanna called the murder horrific and the suspect's freedom unacceptable. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, someone using AI to impersonate Marco Rubio contacted at least 5 people, including foreign ministers, cable says. A U.S. diplomatic cable reveals someone used AI to impersonate Secretary of State Marco Rubio, targeting foreign ministers, a governor, and a Congress member. The unknown actor created a fake Signal account, sending voicemails and texts to trick targets into sharing sensitive info. This is part of 2 cyber campaigns targeting State Department officials. The FBI is investigating, and a Russia-linked phishing scheme was also uncovered. The State Department is boosting cybersecurity to stop these AI-driven attacks. Stay vigilant. From Fox News, new book exposes Jill Biden's power grab amid husband's political demise. A new book, 2024, How Trump Retook the White House, claims First Lady Jill Biden gained major influence as President Biden's campaign faltered. With Chief of Staff Anthony Bernal, Jill attended Hunter Biden's trial, showing her independent streak despite a packed schedule. After Biden's disastrous debate, Jill fiercely defended him, insisting he was the only one for the job, even as donors wavered. At Camp David, Jill helped convince Biden to stay in the race, though he later dropped out, endorsing Kamala Harris. From Newsweek, student loan update. Trump admin making major change to forgiveness program. The Trump administration is overhauling the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, targeting organizations deemed to engage in illegal activities. The changes could strip eligibility from nonprofits or cities, raising concerns about subjective enforcement on issues like immigration or transgender rights. Borrowers face uncertainty as technical issues halt payment tracking and delays pile up due to staff cuts at the Education Department. Advocates warn of unintended consequences for teachers and firefighters. Stay informed as new rules roll out by July 2026. From GB News, King Charles expresses profound sadness in letter to Donald Trump. King Charles sent a heartfelt letter to President Trump expressing profound sadness over deadly Texas floods that claimed over 90 lives. His Majesty offered sympathy to grieving families and praised the bravery of emergency responders working tirelessly to save lives. The worst flooding since 1987 swept away homes, with failed warning systems leaving campers and residents caught off guard. As rescue efforts continue, Texas faces its worst flood crisis in decades, with hundreds still missing. From The Independent, J.D. Vance's old tweets show why the Epstein client list is becoming such a problem for Trump. Old tweets from Vice President J.D. Vance are fueling trouble for Trump, as he once pushed for the release of a rumored Epstein client list. Epstein, who died in 2019, had ties to powerful figures like Trump and Clinton, sparking online conspiracy theories about a secret client list. Trump's team denies any list exists, but Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt faced tough questions after AG Pam Bondi referenced Epstein documents. Even Trump allies like Laura Loomer are attacking the administration, showing how Vance's past comments have backfired. From USA Today, clinging to trees, huddling on rooftops, harrowing stories of survival in Texas floods. Texas flood survivors share gripping tales of clinging to trees and rooftops to escape deadly waters that killed over 90 people. With little warning, residents like Taylor Bergman and his mom held onto a tree for over an hour as their home was swamped. Others like Addison Martin lost family members in the raging Guadalupe River, while rescue teams saved hundreds. The worst floods since 1987 left communities in ruin, with survivors calling it a nightmare. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From USA Today, Trump erupts when asked about taco trade, a new nickname mocking his tariff approach. President Trump clashed with a reporter over the taco trade nickname, mocking his tariff flip-flops. Taco stands for Trump Always Chickens Out, coined by analysts for his pattern of imposing then easing tariffs. Investors buy market dips after Trump's tariff threats, expecting him to back off, as seen with China and the EU. Trump defended his tariff changes as negotiation, slamming the nickname as a nasty question. With over 50 tariff policy shifts since January, the taco trade highlights Trump's unpredictable. Fox News. FBI examining COVID-19 origin cover-up amid new strain emergence, Bongino. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino says the Bureau is investigating the origins of COVID-19 amid a new strain. Bongino posted on X about probing a potential cover-up but didn't confirm a formal investigation. A new variant, NB.1.8.1, has emerged, sparking renewed focus on whether the lab leak theory was downplayed. In 2023, the FBI assessed a lab incident in Wuhan as the likely source, though China denies it. Congress continues to question early pandemic messaging as the FBI seeks NBC News. U.S. will aggressively revoke Chinese students' visas, Rubio says. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced plans to revoke visas for Chinese students tied to the Communist Party. The Trump administration aims to tighten scrutiny on students from China and Hong Kong. About 277,000 Chinese students study in the U.S., but numbers have dropped amid rising tensions. This follows visa cancellations and deportations over political activism targeting international students. China calls it politicization, while the U.S. pauses new student visa gateway pundit. Possible crimes committed by Biden staffers using AutoPen without presidential awareness outlined. Questions swirl over Biden staffers using an AutoPen to sign orders and pardons without his knowledge. House oversight is probing potential felonies, like forgery and impersonation tied to unauthorized signatures. Reports suggest pardons, including Hunter Biden's, were issued while Joe was on vacation. Laws on forgery, false statements, and conspiracy could lead to years in prison for staffers. Was Biden's mental state hidden to keep power? The 25th Amendment in CNN. HHS letter tells health care providers to disregard treatment protocols for trans people, adhere to report by unnamed authors. HHS Secretary RFK Jr. urges doctors to ignore trans care protocols, citing a controversial HHS report. The report claims gender-affirming care science is weak, but major medical groups disagree. Gender-affirming care is safe, say experts, but Trump's orders target trans youth care. Kennedy's letter pushes providers to follow the HHS review, not established guidelines. CMS is probing hospitals for experimental procedures, raising concerns over child safety. The Washington Post. Elon Musk is leaving his role in the Trump administration. Elon Musk is leaving his role, leading to the Doge service frustrated by federal bureaucracy. Musk clashed with Trump over a massive spending bill, saying it undermines his budget cuts. Tesla's profits dropped 71%, partly blamed on Musk's controversial government role. With Tesla and SpaceX facing challenges, Musk plans to focus on his companies. His exit raises questions about his future influence in Washington. From Fox News, Department of Education launches investigation into Duke University over alleged racial preferences. The Department of Education is probing Duke Law Journal's editor selection, where affinity group applicants could earn extra points for discussing race. The Office for Civil Rights says this may violate Title VI, sparking a federal investigation into Duke's practices. Secretary McMahon calls such policies an affront to meritocracy, urging Duke to review and reform all racial preference practices. Duke's faced similar criticism before, with past DEI initiatives labeled as promoting white supremacy culture in its medical school. From CNN, worst-case scenario of famine is unfolding in Gaza, UN-backed food security initiative says. A UN-backed agency warns Gaza faces famine, with over 20,000 children treated for acute malnutrition since April. Conflict and restricted aid have led to hunger-related deaths, with famine thresholds met in parts of Gaza City. President Trump acknowledged Gaza's real starvation, pledging U.S. food centers as Israel faces pressure to allow more aid. Gaza's death toll exceeds 60,000, with ceasefire hopes fading and international calls for humanitarian action growing louder. From CBS News, gunman in New York City office shooting tried to target NFL mayor says. A gunman, Shane Tamura, killed 4 in a Midtown Manhattan office intending to target NFL headquarters but hitting Rudin management instead. Tamura's note blamed the NFL for his believed CTE, a brain injury from his high school football days. Mayor Adams said Tamura took the wrong elevator, leading to the tragic shooting, including the death of an NYPD officer. With a history of mental health issues, Tamura's rampage has sparked debate over gun laws and workplace safety. From USA Today, Trump's working trip to Scotland includes opening a new golf course. President Trump opened a new 18-hole golf course in Aberdeen, Scotland, touting it as a global golf destination. The trip mixed business with diplomacy, hosting UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer to discuss trade and Gaza's humanitarian crisis. Trump's family joined on Air Force One, raising ethical concerns about profiting from his presidency via the Trump Organization. While Trump claims locals now love him, some neighbors still resent his developments, reopening old community tensions. From the Gateway Pundit, Trump's former impeachment lawyer David Schoen flips the script, uses Democrats' own argument to prove Obama can still be impeached, stripped of immunity, and indicted for his crimes. Trump's former lawyer David Schoen says Barack Obama could face impeachment over the Russia collusion hoax using Democrats' own logic. Citing Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7, Schoen argues ex-presidents can be impeached, stripping immunity for alleged crimes. Newly declassified documents allegedly showing Obama orchestrated the Russia probe, fueling calls for accountability. Democrats' impeachment tactics against Trump could now backfire, potentially exposing Obama to legal consequences. From the Associated Press, what Americans think about Israel's military action in Gaza, according to a new Gallup poll. A Gallup poll shows only 1/3 of Americans now support Israel's military actions in Gaza, down from half last year. Half of U.S. adults view Prime Minister Netanyahu unfavorably, his lowest rating ever, driven by Democrats and independents. Young adults and Democrats increasingly disapprove, while Republicans remain supportive of Israel's campaign. Trump faces less pressure than Biden did, with 8 in 10 Republicans backing his Middle East approach. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Rep. Maxine Waters calls for using the 25th Amendment to find out what's wrong with Donald Trump. Democratic Congresswoman Maxine Waters is demanding the use of the 25th Amendment against President Trump, claiming he's unfit after firing Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook over alleged mortgage misrepresentations. Waters warns this could destabilize the economy, affect Wall Street, interest rates, and even benefit Trump personally, urging aggressive action to protect democracy without relying on courts. Cook has sued Trump, arguing the firing lacks cause, and the case may head to the Supreme Court, escalating tensions between the White House and the Fed. Fellow Democrat Debbie Wasserman Schultz calls the move preposterous, saying Trump really wants to oust Fed Chair Jerome Powell, but is targeting parts of the system instead. From CNN, Border Patrol arrests 2 crew workers helping battle Washington's biggest wildfire for being in the country illegally. Amid Washington's massive Bear Gulch fire, scorching nearly 9,000 acres, Border Patrol arrested 2 support crew workers cutting logs for being in the U.S. illegally following a criminal probe into their firms. Officials say the firefighting efforts weren't disrupted, but one worker, a 19-year U.S. resident since age 4, was on track for a U visa after aiding investigators in a family crime case. His lawyers call the arrest unjust. He's been waiting since 2018 for approval, and attorneys argue he's protected under policies barring enforcement in disaster zones, demanding his immediate release. Washington leaders like Governor Bob Ferguson and Senator Patty Murray blast the Trump administration's policies as cruel, questioning why they're extending to wildfire fighters amid ongoing deportations. From USA Today, Senator snaps back at RFK Jr. for linking antidepressants to Minnesota shooting. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. suggests studying antidepressants like SSRIs for links to violence after a Minneapolis school shooting that killed 2 kids and injured 18. Shooter Robin Westman, who struggled with depression, prompted Kennedy's comments on Fox News, but a 2019 study found no causal tie between psych drugs and most school shootings. Minnesota Senator Tina Smith slammed Kennedy on social media, accusing him of peddling nonsense and ignoring guns. America has more firearms than people and 10 times the school shooting risk of other nations. Democrats push for gun control, while some conservatives highlight the shooter's gender transition. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey condemns villainizing the trans community. From the Mirror US, where is Trump? And it happened trend online as health fears skyrocket. President Trump hasn't been seen publicly since Tuesday's cabinet meeting, sparking viral X trends like "Where is Trump?" and "It happened," with no weekend events fueling health fears. Speculation ramps up after photos showed a bruised hand, walking issues, and slurred speech, despite Trump's claims of peak health from his latest physical. Both supporters and critics question who's running the country, though Trump posted on Truth Social 7 hours ago. Could he just be golfing or with family? The White House hasn't commented, but recent whispers include a lip-read promise to Putin. Online buzz ignores his activity but amplifies unconfirmed worries. From The Telegraph, U.S. courts ruled Donald Trump's tariffs are illegal. A federal appeals court ruled 7-4 that President Trump's use of emergency powers to impose tariffs on trading partners like the EU, Japan, and China is illegal under the law. The decision questions deals lowering rates and tariffs aimed at stopping fentanyl flows, potentially forcing billions in refunds and chaos for tax cut funding. Tariffs brought in $142 billion this year. Trump fired back on social media, vowing to appeal and warning removal would weaken the U.S. economy like the Great Depression, insisting tariffs protect workers and made-in-America products. Tariffs stay in place until October 14th for a Supreme Court appeal. Separately, a judge blocked fast-track migrant deportations, citing due process violations for millions. From the Western Journal, Scott Jennings responds to CNN guest's vulgar Trump smear with one-sentence retort on Dems' election chances. On CNN, Republican strategist Scott Jennings shut down podcaster Jennifer Welch's wild claim that Trump tried oral sex on a microphone and shows mental decline. Welch accused Trump of priming for military rule, pardoning January 6 rioters, and being a felon, tying it to his recent press conferences and past behaviors. Jennings retorted in one sentence, "If this is Democrats' strategy, they've already handed Republicans congressional majorities for years," amid polls showing only 19% approve of Dem leadership. The DNC warns of fascism threats, but faces infighting and fundraising woes, with calls to drop out-of-touch practices like land acknowledgments. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From the Wall Street Journal, aboard Marine One, a phone call and the decision to strike Iran. On Marine One, President Trump gets a call from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth deciding whether to strike Iran's nuclear sites or abort. Hours later, B-2 bombers hit Iran's nuclear facilities, aiming to halt Tehran's nuclear ambitions after failed diplomacy. The strikes risk escalating Middle East tensions, dividing Trump's MAGA coalition, with hawks like Lindsey Graham cheering and critics like Marjorie Taylor Greene warning of war. Trump calls it a great victory, but Democrats slam the move as unlawful, questioning the strike's timing and evidence. From Fox News, Democratic Senator Fetterman shuts down AOC's call for Trump's impeachment after Iran strikes. Pennsylvania's Senator John Fetterman slams Rep. AOC's call to impeach President Trump over airstrikes on Iran's nuclear sites. AOC calls the strikes a constitutional violation, demanding impeachment after Trump's Operation Midnight Hammer hit Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Fetterman says impeachment talk is pointless, noting Trump's already survived 2 impeachments and it won't help the debate. Trump hails the mission as a success, but the left and some Republicans question its legality. From CNN, buy now, pay later loans will factor into Americans' credit scores. FICO's new credit scores will soon include buy now, pay later loan data, revealing how well Americans manage these popular installment loans. BNPL helps young consumers with flexible payments, but overspending risks phantom debt, especially for daily purchases like groceries. Responsible use could boost credit for young borrowers, but frequent loans might hurt scores due to their unique repayment patterns. Launching this fall, FICO's new scores aim to give lenders a clearer view of consumer credit, though adoption may be slow. From the Post-Millennial, copper thieves target Seattle area light rail, shutting down train line. Copper thieves strike Seattle's 2 line at 2 a.m., cutting fences and stealing wire, halting service and costing thousands. Sound Transit and King County Sheriff's deputies investigate as copper thefts surge, with 30 cases in Seattle this year alone. Driven by drug addiction, thieves target critical infrastructure, disrupting transit traffic and even hospital networks. Service resumed by afternoon, but officials scramble to secure the system against this growing regional crime wave. From the Washington Post, Truth Social parent company announces $400 million stock buyback. Trump Media, parent of Truth Social, announces a $400 million stock buyback to boost its share value after a volatile year. Shares rose 3%, but later dipped down 48% year to date, despite the company holding $3 billion in cash. Trump actively posts on the platform, outpacing his first-term tweets, though it lags behind X and Threads in users. CEO Devin Nunes says the buyback supports shareholders, but the company still faces losses over $400 million in 2024. From USA Today, what is Iran's next move? Israel steps up attacks after U.S. bombing. Israel intensifies airstrikes on Tehran, targeting Evin prison and Revolutionary Guard sites after U.S. bombs hit Iran's nuclear facilities. Iran launches missiles hitting an Israeli electrical facility as fears grow of a wider Mid-East conflict. Global leaders urge restraint, while the UN nuclear watchdog expects significant damage at Iran's Fordo site. Trump hints at regime change, but his team insists the goal is to stop Iran's nuclear program, not start a war. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, some of Mamdani's far-left allies want to primary Hakeem Jeffries and other New York City Democrats. Democratic Socialists in New York City, energized by Zohran Mamdani's mayoral primary win, are now eyeing House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and other Democrats for primary challenges. Mamdani's allies, like the DSA, say his win proves progressives can shake up the establishment, targeting reps like Richie Torres and Jerry Nadler. Jeffries' team calls challengers team gentrification, claiming they represent wealthier, newer voters. They're ready to fight back hard. With primaries looming in 2026, Jeffries dismisses the threats, focusing on fighting MAGA extremism while daring opponents to bring it on. From Fox News, author reveals why Caitlin Clark never had a chance of making Olympic team. Caitlin Clark, WNBA's rising star, was controversially left off the 2024 Olympic roster despite her stellar play. Author Christine Brennan says Clark never had a shot. USA Basketball worried her fans would react badly to her limited playing time. A spot was reserved for veteran Diana Taurasi's farewell, leaving Clark out of the 12-woman roster even if she outperformed expectations. Clark took the snub in stride, saying it'll fuel her career, but the decision sparked heated debate about fairness in selection. From The Guardian, first thing, Supreme Court clears the way for Trump to mass fire federal workers. The Supreme Court just greenlit Trump's plan for mass federal worker layoffs, overturning a block on reductions in force. This could mean job losses for hundreds of thousands across agencies like Agriculture, Commerce, and Veterans Affairs. Democrats slammed the ruling, calling the court a tool of Trumpism, fearing it'll disrupt critical government services. Meanwhile, Gaza faces mass casualties at aid sites, and Trump pledges 10 Patriot missiles to Ukraine, signaling a complex global agenda. From The Washington Post, Trump's tax law includes a $40,000 SALT cap. Here's who qualifies. The GOP's new tax law quadruples the SALT deduction cap to $40,000, offering relief to high earners in high tax states. The cap, temporary for 5 years, benefits filers earning under $500,000, but critics say it mostly helps the wealthy. The 2017 SALT cap limited deductions to $10,000, sparking fights within the GOP, with some calling it unfair to blue states. Experts warn the change could cost $130 billion in 5 years, complicating the tax code while favoring the top 20% of earners. From USA Today, search teams scour for more than 160 still missing in Texas flooding. Devastating July 4th floods along Texas's Guadalupe River have left at least 119 dead, including 27 children, with 161 still missing. Kerr County, hit hardest, reports 95 deaths. Hopes fade as no survivors have been found since the day of the flood. Camp Mystic, a girls' camp, was inundated, and heroic counselors at Camp La Junta saved nearly 400 boys from rising waters. First responders and volunteers continue searching, with Governor Abbott vowing to investigate as heroes emerge amid tragedy. From The Federalist, CNN melts down over women getting happier by ditching feminism for femininity. CNN's freaking out as young women embrace femininity over feminism, seeking happiness in traditional roles. Outlets like Evie Magazine promote marriage and motherhood, slamming modern feminism as anti-men and harmful. Influencers like Alex Clark and Brett Cooper face CNN's wrath for questioning birth control and advocating natural lifestyles. Studies show married women with kids are happier, and these influencers are listening, building media empires that outshine CNN. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From NBC News, as Gabbard eyes revamping Trump's intelligence briefing, one idea is to mimic Fox News. National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard is exploring ways to revamp President Trump's daily intelligence briefings to suit his style. One idea? Turn the president's daily brief into a Fox News-style video, complete with graphics and possibly a network personality presenting it. Trump has taken the brief less often than past presidents, prompting discussions to tailor it to his preference for visuals over text. While the content would stay the same, critics question if this risks politicizing intelligence. Gabbard's team denies the claims, calling them fake news. From the BBC, UK steelmakers call Trump doubling tariffs another body blow. UK steelmakers are reeling after President Trump doubled US import tariffs on steel and aluminum to 50%. The trade group UK Steel warns orders may be cancelled, with some shipments already en route across the Atlantic. A recent UK-US trade deal to drop tariffs is still being finalized, leaving the industry in limbo. UK officials are pushing to resolve this fast, as specialized steel exports to the US face a costly hike. From Fox News, Michelle Obama facing backlash over claim about women's reproductive health. Former First Lady Michelle Obama is under fire for saying creating life is the least of what a woman's reproductive system does. On her podcast, Obama argued women's reproductive health is about more than just choice, but her words drew sharp criticism from pro-life activists. Critics like Danielle DeSouza-Gill called motherhood a miracle, slamming Obama for downplaying it. Obama also criticized Republican voters, suggesting some women vote based on their husband's views, fueling further debate. From Newsweek, Steve Bannon says Elon Musk and Scott Bessent had physical confrontation. Steve Bannon claims Elon Musk shoved Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent during a heated White House argument over budget cuts. The clash reportedly happened after Bessent challenged Musk's unfulfilled promise of $1 trillion in federal spending cuts. Trump sided with Bessent, and Musk's role in the administration has since diminished, says Bannon. Musk, who left his Doge role, jokingly blamed a black eye on his son, but his exit raises questions about his influence. From the Post-Millennial, NYC Dem lawmakers claim NYPD e-bike crackdown is racist and could lead to deportations. NYC's progressive lawmakers are slamming the NYPD's e-bike crackdown, calling it racist and a risk for deportations. The NYPD is issuing criminal summons for traffic violations like running red lights, targeting delivery drivers, many of whom are minorities. Council members like Tiffany Caban argue the fines could lead to court appearances and deportations for undocumented drivers. NYPD's commissioner defends the measures, citing safety concerns, but critics say it unfairly targets communities of color. From CNN, Trump's mass firings at several agencies will remain on hold, appeals court rules. A federal appeals court has halted President Trump's plan for mass firings across multiple government agencies. The Ninth Circuit ruled that Trump's executive order for sweeping layoffs lacks congressional approval, calling it unconstitutional. Federal employee unions and groups challenge the order, arguing it oversteps the president's authority. The White House vows to fight the ruling, which could head to the Supreme Court, stalling Trump's government overhaul. From CNN, South Korea just learned a deep lesson about dealing with Donald Trump. Imagine stealing a $350 billion deal with the US only to face a massive immigration raid weeks later. That's what happened to South Korea under Trump. Nearly 500 agents stormed a Hyundai LG battery plant in Georgia, arresting 475 people, mostly South Korean nationals on questionable visas. South Korean officials called it a slap in the face, with workers treated like criminals despite promises to boost US jobs. This could chill foreign investments as companies rethink deals with unpredictable U.S. policies. From Fox News, Chicago Democrat warns history will prove party wrong on crime as officials reject Trump's help. Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez blasts fellow Democrats for ignoring crime and rejecting Trump's help. He warns that far-left leaders like Governor Pritzker and Mayor Johnson are whitewashing stats, even as homicides persist. While crime is down, homicides by 30%, shootings by 40%, Lopez says any violence is too much and urges a centrist shift. Democrats resist federal troops in blue cities, but Lopez predicts history will judge them harshly. From Macon Telegraph, thousands cancel migration to U.S. report. Trump's strict immigration policies are reversing migrant flows with a 97% drop in northward movement. Over 14,000, mostly Venezuelans, have turned back from Colombia, Panama, and Costa Rica, citing barriers and deportation fears. Aid cuts have scaled back services, leaving migrants vulnerable to exploitation and trafficking. Half plan to return to Venezuela, but UN officials warn of risks without support. From Bloomberg, Trump's Chicago crackdown starts with Midway Blitz by ICE. Trump's immigration enforcement ramps up with Operation Midway Blitz targeting Chicago and Illinois. DHS blames sanctuary policies. Governor Pritzker calls it fear-mongering, not crime-fighting. Thousands protested as agents began arrests, with no prior notice to local leaders. Trump threatens National Guard deployment, highlighting weekend violence to push his agenda. From USA Today, what is Trump's approval rating? Polls show how Americans feel about inflation. Newsom. Trump's approval hovers at minus 6.1 points, lower than most modern presidents in their first year. Polls show steady but negative ratings, dipping amid controversies like Epstein. Inflation and economy top voters' concerns, with Trump's handling at minus 30 net approval. Meanwhile, Newsom's 2028 support surges to 25%, leading Democrats. From LA Times, Bonta disappointed by Supreme Court ruling on LA immigration raids. California AG Rob Bonta slams a Supreme Court ruling allowing ICE to use race and occupation in stops. The decision lifts restrictions on profiling in LA area raids, backed by Justice Kavanaugh. Bonta calls it unconstitutional, violating protections against unreasonable searches. He criticizes the court's emergency docket for lacking transparency. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Israel is pausing operations in some parts of Gaza amid mounting horror over starvation. Will it be enough? Israel's military is pausing operations in 3 Gaza areas for 10 hours daily to allow UN aid delivery amid global outrage over starvation. Over 130 people, mostly children, have died from malnutrition since the conflict escalated, with aid trucks stuck at borders. Thousands of aid trucks are ready, but security issues and limited crossings slow delivery. UN agencies say it's not enough. Israel's airdrops and new water supply are steps forward, but experts call them inefficient. Can this pause turn the tide? From Fox News, Rubio reflects on remarkable political journey from Trump critic to trusted cabinet member. Once a 2016 rival, Senator Marco Rubio now serves as Trump's Secretary of State, comparing politics to an MMA fight. Rubio calls Trump's first term the best years of his Senate career, praising their teamwork and Trump's bold instincts. Rubio's tight with Trump's VP pick J.D. Vance, saying they've been on the same team since the 2016 primaries ended. Appointed after Trump's 2024 win, Rubio says working for Trump is fun and action-packed. What's next for this duo? From USA Today, ICE supported teenagers and children in immigration raids. Here are their stories. Martir Garcia Lara, a 4th grader, was detained with his dad at an immigration hearing and deported to Honduras. A Maryland high schooler was deported to Guatemala, sparking a student walkout and fear in immigrant communities. Detroit teen Michael was arrested on his way to a field trip and deported to Colombia just shy of graduation. Schools are bracing for more raids, handing out Know Your Rights cards as kids live in fear. From the Washington Post, Trump's imaginary numbers from $1.99 gas to 1,500% price cuts. President Trump claims drug prices will drop 1,500% and gas hit $1.99 in 5 states, numbers that don't hold up. AAA says gas is over $3 nationwide and a 1,500% price cut is impossible. Experts call these figures rhetorical. Trump clashed with Fed Chair Powell over a $3.1 billion building cost, corrected as outdated on the spot. Critics say Trump's exaggerated stats, like a 68% tax hike, aim to sell ideas, not facts. Will scrutiny catch up? From ABC News, 11 stabbed at Michigan Walmart in brutal act. A 42-year-old man stabbed 11 people at a Michigan Walmart in a random attack starting at the checkout area. Witnesses and deputies stopped the suspect within minutes. He acted alone, but the motive is still under investigation. Victims, 6 men and 5 women, were rushed to the Munson Medical Center. 7 are now in fair condition, 4 serious. Sheriff Shea praised citizen bravery, saying, 11 is too many, but thank God it wasn't more. From the Post-Millennial, Trump calls for prosecution of Kamala Harris, Beyonce, Oprah, Al Sharpton over alleged paid endorsements. Trump called for prosecuting Kamala Harris, Beyonce, Oprah, and Al Sharpton over alleged illegal paid endorsements. Trump claims Harris's campaign paid millions for celebrity appearances, violating campaign finance laws. Oprah says she took no personal fee, though her production got $1 million. Harris denies paying for endorsements. Records show payments, but Trump's figures differ. Is this a legal violation or political noise? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From the Wall Street Journal, hiring slowed in May with 139,000 new jobs. The U.S. economy added 139,000 jobs in May, slightly above expectations, but signaling cautious hiring due to tariff uncertainties. Stocks rose as the job market held steady at 4.2% unemployment, despite weaker earlier job numbers. Healthcare added 62,000 jobs, while tariff-sensitive sectors like manufacturing saw small losses. The Fed's likely to keep rates steady, but Trump's pushing for cuts, citing the jobs report. From the Associated Press, the latest, Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend sobs while describing abuse. Jane, Diddy's ex, gave emotional testimony about enduring drug-fueled hotel nights with sex workers. She described smuggling drugs for Combs and feeling coerced to keep his financial support. Prosecutors played audio of Jane requesting a condom, which Combs allegedly denied, highlighting sex trafficking charges. Jane sobbed, saying Combs ignored her resistance, raising questions about coercion. From Bloomberg, U.S. companies delay impact reports with DEI ESG under attack. Firms like Nike and JP Morgan are delaying diversity and sustainability reports amid political backlash. Trump's anti-DEI orders and activist scrutiny have 25% of S&P 500 reports behind schedule. Companies cite timing issues, but shareholders worry about reduced transparency on ESG issues. Firms are caught between compliance and caution as investors watch closely. From Fox News, claimed Trump nicks top Musk ally from NASA post over Dem donations. Trump withdrew Jared Isaacman's NASA nomination, with some citing his Democratic donations. Yet Trump's appointed ex-Democrats like RFK Jr., showing he's open to bipartisan picks. Critics link the move to Trump's feud with Elon Musk, not just donations. The decision raises questions about politics shaping space policy. From CNN, North Korea refloats destroyer that capsized during launch. North Korea refloated a 5,000-ton destroyer that capsized during its launch last month. Using balloons, workers righted the ship in just 2 weeks, surprising analysts. Kim Jong-un demanded repairs before a key meeting, calling the failure a criminal act. The ship's now set for repairs, possibly ready for sea trials soon. From The Guardian, Donald Trump says Elon Musk has lost his mind. Trump called Elon Musk the man who's lost his mind after Musk criticized his tax plans. Musk, who spent $300 million on Trump's campaign, suggested starting a new political party. Tesla's shares dropped 14%, and Trump threatened to cancel Musk's government contracts. The feud could shake politics and space, with no peace talks planned. From CNN, Officials have been planning for weeks to send National Guard to Chicago as Trump seeks to expand crime crackdown. President Trump is planning to send the National Guard to Chicago to address crime and immigration, but details on troops and timing are unclear. Trump hinted at the move, saying Chicago could be next after his D.C. crackdown, but Chicago's mayor is strongly opposing the plan. Mayor Brandon Johnson calls it unlawful and vows legal action, arguing Chicago needs community investment, not military presence. Governor J.B. Pritzker says there's no emergency to justify this, as critics call it an unprecedented use of the military for domestic policy. From Fox News, more California girls' high school volleyball teams forfeit to squad with trans athlete. Two California schools, Rim of the World and Orange Vista, forfeited volleyball matches against Jurupa Valley High due to a trans athlete on the team. Jurupa Valley says it follows California law allowing students to compete based on gender identity, but some parents and teams object. The athlete's mother defends her daughter's right to play, emphasizing her skill, while others protest, citing fairness in sports. A DOJ lawsuit challenges California's policies, and national attention grows as the debate over trans athletes in sports intensifies. From Alternet, even Americans in this ruby red state don't like what Trump is doing. Opinion. In Texas, Trump's push for aggressive redistricting to secure Republican House seats is facing resistance even in this red state. Texas Republicans passed a map adding 5 GOP seats, but Democrats like State Rep Nicole Collier protest, citing redistricted voting rights. Trump's broader plan includes targeting mail-in ballots and voting machines, raising concerns about fair elections in 2026. Critics say Trump's push to militarize Democratic cities could intimidate voters, while Texans call for preserving their freedoms. From the Mirror US, Trump's tariffs to raise price on 8 supermarket staples as experts warn consumers to feel the pinch. Trump's new tariffs on imports from Brazil, India, Mexico, and the EU could raise grocery prices for American shoppers within months. Coffee, cheese, and chocolate face steep price hikes, with experts predicting an extra $40 per week for household grocery costs. Perishable produce like avocados and bananas will be hit hard, as grocers pass on costs from tariffs on foreign goods. Wine, spirits, and spices are also at risk, with trade groups warning of job losses and consumers urged to buy local to save. From the Daily Beast, Ghislaine Maxwell flips the script on Elon Musk. Ghislaine Maxwell claims she met Elon Musk at a Google co-founder's birthday party, contradicting Musk's denial of knowing her. Maxwell says Musk was among guests at a multi-day event in 2010 or 2011 and later saw him at a 2014 Vanity Fair Oscars party. She denies deeper ties between Musk and Jeffrey Epstein, though emails between them surfaced, and Musk's brother was also linked. The claims fueled debate amid Musk's push for Epstein file releases and his public feud with Trump, stirring MAGA tensions. From Reuters analysis, Trump's redistricting push could bring decades of Republican rule to the U.S. House. Trump is urging Republican states like Texas to redraw House districts to secure GOP control for decades, analysts say. Texas passed a map adding 5 Republican seats, while Democrats in California plan to counter with their own redistricting. Critics warn gerrymandering could lock in Republican House control, with only 36 of 435 districts competitive in 2026. Population growth in minority communities may shift dynamics, but some say redistricting dilutes their voting power. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Chicago area mayor says federal agents tear-gassed him at a protest outside an ICE facility. In suburban Chicago, a small protest outside an ICE facility turned chaotic when federal agents clashed with demonstrators blocking a van. Evanston Mayor Daniel Biss, a Democrat running for Congress, claims he was tear-gassed, calling it terrifying and an attempt to intimidate nonviolent resistance. Protester Kat Abu Ghazala says she was thrown to the ground and hit with pepper balls amid ongoing deportations in the Midway Blitz operation that's arrested nearly 550 people. ICE reports protesters assaulted officers/tires and blocked entrances, leading to at least 10 arrests, while local officials condemn the tactics and call for facility shutdowns. From Fox News, mother furious after Rep. Crockett calls daughter murdered by illegal migrant a random dead person. The mother of murdered Maryland woman Kayla Hamilton is outraged after Rep. Jasmine Crockett referred to her daughter as a random dead person during a House debate. Crockett, a Texas Democrat, criticized Republicans for exploiting victims' stories for political gain, mentioning other ignored crimes like those tied to Jeffrey Epstein. Tammy Nobles called the comment nasty and possibly racist, remembering Kayla as happy and energetic, killed by an MS-13 member who entered the U.S. illegally. The bill named after Kayla aims to tighten screenings for unaccompanied migrant children, with supporters saying it could prevent future tragedies for Americans and migrants alike. From the Irish News US, UK to explore reparations loan for Ukraine using frozen Russian assets. The UK is set to explore using frozen Russian assets to fund a reparations loan worth billions for Ukraine's war effort against Russian aggression. Chancellor Rachel Reeves will announce plans at a European meeting emphasizing options that comply with international law while supporting Ukraine's security. This follows EU suggestions to back loans with profits from frozen assets, avoiding direct confiscation that some fear could breach laws. The UK has already committed £21.8 billion in aid and frozen £25 billion in Russian assets, with calls from some to seize them outright for Ukraine. From Law and Crime, they knew exactly what they were doing. Florida men went on a hunt and killed 4-year-old girl in hail of gunfire. 5 Florida men have been convicted of first-degree murder in the 2021 drive-by shooting that killed 4-year-old Suni Bell in Tampa. Suni was in a car with her family when 3 vehicles pursued them, firing dozens of shots in what prosecutors called a targeted hunt. Andrew Thompson, James Denson, Jalen Bedward, Quandarius Hammond, and Zvante Sampson were found guilty, with some firing weapons and others driving. Despite defenses arguing guilty by association, jurors sided with the state, leading to mandatory life sentences without parole for the senseless act. From Variety, Jimmy Kimmel and Disney work to reach compromise to bring his show back. Jimmy Kimmel and Disney are negotiating a compromise to bring Jimmy Kimmel Live back to ABC after it was pulled indefinitely. The show was preempted by major station owners like Nexstar and Sinclair following Kimmel's controversial remarks on Trump and conservative activist Charlie Kirk's death. FCC threats and political backlash from both sides have fueled criticism, with free speech advocates decrying censorship. Discussions consider staff impacts and ad revenue, but no deal is guaranteed, amid Kimmel's long tenure and other Disney projects. From CBS News, ICE threatens lawsuits if Democratic states don't hold migrants. ICE is threatening legal action against California, New York, and Illinois for not honoring immigration detainers and sanctuary policies. Letters from ICE demand compliance, warning of lawsuits via the Justice Department, and potential funding cuts for refusing to hold migrants briefly. States argue their laws build community trust and require judicial warrants, while ICE says it leads to criminal releases and more street arrests. DHS reports 400,000 arrests since Trump's term began, mostly with criminal records escalating clashes in major cities. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Minnesota Democrats revoke endorsement of Democratic Socialist candidate for Minneapolis mayor. Minnesota Democrats just pulled the plug on Omar Fateh's endorsement as a mayoral candidate after a messy convention vote. Fateh, a Democratic Socialist, won the delegate vote, but complaints about voting errors led to the state party stepping in. Incumbent Mayor Jacob Frey's team called it a flawed process, while Fateh's supporters claim it's an attack on progressive voices. With the endorsement revoked and no new convention allowed, the race is wide open for Minneapolis voters to decide. From Fox News, Hegseth authorizes 2,000 National Guard troops to carry weapons in D.C. if necessary, U.S. official. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth just greenlit nearly 2,000 National Guard troops to carry weapons in D.C. to tackle rising crime. President Trump met with law enforcement, praising their efforts as D.C.'s violent crime drops 27% since last year. The Guard can't make arrests, but can detain suspects, working closely with local and federal police. With no homicides in over a week, is this crackdown making the Capitol safer? From CBS News, Cracker Barrel loses almost $100 million in value after new logo release. Cracker Barrel's stock tanked, losing nearly $100 million after unveiling a new logo, ditching its iconic Uncle Herschel. The sleek design sparked backlash, with critics calling it generic and some even labeling it woke. The chain's trying to modernize, but experts warned alienating loyal fans could hurt more than help. Shares rebounded slightly, but is Cracker Barrel's rebrand a recipe for disaster? From USA Today, FBI searches home of Trump critic John Bolton, report says. Live updates. The FBI searched Trump critic John Bolton's Maryland home in a national security probe led by Director Kash Patel. Bolton, a former Trump advisor, faced scrutiny over classified info in his 2020 book, though no charges were filed. Trump called Bolton a lowlife, while critics slammed the raid as a vindictive move against a vocal opponent. Is this a lawful search or political payback? The debate's heating up. From The Hill, opinion. Once again, Democrats have proven how useless they are. Texas Democrats return to Austin, letting Republicans push a redistricting plan that could add 5 GOP House seats. They broke quorum to block the plan, but caved after 2 weeks, despite threats of arrests from Governor Abbott. Critics say Democrats threw away real power, letting Trump's naked power grab move forward unchallenged. With democracy at stake, will Democrats regret not fighting harder? From Late Night On, Gavin Newsom calls for late-night TV shows cancellation. California Governor Gavin Newsom mocked Trump by calling for Fox News to cancel Greg Gutfeld's late-night show. Newsom's satirical tweet mimics Trump's rant against hosts like Colbert, whose show was recently canceled. Gutfeld's show is a ratings hit, and Newsom's jab only boosts its spotlight. Is this just political theater or a sign of deeper TV wars? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, not a Democrat. John Fetterman calls Zohran Mamdani's New York City primary win a gift to the GOP. Senator John Fetterman told Fox News that Zohran Mamdani, a 33-year-old socialist, isn't a true Democrat, clashing with his policies. Mamdani's primary win, with promises like taxing the rich and free buses, is a GOP branding opportunity, Fetterman says. With Adams and Cuomo running as independents, Fetterman warns a split vote could let Mamdani win the mayoral race. Fetterman calls New York City's politics a circus mirror, saying it doesn't reflect battleground states like Pennsylvania. From CNN, Trump threatens 50% tariffs on Brazil if it doesn't stop the Bolsonaro witch hunt trial. Trump sent Brazil's President Lula a letter demanding an end to Jair Bolsonaro's trial, threatening 50% tariffs by August 1st. Bolsonaro faces coup charges, but Trump says Brazil can avoid tariffs by manufacturing in the U.S. Lula vowed retaliation, citing sovereignty. A U.S. trade surplus means American industries could face backlash. Trump sent tariff letters to 21 other countries, raising stakes in global trade negotiations. From USA Today, U.S. stocks open lower as Trump escalates trade war with Canada. Bitcoin climbs to record. U.S. stocks dropped after Trump imposed a 35% tariff on Canada, effective August 1st, escalating trade tensions. Canada, the U.S.'s second-largest trading partner, repealed a digital tax to negotiate, but blanket tariffs may rise to 20%. Meanwhile, Bitcoin hit a record $118,000, boosted by corporate adoption and upcoming crypto week in Congress. Delta Airlines' strong earnings outlook lifted some stocks, despite tariff fears impacting markets. From Newsweek, Trump departs for Texas flood zone, calls disaster horrible. President Trump called Texas's deadly floods horrible before heading to survey the damage and meet victims' families. Over 120 died and 170 missing. Trump, joined by Governor Abbott and Melania, will tour hard-hit areas like Kerrville. The Community Foundation raised $30 million, with $5 million in grants for local recovery efforts. The Salvation Army provided thousands of meals and cleanup kits, urging financial donations for ongoing relief. From Reuters, State Department starts firing more than 1,350 workers in Trump's shakeup of diplomatic corps. The State Department began firing over 1,350 employees to streamline operations under Trump's America First agenda. Secretary Rubio called the department bloated, cutting roles like civilian security to focus on core diplomacy. Critics, including Senator Tim Kaine, warned the cuts weaken U.S. influence against rivals like China and Russia. Over 130 retired diplomats opposed the overhaul as the U.S. navigates a new era of global competition. From the post-millennial, FBI investigates apparent shooter at ICE raid on California weed farm. The FBI offers $50,000 for info on a shooter who fired at federal officers during an ICE raid at a California weed farm. The raid at Glass House Farms sparked protests, with agents using smoke canisters to disperse crowds. Authorities found 10 minors, including 8 unaccompanied, working illegally, prompting a child labor investigation. Governor Newsom criticized the raid, while Glass House Farms cooperated with ICE's search warrant. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, HHS slashes funding for mRNA vaccine development. HHS announced it's winding down 22 mRNA vaccine projects, redirecting funds to other platforms like whole virus vaccines. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. claims mRNA vaccines don't effectively protect against respiratory infections, despite evidence showing they prevent severe COVID and flu outcomes. Experts like Dr. Peter Hotez warn this could weaken biosecurity, arguing mRNA's speed and safety were critical during the pandemic. Contracts with Moderna, Emory, and others are being cut, sparking debate over innovation versus safety concerns. From Fox News, Senate Democrats are feverishly recruiting top candidates to win back majority in 2026 midterms. Former North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is running to replace retiring Senator Tom Tillis, a major coup for Democrats in a key battleground. In Ohio, Democrats are eyeing former Senator Sherrod Brown to challenge Republican John Husted in a state trending red. New Hampshire's Rep. Chris Pappas is set to run for an open Senate seat, clearing the Democratic primary field. In Georgia, Senator John Ossoff faces a tough re-election, but his strong fundraising could give him an edge. From USA Today, why jobs revisions that led Trump to fire statistics head were so huge. President Trump fired the Bureau of Labor Statistics head after a report showed just 73,000 jobs added in July, with May and June revised down by 258,000. Trump claimed the numbers were rigged to hurt Republicans, but economists say the revisions reflect a slowing economy, not manipulation. Trump's tariffs and immigration crackdowns have slowed hiring, with small businesses hit hard, leading to lower survey responses. The revisions align job data with weak GDP growth, showing an economy growing at just 1.2% annually, driven by productivity, not jobs. From the Associated Press, what is chikungunya, the virus now spreading in southern China? Over 7,000 cases of chikungunya, a mosquito-borne virus, have been reported in Foshan, China, marking the country's largest outbreak. Authorities are spraying insecticides and fining residents for leaving water sources where mosquitoes breed, fueled by heavy rains. Symptoms include fever, joint pain, and rashes, with severe cases causing long-term pain, though deaths are rare. Chikungunya is common in Africa, Asia, and the Americas, with climate change and urban growth driving more outbreaks. From NBC News, Trump hikes India tariffs to 50% for buying Russian oil. President Trump doubled tariffs on India to 50% for importing Russian oil, accusing them of fueling Russia's war machine. The new 25% tariff stacks on an existing 25%, effective immediately, targeting India's growing role in U.S. smartphone imports. India produces 44% of U.S. smartphone imports, including iPhones, which Trump once manufactured in the U.S. instead. The move follows Trump's high tariffs on China as he pushes to reshape global supply chains amid trade tensions. From The Independent, Ghislaine Maxwell told Justice Department she never saw Trump do anything concerning with Epstein, report says. Elaine Maxwell told the DOJ she never saw Trump do anything concerning with Jeffrey Epstein during hours-long meeting. Trump and Epstein were friends in the 90s, but their relationship ended in 2007 after Epstein allegedly harassed a Mar-a-Lago member's daughter. The Trump admin is considering releasing Maxwell's interview transcripts amid calls for transparency in the Epstein case. Maxwell opposes unsealing grand jury transcripts, citing harm to her case, while victims demand more openness. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Trump to visit Alligator Alcatraz for grand opening of Swampy Everglades Detention Center for Illegal Aliens. Dubbed Alligator Alcatraz, this facility in the Everglades is set to house 5,000 migrants. Built on a former airport, it's surrounded by alligators and pythons, making escapes unlikely. Environmentalists and Democrats protest, citing ecological damage and humanitarian concerns. Governor DeSantis backs the center, but a lawsuit aims to halt its operations. From CNN, U.S. revokes visas of British rap punk duo Bob Vylan after chant against Israeli military. At Glastonbury, the band led chants against the Israeli military, sparking outrage. Their Free Palestine message and chants led to U.S. visa revocations. UK officials and the BBC condemned the performance as inciting violence. The band stands by their words, but their U.S. tour is now in jeopardy. From the Associated Press, Nebraska Republican Rep. Don Bacon cites political dysfunction in deciding not to seek re-election. Nebraska's Rep. Don Bacon won't run again, citing a polarized political climate. Representing a swing district, Bacon balanced bipartisan votes with GOP loyalty. He wants more time with family and believes a new Republican can hold the seat. Democrats eye a flip with John Kavanaugh leading the race for 2026. From ABC News, Supreme Court to hear Republican challenge to campaign spending limits. The Supreme Court will review limits on coordinated campaign spending. Republicans argue these caps violate First Amendment rights. GOP leaders say lifting limits will boost their 2026 midterm chances. A ruling could unleash a flood of spending in future elections. From USA Today, everybody's shot. Horror of ambush on Idaho firefighters unfolding. A sniper set a fire to lure and kill 2 Idaho firefighters in a deadly ambush. 1 firefighter survived, while the shooter was found dead after a police shootout. The attack stunned Coeur d'Alene, a quiet hiking destination. Governor Little calls it a heinous assault as investigations continue. From CBS, Senate kicks off vote-a-rama on Trump's Big Beautiful Bill. The Senate debates Trump's massive tax bill in a marathon vote-a-rama. It boosts border security and defense but cuts healthcare, adding $3.3 trillion to the deficit. Some Republicans, like Tom Tillis, oppose Medicaid cuts and urge caution. With the tight vote, Vice President Vance may break a tie to pass the bill by July 4th. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Treasury sanctions brutally violent cartel for timeshare fraud in tourist destination, warns Americans. In Puerto Vallarta, the Cartel de Jalisco Nueva Generación runs timeshare fraud targeting U.S. citizens, especially the elderly. The Treasury sanctioned 4 individuals and 13 companies linked to the cartel who trick victims into paying fake fees for non-existent deals. These scams have cost Americans millions, with some seniors losing their life savings over years-long schemes. Officials urge research before buying timeshares in Mexico and beware of offers that seem too good to be true. From CNN, Trump announces Kennedy Center honorees as he tries to put his stamp on D.C. President Trump announced George Strait, Sylvester Stallone, Gloria Gaynor, and KISS as Kennedy Center honorees. He's taken over the center's board, vowing to end woke programming and launch a $250 million renovation. Democrats and artists like the Hamilton producer slammed the move, citing politicization of the iconic venue. Trump's pushing new programming like a faith-based film to reshape DC's cultural scene. From Newsweek, Elon Musk suffers legal blow in war with Sam Altman. A judge ruled Elon Musk must face claims of a harassment campaign against OpenAI and co-founder Sam Altman. Musk, who co-founded OpenAI but left in 2019, is accused of targeting Altman with lawsuits and social media attacks. OpenAI says Musk's actions are unfair business practices driven by rivalry as he builds AI with xAI's Grok. Musk calls Altman Scam Altman on X. A federal trial is set for March in California. From CBS News, McDonald's Japan scraps Pokemon card Happy Meals after grown-ups get greedy. McDonald's Japan halted a Pokemon card Happy Meal campaign after resellers bought them out in a day. Grown-ups trashed the food, leaving mounds of waste outside stores to resell the coveted cards for big profits. The cards meant for kids were resold for hundreds online, sparking outrage from parents and fans. McDonald's apologized, vowing to limit purchases and restore the Happy Meals family-friendly. From the Associated Press, Israeli gunfire kills at least 25 in Gaza as Netanyahu says he will allow Palestinians to leave. Israeli gunfire killed at least 25 Palestinians seeking aid in Gaza, witnesses and health officials report. Prime Minister Netanyahu announced plans to allow Palestinians to leave Gaza for a planned military offensive, raising ethnic cleansing fears. Victims were shot near aid sites as Israel targets Hamas but faces criticism for blocking humanitarian deliveries. Ceasefire talks resumed in Cairo, but Israel's not joining as Hamas demands a lasting truce and hostage release. From the Daily Caller, Texas House Democrats relent and head home. Texas House Democrats are returning to Austin after weeks of fleeing to block a GOP redistricting session. They claimed success in delaying maps that could favor Republicans in the U.S. House, drawing national attention. The Senate passed a map shifting Democratic districts to GOP strongholds, but the House lacked a quorum. AG Paxton called for vacating Democrats' seats as focus shifts to flood relief and future sessions. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From USA Today, Supreme Court sides with straight women in reverse discrimination case. The Supreme Court just made a unanimous ruling in favor of Marlene Ames, a straight woman who sued her employer for discrimination. Ames claimed she lost promotions at the Ohio Department of Youth Services to less qualified gay candidates, sparking a reverse discrimination debate. The court struck down a rule requiring majority groups to prove unusual employer bias, saying it conflicts with the Civil Rights Act. Justice Jackson wrote that the law applies equally to all, potentially opening the door to more lawsuits. Ames's case now continues in lower courts. From ABC News, Israel recovers bodies of 2 American-Israeli hostages from Gaza. Israeli forces recovered the bodies of Judy Weinstein-Hagi and Gadi Hagi, American-Israeli hostages killed by Hamas on October 7, 2023. The couple, aged 70 and 72, were from Nir Oz near Gaza, taken during Hamas's brutal attack. A special operation in Khan Yunis brought their bodies home as Israel vows to recover all hostages, living or dead. Netanyahu says 56 hostages remain, with 20 believed alive. The mission continues. From CNN, Supreme Court backs Catholic Charities' push to object to state taxes on religious grounds. The Supreme Court unanimously ruled for Catholic Charities in Wisconsin, granting them an exemption from state unemployment taxes. The court found Wisconsin's tax law discriminated against Catholicism by denying exemptions based on theological differences. Justice Sotomayor wrote that the state can't favor one religion over another, a win for religious groups nationwide. The decision could impact tax exemptions for religious organizations in 47 states, raising big questions about church-state lines. From Fox News, blue state Republicans threaten rebellion if Senate changes key provision in Trump's Big Beautiful Bill. House Republicans from blue states like New York and California are warning the Senate not to touch Trump's Big Beautiful Bill. They're fighting to keep a raised $40,000 SALT deduction cap, saying it's vital for high-tax state residents. Rep. Maliotakis says it's about stopping double taxation, but Senate Republicans see it as subsidizing high-tax states. Speaker Johnson is urging the Senate to keep the bill intact as the House's slim majority hangs in the balance. From the Wall Street Journal, Trump says he discussed trade rare earths in call with China's Xi. President Trump had a 90-minute call with China's Xi Jinping, focusing on trade and rare earth minerals critical for U.S. industries. Trump says they resolved issues around rare earth exports, but China's report was less upbeat, urging the U.S. to ease trade restrictions. Both sides agreed to new trade talks soon, with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent leading the U.S. team. Analysts question if Xi made firm commitments as tensions over tariffs and tech controllers linger. From the Post-Millennial, Trump disappointed over Musk's break with admin over Big Beautiful Bill. Elon said he never got to read it. President Trump is disappointed in Elon Musk after the ex-owner called Trump's Big Beautiful Bill a disgusting abomination. Musk claims he never saw the bill, passed quickly by the House, which raises the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. Trump says Musk was fine until EV mandates were cut, but Musk demands a slim and beautiful bill with less spending. The bill faces Senate pushback, with the CBO warning of a $2.4 trillion deficit increase over a decade. From CNN, Paramount settles Trump's 60 Minutes lawsuit with $16 million payout and no apology. Paramount Global just settled a lawsuit with President Trump over a 60 Minutes report for a hefty $16 million. The suit claimed CBS edited a Kamala Harris interview to favor her, sparking Trump's accusations of election interference. Paramount's payout will fund Trump's future presidential library, but no apology was issued, despite legal experts calling the suit frivolous. Critics say Paramount caved due to pressure from a pending merger needing Trump administration approval. Is this a win for free speech or a corporate compromise? From Fox News, MAGA rival attempts to push longtime Trump ally out of Senate. Former South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Andre Bauer is challenging Senator Lindsey Graham in the 2026 GOP primary. Bauer, a Trump loyalist, calls Graham a globalist, who's soft on immigration and spending, accusing him of betraying South Carolina. Despite Trump's endorsement of Graham, Bauer touts his early 2016 support for Trump and his America First credentials. With Republicans dominating South Carolina, this primary could be a fierce MAGA showdown. Who's got your vote? From the Daily Beast, Obama and Bush unite in rare move against Trump. Former presidents Obama and Bush team up to blast Trump's decision to gut the U.S. Agency for International Development. Trump's administration slashed 90% of USAID's contracts, folding it into a new America First State Department program. Elon Musk's efficiency push led to USAID's workforce dropping from 10,000 to just 300, risking millions of lives, says a Lancet study. Obama calls it a tragedy. Bush says it weakens America's heart. The White House insists it's about self-reliance. Who's right? From CBS News, is Trump really close to securing an Israel-Hamas ceasefire for Gaza? President Trump claims Israel's ready for a 60-day ceasefire, with Hamas urging the group to accept the deal. Israeli sources say it's just a framework, not a done deal, while Hamas demands a full end to the war and Israeli withdrawal. Far-right Israeli ministers may block the deal, complicating Netanyahu's upcoming meeting with Trump. Meanwhile, Gaza's humanitarian crisis worsens, with 640 civilians reportedly killed seeking aid. Is peace within reach? From NBC News, Could an Elon Musk third party disrupt American politics? Elon Musk is threatening to launch a new America Party after clashing with Trump over a $3.3 trillion spending bill. Musk wants a party focused on slashing national debt, calling both parties a Porky Pig party. With growing independent voters, Musk's Wealth and X platform could fuel a third-party push, but experts say it's a tough road. Trump fired back, threatening Musk's businesses. Could this spark a political revolution or just fizzle out? From The Federalist, not everyone with U.S. citizenship is actually an American. A 1940 pamphlet says being American means loving the nation, its constitution, and shared values, not just holding citizenship. It warns against hyphenated Americanism, urging immigrants to fully embrace a unified American identity. The article claims figures like New York City's new mayor Zohran Mamdani, a naturalized citizen, isn't American due to his socialist views. Critics argue this view risks division, but the piece calls for enforcing loyalty to American principles. Is citizenship enough? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Democratic Texas lawmaker passes 24-hour mark on state House floor after refusing GOP demand for law enforcement escort. In a dramatic protest, Texas Democratic Rep. Nicole Collier has spent over 24 hours on the House floor, refusing Republican demands for a law enforcement escort after Democrats returned from fleeing the state. Democrats left to block a GOP redistricting plan they say harms minority voters. Now back, most accepted escorts to move freely, but Collier stands firm, calling it an attack on her dignity. Joined by colleagues overnight with snacks in tow, Collier vows to protect her constituents' rights amid threats of gerrymandering that could add Republican seats. The House now has quorum, but the standoff highlights the fierce battle over voting maps, sparking a nationwide redistricting debate. From Fox News, Newsom-backed high-speed rail boondoggle hit with new House investigation. California's ambitious high-speed rail project, backed by Governor Gavin Newsom, faces a new House investigation over skyrocketing costs and questionable projections. Approved in 2008 at $33 billion, the price tag has ballooned up to $128 billion, with delays pushing service to 2030, far from original goals. Republicans are probing if ridership estimates were misleading to secure funds, especially after the Trump admin pulled $4 billion and called it a boondoggle. Newsom defends it as vital for jobs, but critics demand accountability as litigation continues over federal funding. From CBS News, Venezuela deploying millions of militia after outlandish threats by U.S. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is deploying 4.5 million militia members in response to what he calls outlandish U.S. threats, including a doubled $50 million bounty on his arrest. Accused by the U.S. of leading a drug cartel, Maduro blasts renewed sanctions and anti-drug operations in the Caribbean, vowing to arm peasant and worker forces. The U.S. has deployed vessels and targeted Latin America cartels, while Maduro thanks supporters and claims to defend sovereignty. With a militia founded by Hugo Chavez, official numbers hit 5 million, though estimates vary, amid ongoing tensions over elections and sanctions. From The Telegraph, Netanyahu has pushed Hamas to the brink of destruction. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's aggressive stance may be pushing Hamas toward a ceasefire, as reports suggest they've agreed to release hostages in a 60-day truce proposal. After European recognitions of Palestine emboldened Hamas and stalled talks, Israel's plan to expand operations in Gaza adds pressure, aiming to dismantle remaining guerrilla forces. Backed by Egypt and Qatar, the deal involves 10 living hostages and 18 bodies, but Israel insists on all hostages freed at once for any permanent peace. Amid criticisms that Hamas exploits civilian deaths, the IDF sees a turning point after 22 months, though uncertainties linger in this complex conflict. From The Independent, I don't regret it. Duo arrested after decapitating roommate and confessing to their alleged crime. Two men, Rainer Joyner and David DeGroot, face first-degree murder charges after allegedly killing and dismembering their Army veteran roommate, Matthew McLaughlin. The former soldiers with desertion warrants confessed to ambushing McLaughlin over rumors and drugs, shooting him and scattering remains along a highway. Joyner showed no remorse, saying he doesn't regret it. While DeGraut claimed he was forced to help, authorities call it premeditated. Friends remember McLaughlin as kind and sweet, met during service in Georgia, as the investigation reveals a chilling betrayal. From the Daily Express, Fox News halted mid-air for breaking news as President Trump issues serious warning. Fox News broke into programming as President Trump shared optimism on Ukraine peace after summits, warning of ongoing challenges amid the Russia conflict. At an Alaska summit, Trump whispered assurances and believes Putin agreed to security for Ukrainians, urging Europe to share the burden. Zelensky called talks constructive. Starmer thanked Trump for progress, and leaders like Melania and Merz praised his role in negotiations. Trump eyes a tri-party meeting with Putin and Zelensky for a lasting accord, preferring ceasefire but noting it's not immediate yet attainable. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, if Trump loses his tariff lawsuit, America may have to refund businesses more than $200 billion. A federal appeals court ruled Trump's use of emergency powers for tariffs on countries like China, India, and Brazil is illegal. Plans to appeal to the Supreme Court, warning a loss could devastate the economy, but businesses have paid over $210 billion in these tariffs. If upheld, refunds could be issued, though the process might require claims or lawsuits, and it could increase government borrowing and inflation risks. Experts say tariffs might stay in place during appeals, but a final loss means stopping collections and potential economic ripple effects. From Fox News, nobody's in control as chaotic street takeovers terrorize cities across U.S., crime expert. Street takeovers are surging across U.S. cities, with vehicles blocking roads, doing stunts, and causing fear among residents. Expert Peter Moskos says these events are dangerous, disrupt quality of life, and make it seem like no one's in control of public order. Recent incidents in LA, Tampa, Boston, and more led to arrests, vehicle seizures, and citations, but social media fuels the trend. Solutions include political crackdowns, cultural shifts, and physical barriers to deter participants and restore safety. From Newsweek, Trump's tariff gamble could trigger a $500 billion Treasury crisis. Opinion. The appeals court ruled against Trump's emergency power for tariffs, setting up a Supreme Court battle that could force over $500 billion in refunds with interest. Trump warns a loss could spark a Great Depression-like crisis as tariffs affect trillions in trade without clear congressional approval. Refunds would require massive borrowing, potentially spiking yields and stressing already weak Treasury markets amid deficits. A ruling could challenge other tariffs too, creating broader fiscal issues and market panic amplified by Trump's warnings. From USA Today, why is Trump moving Space Command headquarters to Alabama? Inside the decision. President Trump is relocating U.S. Space Command headquarters from Colorado Springs to Huntsville, Alabama, reversing Biden's decision. Huntsville, known as Rocket City, hosts NASA and defense firms, aligning with the Air Force's original preference for the site. The command handles space operations like satellite defense and missile warnings, separate from Space Force. Alabama leaders celebrate jobs and investment, while Colorado officials criticize it as wasteful and risky to national security. From MSNBC, Jeanine Pirro wants all violent teens off Washington, D.C.'s street, except one. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, tough on D.C. juvenile crime, let a 19-year-old convicted of armed carjacking walk free despite probation violations. The teen posted with a rifle online, but Pirro's office stopped prosecuting unlicensed long gun carrying, leading to probation termination. This contrasts with conservative views on crime versus guns amid debates after a Minneapolis church shooting killing children. Critics say it ignores gun prevalence and violence, while Pirro focuses on intent over instruments in prosecutions. From the Mirror US, ABC's David Muir fans fume. Where's the proof as he drops breaking Donald Trump news? ABC's David Muir reported President Trump's announcement of a U.S. military strike on a Venezuelan boat in the Caribbean. Trump said the vessel carried drugs for the U.S., killing 11 alleged gang members from Venezuela's Tren de Aragua. Fans questioned the proof of drugs, calling it aggressive and wondering why not intercept via Coast Guard instead. Comments highlighted potential environmental harm and execution without arrest, sparking uproar over the escalation. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Russia launches second biggest air assault of Ukraine war, killing 19 and damaging EU building. Russia unleashed its second largest air assault on Ukraine since the invasion began, bombarding Kiev overnight with 598 drones and 31 missiles. The attack killed 19 people, including 4 children, and damaged EU and British Council buildings, prompting diplomatic summons from multiple countries. President Zelensky called it a deliberate civilian killing, rejecting calls for ceasefire, while Russia claims it targeted military sites and remains open to talks. Survivors shared harrowing stories, like a man searching for his missing wife amid destroyed homes, as Kiev declares a day of mourning. From Fox News, U.S. agencies distance themselves from Chinese-founded PDF software. Foxit, a PDF software company founded in China, has been used by various U.S. agencies, but scrutiny over its ties prompted changes. After inquiries, Foxit removed mentions of government clients from its site. Agencies like MDA, State Department, and DHS confirmed they've ended or banned its use. The parent company is listed in Shanghai and subject to Chinese laws that could compel intelligence sharing, raising data security concerns. Experts warn even routine data could be valuable to adversaries, comparing it to TikTok's structure as Foxit expands globally. From The Independent, Trump team has fined immigrants who didn't self-deport $6 billion, and now it's coming to collect. The Trump administration has issued over 21,500 fines totaling $6 billion to immigrants ignoring deportation orders up to $1,000 daily. DHS offers self-deportation incentives like $1,000 aid and free flights via an app, waiving fines, but critics call it misleading due to re-entry bans. Now collecting via lawsuits, debt agencies, and IRS reporting, treating unpaid fines as taxable income, affecting low-wage workers. Stories include a Honduran mother facing $2 million in fines. The policy revokes statuses for millions, expanding deportation targets. From the Daily Beast, hot mic catches Republicans saying Trump is in the Epstein files. At a GOP meeting, Rep. Mike Collins was caught on hot mic saying he believes Trump is in the Epstein files. Collins claims Trump reported Epstein to the FBI and kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, insisting no wrongdoing but supporting release. His spokesman called it a nothing burger, echoing White House denials of reports that Trump was briefed on his mention in the files. Released files were heavily redacted with no major revelations. Musk once claimed Trump was in them, but Trump dismissed it as old news. From USA Today, Cracker Barrel to return to old-timer logo after Trump customer backlash. Cracker Barrel unveiled a simplified new logo with its fall menu, but faced immediate backlash from customers and politicians. Fans called it too modern, like a Denny's with a gift shop. Stock dropped 7% as complaints poured in. President Trump criticized the change on Truth Social. The company listened and announced a return to the classic old-timer logo. The decision drew praise, with stock rising over 9%. Cracker Barrel thanked guests for their passion and commitment to tradition. From the Western Journal, armed Chicago area mom refuses to become a statistic, takes matters into her own hands during home invasion. In Joliet, Illinois, a mother with her baby hid in a closet after hearing a break-in on August 15th. Armed, she shot the intruder, Shelby Hurd, in the head when he entered the bedroom. He died at the scene. Hurd, 36, was on parole for burglaries, with a history of convictions including felon in possession of a weapon. Despite Illinois' strict gun laws, the mother's actions highlight self-defense. An investigation is ongoing amid Chicago area crime concerns. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump administration accuses Columbia University of violating federal civil rights law by failing to protect Jewish students. The Trump administration accuses Columbia University of failing to protect Jewish students from harassment since October 2023, alleging violations of federal civil rights law. The claim cites a hostile environment for Jewish students amid protests linked to the Israel-Gaza conflict, with Columbia accused of inadequate responses to vandalism and complaints. The Department of Health and Human Services says Columbia didn't act effectively until last summer, risking federal funding if changes aren't made. Columbia insists it's committed to fighting anti-Semitism and is working with the government to address these concerns. From Newsweek, Donald Trump removes dozens of NSC officials in liquidation. President Trump is drastically cutting the National Security Council, dismissing dozens of staff and sending others back to their home agencies. Described as a liquidation, the overhaul follows the removal of NSC head Mike Waltz after a messaging scandal, with Marco Rubio now acting advisor. Staff were given 30 minutes to clear out as Trump aims to shrink the federal government's size and scope. Critics question if this slimmed-down NSC can still function effectively. What's next for national security? From Fox News, New Orleans police make another arrest in ongoing jail escape investigation. New Orleans police arrested Emmett Weber, accused of helping inmates escape from Orleans Parish Jail on May 16th. Weber is one of several suspects charged with aiding escapees, with 5 of the 10 fugitives still at large. The escapees face serious charges like murder and weapons violations, and authorities warn they're armed and dangerous. Police are urging the public to stay vigilant as the manhunt continues. From Bloomberg, Trump signs orders to revive U.S. leadership in nuclear power. President Trump signed orders to boost U.S. nuclear power, aiming to build new reactors and revive the industry. The plan targets small, innovative reactors and large-scale projects to meet rising energy demands from AI and data centers. Trump wants 10 new reactors by 2030 and faster approvals, but some worry about regulatory risks and costs. Can the U.S. reclaim its nuclear lead over China and Russia? Stay tuned. From the Associated Press, Defense Secretary Hegseth, bedeviled by leaks, orders more restrictions on press at Pentagon. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is tightening press access at the Pentagon after embarrassing leaks citing national security. Reporters now need escorts in key areas and new badges. Moves from the Pentagon Press Association calls an attack on press freedom. Leaks about military plans and a messaging scandal prompted the restrictions, raising tensions with the media. Will these rules protect secrets or limit transparency? The debate heats up. From USA Today, illegal border crossings have plunged. DHS still says it needs billions to build a wall. DHS is requesting $45.6 billion for a border wall, despite illegal crossings dropping to 8,400 in April from 129,000 last year. Secretary Noem claims the border is the most secure ever, but says vulnerable areas need more fencing and tech. Senate Republicans question the high cost, with estimates suggesting far less is needed for the 1,950-mile border. As Congress debates, will the wall get funded or scrapped? Stay tuned. Hello everybody, and welcome to another episode of Just Some News, where we go over news articles and give an unbiased summary. Let's hop into it. From CNN, Trump's tariff and Fed chair U-turn boosts markets. President Trump's tariff threats on China and talk of firing Fed Chair Jerome Powell had markets on edge. After warnings of empty shelves, Trump met with retail CEOs and backed off firing Powell while signaling trade talks with China. The Dow jumped 678 points, S&P 500 rose 2.3%, and Nasdaq climbed 3.3%, but rebalancing trade could take years. From Fox News, outrage over California's early release of immigrant convicted in teens' deaths. California's plan to release an undocumented immigrant who killed 2 teens in a 2021 drunk driving crash has sparked outrage. Trump's border czar Tom Homan vows ICE will deport Oscar Ortega Anguiano, a repeat offender with prior convictions. Victims' families demand he stay locked up, but California's sanctuary policies may block ICE's detainer. From NBC, Trump blames Zelensky for stalling Ukraine-Russia peace talks. President Trump slammed Ukraine's Zelensky for rejecting Russia's control of Crimea, saying it's stalling peace talks. London talks collapsed after U.S. officials Rubio and Witkoff pulled out, with both sides rejecting a land for peace deal. Ukraine and Russia signal ongoing talks, but Crimea remains a major hurdle. Can peace be achieved? From the AP, Trump's election overhaul targets little-known agency. President Trump's executive order to overhaul elections targets the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. Trump wants proof of citizenship on voter registration forms, but lawsuits argue the independent agency can't be ordered to act. The agency's board meets Thursday, but changes could take years and face legal battles. From CBS, FBI reports a record $16.6 billion lost to online scams in 2024. The FBI says scammers stole a record $16.6 billion in 2024, up 33% from last year. Seniors over 60 lost $4.8 billion, with investment scams leading to $6.5 billion. Cryptocurrency was the top payment method. Ransomware rose 9%, and the true loss is likely higher as many don't report. From USA Today, poll shows Trump losing trust on economy. A Pew poll shows 59% of Americans disapprove of President Trump's economic handling as his 100-day mark nears. Confidence in his economic decisions fell from 59% to 45% since November, with 6 in 10 opposing his tariffs. While the core supporters stay loyal, swing voters are slipping and 67% doubt he can unite the country. And that's all the news stories we have for you today, my friends. Please leave a like, comment, subscribe. It greatly helps the channel. And remember, it's not any news, just some news. Thanks for watching. From CNN, America's incredible stock market rebound could be completed today. On April 8th, stocks nearly hit a bear market, but just 80 days later, the S&P 500 soared to $6,183.64, with the Nasdaq also hitting record highs. Trump's tariffs raised fears, but trade deals with the UK and China, plus a rare earth market reopening, calmed investors. The AI boom and hopes for Fed rate cuts fuel the rally, but high valuations and debt ceiling talks could spell trouble. Will the party last? Middle East tensions and tariff risks loom. Stay tuned. From Fox News, human smugglers sentenced in horrific Texas truck deaths of 53 migrants. In June 2022, 66 migrants were trapped in a 100-degree trailer near San Antonio with no AC. Tragically, 53 died, including 6 children. Smugglers Felipe Orduna Torres got life. Armando Gonzalez Ortega got 87.5 years for their roles in this deadly smuggling attempt. The judge warned smugglers of harsh penalties. A third suspect was extradited from Guatemala to face charges. The deadliest smuggling case in U.S. history exposes the dangers of illegal crossings. From NBC News, Republican senators propose slashing size of Intel office led by Tulsi Gabbard. Senator Tom Cotton's bill aims to cut the Office of National Intelligence, led by Tulsi Gabbard, from 1,600 to 650 staff. Gabbard already reduced staff by 20%, but Cotton wants ODNI to focus on coordinating spy agencies, not duplicating their work. The plan shifts counterterrorism to the FBI and cuts centers like climate security to streamline operations. Will Trump's team back it? The bill's fate is unclear, but reform is brewing. From ABC News, Supreme Court rejects challenge to Obamacare mandate task force. In a 6-3 ruling, the Supreme Court upheld the Obamacare task force that mandates free preventative care for 150 million Americans. Christian businesses challenged the task force's power, arguing its members lack Senate oversight, but the court disagreed. Justices Thomas Alito and Gorsuch dissented, but the ruling secures free screenings and meds for millions. Health advocates celebrate, but future challenges may arise. What's next? From CBS News, Trump praises Supreme Court ruling on nationwide injunctions. The Supreme Court curbed federal judges' use of nationwide injunctions in a 6-3 ruling, a win for Trump's agenda. The decision, tied to Trump's birthright citizenship order, limits courts from broadly blocking executive actions. Trump praised Justice Barrett's opinion, saying it protects democracy. Sotomayor warned it could threaten rights like gun ownership. The ruling may speed up Trump's policies, but debates over birthright citizenship continue. From the Washington Post, Supreme Court sides with religious parents seeking to opt out of LGBTQ storybooks. In a 6-3 ruling, the Supreme Court said Maryland parents can opt kids out of lessons with LGBTQ+ themed books, citing religious freedom. The case involved books like Uncle Bobby's Wedding. Parents wanted opt-outs, which the schools stopped allowing. Justice Alito said schools can't force kids into lessons clashing with parents' beliefs. Sotomayor warned of public education risks. This could reshape school policies nationwide. Will more opt-outs follow? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Trump assassination attempt aftermath. Reactions from Inner Circle revealed in new book. A new book reveals the chaos after the July 2024 attempt on President Trump's life in Pennsylvania. Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, saw the blood and rushed to safety as gunshots rang out. Advisor Dan Scavino grabbed Trump's blood-stained MAGA cap as they fled to the hospital. Trump, refusing a stretcher, joked with aides and got calls from unexpected allies like Zuckerberg and Bezos. From CNN, a plea deal is set to keep Bryan Kohberger locked up for life. The family of one of the Idaho victims is furious. The family of slain Idaho student Kaylee Goncalves is furious over a plea deal for suspect Bryan Kohberger. Kohberger, charged with killing 4 students in 2022, will plead guilty to avoid the death penalty. The Goncalves family calls it shocking and cruel, upset they weren't consulted. But Madison Mogen's dad accepts the deal, hoping to move forward without a trial. From CBS News, Trump tours Alligator Alcatraz Immigration Detention Center in Florida. President Trump toured a new immigration detention center in Florida's Everglades dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. The facility, set to open Wednesday, will house thousands with tight security and 24/7 AC. Governor DeSantis and DHS Secretary Noem say it's a model for deportations. Critics, including protesters, call it inhumane, while environmental groups sue to stop it. From the Wall Street Journal, the Trump-Musk feud reignites over Republicans' mega bill. The Trump-Musk bromance is over as Elon slams the GOP's massive spending bill. Musk calls it fiscally irresponsible and threatens to start a new America party. Trump hits back, threatening to cut Musk's contracts and even deport him. Tesla shares dropped as the feud escalates, with Musk vowing to back anti-bill Republicans. From ABC News, Trump admin live updates. Vance casts tie-breaking vote to pass mega bill in Senate. Vice President J.D. Vance casts the tie-breaking vote to pass Trump's tax and immigration bill. The Senate split 50-50, with 3 Republicans opposing the $1 trillion deficit adding measure. House Speaker Johnson vows to fast-track it for Trump's desk by July 4th. Trump, thrilled at Alligator Alcatraz, calls it a big, beautiful bill with something for everyone. From the Post-Millennial, national pride among Dems tanks, only 36% very proud to be American, Gallup poll. A Gallup poll shows only 58% of U.S. adults are highly proud to be American, down 9% from 2024. Democrats drive the drop, with just 36% feeling very proud compared to 90% of Republicans. Younger Americans, especially Gen Z Democrats, show the least pride amid economic and political divides. The decline, sharpest since 2017, reflects growing national pessimism, says Gallup. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From NBC News, Lee Jae-myung projected to win South Korean presidency, ending months of political turmoil. South Korea has a new president. Liberal Lee Jae-myung is projected to win with 51.7% of the vote, defeating conservative Kim Moon-soo after a chaotic martial law crisis. The snap election, triggered by former President Yoon's impeachment, saw massive turnout as voters rejected the conservative turmoil. Lee, a former human rights lawyer, vows to restore democracy, boost the economy, and navigate U.S. tariffs under Trump. But with ongoing trials and a polarized nation, can Lee unite South Korea? His leadership begins now. From Bloomberg, Penn wins dismissal of anti-Semitism lawsuit by Jewish students. A federal judge dismissed a lawsuit by Jewish students against the University of Pennsylvania, claiming the school failed to show intentional discrimination. The students sued under the Civil Rights Act, alleging a hostile environment after Hamas's 2023 attack on Israel. Judge Goldberg ruled Penn didn't act anti-Semitically, only tolerated differing viewpoints, but students can refile their claims. Meanwhile, Harvard faces harsher penalties, with Trump freezing $2.6 billion in funding over similar anti-Semitism claims. From Fox News, House Dems urge GOP to condemn DHS for handcuffing Rep. Nadler staffer, order Noem to testify. House Democrats demand GOP Chairman Jim Jordan condemn DHS for handcuffing a staffer in Rep. Nadler's office during a security check. Nadler and Raskin call the move an intimidation tactic, saying agents demanded access to private areas without concern for staff safety. They're urging DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to testify, accusing her agency of overstepping legal boundaries. DHS claims it was responding to a protest nearby, but Dems say it's part of Trump's reckless immigration crackdown. From the Associated Press, Republican push for proof of citizenship to vote proves a tough sell in the states. Republicans led by Trump are pushing for proof of citizenship to vote, but efforts are stalling in states like Texas and Missouri. A Texas bill requiring all 18.6 million voters to prove citizenship failed to pass, with critics citing voter inconvenience. Voting rights groups warn it could disenfranchise millions, especially women with name changes, as seen in New Hampshire. Non-citizen voting is rare, but Trump insists it's needed for election confidence. Will these laws gain traction? From USA Today, Boulder suspect left journal with family, says he has no regrets. Mohammed Solomon, a 45-year-old Egyptian, attacked pro-Jewish protesters in Boulder with Molotov cocktails, injuring 12. Solomon, who planned the attack for a year, told police he wanted supporters of Israel to die and has no regrets. Facing hate crime and attempted murder charges, he could get life in prison. His daughter, a scholarship winner, had no knowledge. Trump and Rubio vowed to deport terrorist sympathizers, citing Solomon's expired visa and asylum claim. From CNN, dozens of Palestinians killed near Gaza aid distribution point, health officials say, in third day of shooting. For the third day, Israeli forces fired on Palestinians near a Gaza aid site, killing 27 and wounding dozens per health officials. The Rafah site, run by the U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, saw chaos as people sought food amid famine. Israel claims they fired warning shots at suspects a kilometer away, but the UN calls for an investigation into the attacks. With hospitals overwhelmed, Palestinians like Nawal al-Masri call the aid sites a trap. Will justice follow? From CNN, despite Trump's tough tone now, things were much worse in Washington when the National Guard was rolled out in 1968. In 1968, after Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination, Washington, D.C. erupted in riots. Buildings burned, thousands arrested, and over 13,000 troops deployed to restore order. Residents recall chaos like war zones, with flames, looting, and military jeeps everywhere, far worse than today's scene. Now Trump deploys 800 Guard troops, claiming lawlessness, but locals and data show crime dropping after a 2023 spike, with guards mostly standing by landmarks. DC officials dispute Trump's dire portrayal, calling it exaggerated, while suing over federal overreach in the Capitol. From Fox News, Sydney Sweeney rocks blue jeans as she breaks social media silence after American Eagle ad controversy. Sydney Sweeney breaks her social media silence after the American Eagle Good Jeans ad stirs controversy, posting fun night out pics in denim. The campaign featuring Sweeney highlighting her great jeans with puns on jeans drew backlash for alleged racial undertones and eugenic vibes. Some call it tone-deaf and white supremacist coded, while others praise it for rejecting woke ads. American Eagle insists it's just about jeans. Experts say the buzz could boost her career and net worth by millions, comparing it to past provocative campaigns like Calvin Klein's. From Newsweek, videos show Fight the Trump Takeover protests across the country. Thousands protest in over 200 events across 34 states against Republican redistricting plans, especially Texas's map redraw favoring GOP seats. Texas Dems fled to deny quorum on gerrymandering, now returning after protests as Governor Abbott calls another session. In D.C., crowds rally against Trump's National Guard deployment and police takeover, calling crime claims exaggerated amid falling rates. Similar fights in LA earlier. Protesters vow to stop rigged maps and federal overreach targeting communities of color. From the Associated Press, Black mayors of cities Trump decries as lawless tout significant declines in violent crimes. Trump deploys National Guard to D.C., calling it and other cities like Chicago and Baltimore lawless, threatening federal interventions. But data shows violent crime dropping sharply post-2023 peak. Chicago homicides down 30%, LA 14%, Baltimore historic lows. Black mayors credit youth programs, gun buybacks, and community partnerships, rejecting Trump's narrative as false and radically tinged. They warn military presence could undo progress, pushing instead for federal aid in gun trafficking and cybercrimes. From USA Today, Oklahoma will require teachers from New York, California to prove they back America First. Oklahoma requires teachers from New York and California to pass an America First test proving alignment with conservative values to teach there. The test covers U.S. history, biology on male-female differences, and standards including 2020 election theories developed with PragerU. Unions call it a political stunt amid teacher shortages, saying it insults educators and distracts from real issues like pay and morale. Aimed at antithetical lessons like California's LGBTQ inclusive curriculum, few such teachers apply anyway due to value clashes. From the Wall Street Journal, European leaders to back Zelensky in Washington, hoping to counter Putin. Zelensky meets EU leaders before joining them at the White House, with Trump to seek unity against Russia's peace demands. Putin proposes Ukraine cede Donbass for a freeze elsewhere. Zelensky rejects, saying constitution forbids land trades. Focus on security guarantees like NATO's Article 5, but bilateral from US and Europe, to end war quickly per Trump's goal. Europeans aim to counter Putin, stressing territorial integrity. Details to be hashed out, then presented to Moscow. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of Just Some News, where we summarize news articles in the most unbiased way possible. Let's hop into it. From CBS, Pete Hegseth shared details of Yemen strike in another Signal chat, including his wife and brother, sources say. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth shared Yemen airstrike details in a private Signal chat, raising concerns. Hegseth sent FA-18 flight schedules to a group with his wife, brother, and attorney, none needing the info. This follows a leak to a journalist in another chat, fueling worries about handling sensitive military data. Hegseth denies sharing classified info, blaming disgruntled ex-employees. Democrats call for his resignation, but he stands firm. From ABC News, Supreme Court divided over Obamacare mandate for no-cost preventative health benefits. The Supreme Court is split over an Obamacare mandate for no-cost preventative health benefits. A Christian business group challenges the U.S. Preventative Service Task Force, saying it's unconstitutionally structured. The task force sets coverage for services like cancer screenings and HIV prevention drugs. Liberal justices lean toward upholding it, but others question its authority. A ruling against could end free preventative care for millions. Decision by June. From the AP, how stocks, bonds, and other markets have fared so far in 2025. Trump's trade war shakes global markets in 2025, with U.S. stocks and bonds taking a hit. The S&P 500 dropped 12.3%, NASDAQ fell 18%, while gold soared to $3,343 an ounce, a 27% rise. The U.S. dollar hit a 3-year low and oil prices slumped, hinting at a slowdown. Bitcoin dipped to $87,000 after a wild ride, and Treasury yields spiked, reflecting recession fears. Overseas markets are faring better. From CNN, Russia launches deadly aerial barrage on Ukraine as U.S. pushes for peace plan. Russia launched deadly airstrikes on Ukraine after an Easter ceasefire ended as the U.S. pushes for peace. At least 3 were killed in Kherson, with blasts in Mykolaiv and injuries in Donetsk. The U.S. proposal offers a ceasefire and may recognize Russia's control of Crimea, but both sides accuse each other of truce violations. Zelensky rejects ceding territory, while Rubio warns the U.S. may abandon talks soon. More meetings are planned. From Newsweek, who was Carlo Acutis? Vatican halts canonization after Pope Francis's death. The Vatican delays Carlo Acutis' canonization after Pope Francis's death on April 21st. Acutis is set to be the first millennial saint cataloged Eucharistic miracles online. He died at 15 in 2006, with 2 miracles credited to him, like healing a child and a student. His sainthood was approved in July 2024. Canonizations require a pope, so the April 27th event is on hold during the sede vacante period. From Fox News, judge temporarily blocks New York City Mayor Adams' plan to allow ICE agents in Rikers Island jail complex. A judge temporarily blocks New York City Mayor Adams' plan to allow ICE agents into Rikers Island jail. The New York City Council sued Adams, alleging a quid pro quo with the Trump admin to drop his corruption charges in exchange for ICE access. Adams' executive order aimed to tackle migrant gang activity, reversing a 2014 sanctuary law ban. Judge Rosado halted the plan until an April 25th hearing, barring any ICE agreements for now. And that's all we got for you today, my friends. If you can leave a like, comment, subscribe, and remember, it's not any news, just some news. Thanks for watching. From CNN, workers detained in Georgia ICE raid to be sent back to South Korea. Trump's border czar says more such raids are coming. In a massive ICE raid at a Hyundai electric vehicle plant in Georgia, 475 workers were detained, including about 300 South Koreans. After negotiations, South Korea arranged a chartered flight to bring their citizens home, emphasizing swift government action. Trump's border czar Tom Homan confirmed more workplace raids are planned as part of the immigration crackdown. Companies like Hyundai and LG are cooperating, suspending U.S. trips and prioritizing employee safety. From Fox News, Ohio donors ditch Tim Ryan, pour nearly $220,000 into Vivek Ramaswamy's governor bid. Republican Vivek Ramaswamy's Ohio governor bid is gaining traction, with nearly $220,000 from former Tim Ryan donors switching sides. Key business leaders like Sam Covelli and Bruce Zoldan, once Ryan backers, now support Ramaswamy for economic growth and reform. Ryan, a Democrat considering a run, faces donor defections amid claims of unfulfilled promises from traditional leadership. Ramaswamy raised $9.7 million early, backed by the GOP, focusing on manufacturing, safety, and tax cuts. From Fortune, godfather of AI, says the technology will create massive unemployment and send profits soaring. That is the capitalist system. Nobel laureate Geoffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, warns AI will boost profits but cause massive unemployment by replacing workers. He blames capitalism, not AI, and notes entry-level jobs are already shrinking, while healthcare could benefit from efficiency gains. Hinton dismisses universal basic income as insufficient for human dignity and highlights AI risks like bioweapons. He uses ChatGPT for research and left Google to retire, not just to speak on dangers. From The Guardian, Texas Attorney General wants students to pray in school unless they're Muslim. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton pushes for the Lord's Prayer and Bible in schools under a new law allowing religious time. He endorses Christian elements, calling it foundational, but critics say it violates church-state separation. In 2017, Paxton opposed a Muslim prayer room, sparking accusations of favoritism and Islamophobia. He's appealing a ruling blocking 10 Commandments displays backed by Christian nationalist donors. From the Washington Post, military-related work absences at 19-year high amid deployments. Work absences for military duty hit a 19-year high with 90,000 cases from January to August due to deployments. Trump's administration sent Guard members to cities like LA and DC for crime control, straining the labor market. Amid slow hiring and rising unemployment, economists warn of economic chaos from uncertain deployments. The White House claims it boosts safety and jobs, but troops face career limits from added duties. From East Idaho News, this is my home. Violinist John Shin speaks out after release from immigration detention facility. Utah violinist John Shin, detained for 17 days in Colorado, was released on bond after ICE flagged his status. Brought to the U.S. as a child, he lost DACA after a misdemeanor but married a U.S. citizen. Supporters rallied with concerts. He calls America home, praising fellow detainees, and his lawyer seeks a green card amid Trump's crackdown. Shin urges immigration reform, grateful for community help in his fight against deportation. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Newsweek, North Korea celebrates triplets amid birth rate crisis. North Korea's state media is buzzing about the birth of triplets, a rare bright spot in a country facing a declining birth rate. Born to Kim Hyung-mi in Tukchon City, the three boys, once critically small, are now healthy after top care at Pyongyang Maternity Hospital. The regime's focus on the triplets highlights its push to boost population amid a fertility rate below sustainability, worsened by sanctions. Experts warn North Korea's aging population could strain its economy and massive military raising stakes for Kim Jong-un. From Fox News, federal judge delivers 1-2 punch to Trump in Abrego Garcia case. A federal judge just unleashed a double blow against the Trump admin in the case of deported Salvadorian migrant Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Judge Paula Zinnes ordered records unsealed for major media like Fox and New York Times, citing public access rights to the case. She also greenlit sanctions motion against Trump's team for possibly defying orders to return Abrego Garcia to the U.S. The case fuels tensions over Trump's use of a 1798 law to deport migrants, with courts demanding answers. From the Associated Press, these satellite photos show Russian bombers Ukraine says it destroyed. Satellite photos reveal wreckage of 7 Russian bombers at Belaya Air Base, hit by Ukraine in a bold drone attack. Ukraine claims 41 warplanes were damaged, targeting Russia's strategic air force in one of its most daring strikes. The attack, planned for 18 months, dealt a blow to Russia's military prestige, though Russia downplays the damage. With no comment from Putin, the strike exposes vulnerabilities in Russia's long-range bomber fleet. From USA Today, Donald Trump to double tariffs on foreign steel to 50%. President Trump announced a massive 50% tariff on foreign steel during a visit to a U.S. steel plant in Pennsylvania. The move, doubling the current 25% tariff, aims to shield U.S. steelmakers but could raise costs for consumers. Canada's Chamber of Commerce slammed the hike, warning it disrupts North American supply chains. Trump also touted a U.S. Nippon Steel deal, promising no layoffs and $5,000 bonuses for workers. From CNN, Musk joins Trump in playing legislative arsonist. Elon Musk just torched Trump's Big Beautiful Bill, calling it a disgusting abomination that balloons the national debt. The bill, extending Trump's tax cuts, faces heat from fiscal conservatives and Musk, who warns of a $2.5 trillion deficit. House Speaker Mike Johnson hints Musk's outburst may tie to his business interests, like EV mandates. With Musk and Trump at odds, the GOP's unity on this major bill is cracking under pressure. From NBC News, GOP bill for Trump's agenda would add $2.4 trillion to debt. A new CBO report says the GOP bill for Trump's agenda will add $2.4 trillion to the national debt over 10 years. The bill cuts $3.7 trillion in revenue, but only $1.3 trillion in spending, leaving a massive deficit. It's also set to leave 9.1 million more uninsured by 2034, mostly due to Medicaid changes. Elon Musk's fierce criticism of the bill bolsters GOP skeptics, complicating its path in the Senate. From CNN, cyber criminals breach Aflac as part of hacking spree against U.S. insurance industry. Insurance giant Aflac has been breached by cyber criminals, potentially exposing sensitive customer data. Aflac, one of the largest supplemental health insurance providers in the U.S., is the latest target in a series of hacks against the insurance industry. The attack, linked to the notorious Scattered Spider Group, used social engineering tactics to infiltrate Aflac's network. While Aflac stopped the intrusion within hours, the full extent of the data breach is still under investigation, raising concerns about customer privacy. From the Associated Press, Russian drones slam into 2 Ukrainian cities, killing at least 1 person in nighttime attack. Russian drones targeted the Ukrainian cities of Odessa and Kharkiv, causing damage and injuries. In Odessa, a residential building was hit, leading to a partial collapse and injuries, including 2 emergency workers. Kharkiv also suffered, with drones hitting civilian infrastructure and injuring residents, including children. Amid the attacks, Ukraine and Russia continue prisoner swaps, and talks for a ceasefire are expected to resume. From Fox News, inside the Situation Room, where Trump and his national security team are weighing next steps on Iran. President Trump is holding high-stakes meetings in the Situation Room to decide on potential strikes against Iran. With tensions rising over Iran's nuclear ambitions, Trump is considering military action, including bombing Iranian nuclear sites. While open to negotiations, Trump has warned Iran of severe consequences if they continue their nuclear pursuits. The decision could reshape the Middle East and impact global security, with Trump expected to announce his choice within 2 weeks. From the Wall Street Journal, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard poised for more power. As Israel strikes Iran, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, may emerge even stronger. The IRGC's influence could grow, potentially leading to a more militant Iranian government. With key commanders killed, the IRGC's role in Iran's future leadership is more critical than ever. This shift could have long-term implications for Iran's internal politics and its relations with the West. From the Washington Post, Europeans make bid for diplomacy as Trump delays decision on bombing Iran. European foreign ministers are meeting with Iran in a last-ditch effort to prevent U.S. military action. As President Trump contemplates bombing Iranian nuclear sites, Europe pushes for diplomacy. The talks aim to secure concessions from Iran on its nuclear program and avert further escalation. With Trump's decision looming, the world waits to see if diplomacy can prevail over military action. From Newsweek, Ted Cruz diverges from other Republicans on Iran. Senator Ted Cruz advocates for regime change in Iran, diverging from many Republicans. While some Republicans urge caution, Cruz pushes for maximum pressure on Iran. Cruz's stance highlights divisions within the GOP on how to handle the Iran crisis. As tensions rise, the debate over U.S. policy toward Iran intensifies. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, illegal immigrant trucker accused of killing 3 people failed English road sign tests. Harjinder Singh, an illegal immigrant, allegedly caused a fatal crash on the Florida Turnpike, killing 3 people in a minivan after an unauthorized U-turn. Singh, who entered the U.S. illegally in 2018, held a commercial driver's license from California, but failed English and road sign tests during the investigation. The DOT says Singh's license may not have followed federal regulations, sparking questions about oversight in issuing licenses to non-citizens. A heated debate erupted, with California's governor blaming the Trump administration, while feds say Singh's work permit was approved under Biden. From CNN, Texas GOP nears vote on new maps as Democrats stage protest in State House. The GOP's plan would add 5 Republican-leaning districts backed by Trump as the House prepares to vote. Democrats unable to stop the maps are staging protests, with some refusing police escorts to leave the House floor. One Democrat proposed tying the maps to releasing Jeffrey Epstein files, a move to pressure Republicans. Meanwhile, California Democrats are countering with their own maps to add Democratic seats, escalating the redistricting war. From USA Today, President Trump complains woke Smithsonian is too focused on how bad slavery was. Trump claims the Smithsonian dwells on slavery and negativity, ignoring America's successes. A review of 8 museums, including African American history, aims to remove divisive narratives and promote American exceptionalism. Trump compares this to his push against woke policies in universities, vowing to make museums celebrate the U.S. The Smithsonian says it's committed to factual history, as the review could reshape how America's story is told. From Newsweek, mystery explosion rocks Ukraine's NATO neighbor. An explosion in a Polish cornfield left a crater and shattered windows, with no injuries reported. Poland's military says no airspace violation was detected, but fragments suggest it could be a Russian decoy drone. Locals reported a loud bang and a flash in the sky, raising fears due to the nearby war in Ukraine. Poland, a NATO ally, is investigating as tensions rise with Russia's ongoing attacks on Ukraine. From the BBC, Tulsi Gabbard revokes security clearance of 37 U.S. intelligence officials. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard revoked security clearances for 37 current and former U.S. officials. The Trump administration claims these officials politicized intelligence or leaked classified info targeting Obama and Biden-era staff. Gabbard provided no evidence, and Democrats call it a political move to distract from Trump's policies. The move follows earlier revocations, raising questions about trust in the intelligence community. From ABC News, Trump admin live updates. Trump calls on Federal Reserve Governor to resign. President Trump is urging Ukraine's Zelensky and Russia's Putin to meet, aiming for peace talks without U.S. troops. Meanwhile, Trump called for Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook to resign, alleging mortgage fraud. Hundreds more National Guard troops are arriving in D.C. as Republican states back Trump's federal takeover. Russia insists on being included in security talks as Trump pushes for a deal to end the Ukraine war. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Elizabeth Warren sides with President Trump on eliminating debt ceiling in New York Times guest essay. In a New York Times essay, Senator Warren backed Trump's push to abolish the debt ceiling, calling it a political tool that risks economic collapse. Trump's big beautiful bill includes a $5 trillion debt ceiling hike, but Warren says scrapping the limit entirely would end decades of brinkmanship. While they agree on this, Warren slams the bill's tax breaks for the rich and healthcare cuts, vowing to fight it. Trump celebrated their rare agreement on Truth Social, but will this unlikely duo change Washington? From CBS News, CIA releases 54 declassified documents related to RFK assassination. The CIA released 54 declassified files totaling 1,450 pages following President Trump's executive order for transparency. The files reveal RFK shared Soviet Union travel insights with the CIA and include global reports on assassin Seyran Seyran's motives. Some documents are still heavily redacted, hiding details about Seyran's mental state, but they shed light on CIA operations. RFK Jr. praised the release, saying it restores trust. What secrets are still hidden? From USA Today, Newsom says Trump use of troops is theater madness as court hearing looms. Live updates. Trump sent 4,000 National Guard and 700 Marines to aid ICE raids, sparking protests and arrests across Los Angeles. Governor Newsom sued to block the troops, calling it unconstitutional madness and seeking to limit their role. Protests spread nationwide, with thousands rallying against ICE raids as tensions boil over. Trump says LA is safe thanks to the military. Will this feud escalate further? From the Associated Press, standoff with troops in Los Angeles reignites old feud as Newsom resists Trump's immigration raids. Trump federalized the National Guard and deployed Marines to support immigration sweeps, prompting violent protests. Newsom called it an authoritarian move, suing to return the Guard to state control and slamming Trump's tactics. Nationwide protests like Tucson's saw arrests as crowds opposed ICE actions, fueling a growing unrest. With a court hearing looming, will Newsom's lawsuit stop Trump's military move? From CNN, the FBI raided the wrong house. The Supreme Court says the family is allowed to sue. In 2017, the FBI raided Katrina Martin's Atlanta home by mistake, using a battering ram and flashbang grenade. The Supreme Court unanimously ruled the family can sue, overturning lower courts that blocked their case. The raid targeting a gang member traumatized Martin's family when agents realized they hit the wrong house. Justice Gorsuch's opinion criticized the FBI's errors. Will this lead to justice for the Martins? From ABC News, Israel considering military actions against Iran in coming days. Israel is weighing military action against Iran soon, sources say, amid rising Middle East tensions. Iran's president vowed to continue uranium enrichment and rebuild any bombed facilities, defying threats. The U.S. may share intel for a strike, while nuclear talks with Iran are set for this weekend. Will this spark a larger conflict, or can diplomacy prevail? Stay tuned. From CNN, Supreme Court declines to hear appeal from 7th grader who wore two genders shirt to school. The Supreme Court declined to hear an appeal from Liam Morrison, a Massachusetts 7th grader sent home for wearing a t-shirt saying, "There are only two genders." School officials asked Liam to remove the shirt, citing disruption. He later wore it with only two covered by censored tape, but the issue persisted. Justices Alito and Thomas dissented, arguing the decision limits students' First Amendment rights. The appeals court upheld the school's action, citing potential harm to the learning environment. The case highlights tensions over free speech and transgender rights in schools, with ongoing debates about student expression. From Fox News, Chicago's Bloody Memorial Day weekend leaves 22 shot, 2 dead. Chicago saw 22 people shot, 2 fatally, over Memorial Day weekend, according to ABC7. In Logan Square, a 35-year-old was unalived in a car shooting, and a 46-year-old was shot in the head in Humboldt Park. Both suspects remain at large. Other shootings included 2 people shot in their Southside home and 2 near a homeless encampment, 1 critically injured. The Chicago Tribune reports 139 homicides in 2025 so far, after 573 in 2024, as the city grapples with ongoing violence. From USA Today, NPR sues Trump administration over order to end federal funding. NPR is suing the Trump administration over an executive order to stop federal funding, calling it unconstitutional. Trump's May 1st order claims NPR and PBS aren't fair or unbiased. NPR argues it has a First Amendment right to free speech. 3 local public radio stations joined the lawsuit, saying the order threatens millions of listeners who rely on their news and emergency info. The White House defends the order, saying Trump is ensuring taxpayer dollars are used efficiently. The legal battle continues. From CBS News, Trump administration looks to end federal contracts with Harvard. The Trump administration is pushing to cancel $100 million in federal contracts with Harvard, citing alleged race discrimination and anti-Semitism issues. A letter from the GSA claims Harvard's admissions and student life practices discriminate and fail to protect Jewish students. Harvard, which faced a 2023 Supreme Court ruling against race-based admissions, says it's addressing anti-Semitism but won't yield to government control. Federal agencies have until June 6 to respond. Harvard's lawsuit claims this is a political attack on its independence. From the Post-Millennial, Trump slams Putin for playing with fire after Russia attacks Ukraine. President Trump criticized Russia's Vladimir Putin after a deadly attack in Kiev killed 12, saying he's playing with fire. Trump posted on Truth Social, warning Putin's actions could lead to Russia's downfall. He's been pushing for a Ukraine-Russia ceasefire. Russia launched 298 drones and 69 missiles at Kiev over the weekend. The Kremlin called the war an emotional overload, but thanked Trump for peace efforts. Trump is considering sanctions as Russia continues attacks, stalling ceasefire talks with Ukraine's Zelensky. From Reuters, U.S. drops COVID vaccine recommendations for healthy children and pregnant women. The CDC no longer recommends routine COVID-19 vaccines for healthy kids and pregnant women, per Health Secretary RFK Jr. RFK Jr., a vaccine skeptic, says this aligns with Trump's goal to shrink government. The FDA's Marty Makary claims healthy kids don't need routine shots. The CDC previously said vaccines are safe and effective for pregnant women and kids, but most countries have stopped recommending them for children. New FDA rules will require trials for annual boosters for those under 65, focusing vaccines on older and at-risk groups. From Fox News, Obama swipes at affluent liberals during rare public remarks, says all of us are going to be tested. In a rare public appearance in Hartford, Connecticut, former President Barack Obama took aim at wealthy liberals, suggesting they would face challenges unlike during his presidency. He remarked that while they could previously enjoy their wealth without issue, now they might have to make sacrifices like foregoing kitchen remodels in their Hampton homes. Obama also addressed immigration, defending immigrants and criticizing their treatment as enemies, referencing his DACA program. While not mentioning Trump by name, Obama urged institutions to counter current policies, though some progressives are frustrated by his relatively mild opposition. From Newsweek, U.S. housing market sees slowdown in new building projects. The U.S. housing market is experiencing a significant slowdown, with new construction projects decreasing sharply. According to recent data, housing starts and permits have fallen to 5-year lows, impacted by tariffs on construction materials and labor shortages. With more homes on the market and fewer buyers, sellers are outnumbering buyers, leading to price cuts and incentives from builders. Economic uncertainty and rising costs due to tariffs are making home builders pessimistic, with confidence at its lowest since 2012. From CBS News, a fact check on Governor Walz's appointment of Vance Bolter. Following the tragic shootings involving Vance Bolter, questions arose about his appointment to a state workforce board by Governor Tim Walz. Bolter served on the Minnesota Governor's Workforce Development Board, a position that is unpaid and one of thousands of such appointments. Experts explain that these appointments are often recommended by subordinates and are more technical than political, with the governor's role being largely ceremonial. While Bolter's actions are under investigation, the appointment process itself is standard and not indicative of direct involvement by the governor. From CNN, taking on Israel's greatest foe has banished Netanyahu's political troubles in an instant. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has seen a dramatic shift in his political fortunes following a successful military operation against Iran. Facing confidence votes and protests, Netanyahu's government was under pressure, but the operation has united the country and silenced critics. The campaign, dubbed Operation Rising Lion, has been praised as a Churchill moment for Netanyahu, showcasing his leadership on the international stage. With national security taking precedence, domestic issues have taken a backseat, strengthening Netanyahu's position despite ongoing challenges. From USA Today, Trump teases possible U.S. strike as Iran's supreme leader warns America. President Donald Trump has hinted at a possible U.S. strike on Iran, stating, "I may do it, I may not do it." In response, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, warned that Iran will not surrender and will respond to any threats. The situation escalates as Israel and Iran continue airstrikes, with civilians fleeing major cities. World leaders, including Russian President Vladimir Putin, are involved, with Trump rejecting mediation offers and focusing on the conflict. From NBC News, Supreme Court upholds Tennessee ban on transgender youth medical care. In a 6-3 ruling, the Supreme Court has upheld Tennessee's law restricting gender transition care for minors. The decision is seen as a major setback for transgender rights, potentially affecting similar laws in 24 other states. The law bars surgeries, puberty blockers, and hormone therapy for minors, with challengers arguing it constitutes sex discrimination. While the ruling does not resolve all legal issues, it sets a precedent that could influence future cases on transgender healthcare. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump confirms a letter or a deal by July 9th. Besant says tariffs will boomerang to April levels if no deals by August 1st. President Trump is shaking up global trade, announcing tariff letters to 100 countries as the 90-day tariff pause ends July 9th. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says if no deals are made by August 1st, tariffs could spike back to April levels, ranging from 10% to 70%. Deals with the UK, China, and Vietnam are in place, but 100 smaller nations face letters setting rates if they don't negotiate. Economists warn tariffs could raise consumer prices, though Bessent denies inflation risks, calling it tariff derangement syndrome. From Fox News, former Houston appointee claims flood-ravaged Camp Mystic is whites only in viral video. A former Houston official, Sadie Perkins, is under fire for a TikTok claiming Camp Mystic, a Texas summer camp hit by deadly floods, is a whites-only conservative Christian camp. Perkins, whose term on a city board ended, suggested the camp's missing girls get undue attention compared to minority groups. Mayor Whitmer called her comments deeply inappropriate, vowing to remove her from the board as families grieve 80 flood deaths. At least 10 campers are still missing, with the community reeling from the tragedy. From the Wall Street Journal, how healthcare cuts in the Big Beautiful Bill will affect Americans. Trump's Big Beautiful Bill slashes $1 trillion from healthcare, mainly Medicaid, leaving 8.7 million uninsured over the next decade. New rules like work requirements and stricter income checks will hit low-income Americans hardest, especially in 40 states. Hospitals face $665 billion in cuts, risking closures and layoffs, with rural areas hit hardest despite a $50 billion relief fund. Insurers lose customers and states face tight budgets, with experts warning of delayed care and higher costs. From San Diego Union Tribune, what the data say about who ICE is arresting in San Diego. ICE arrests in San Diego have doubled this year, with 1,042 people detained, mostly Mexican nationals, in just 6 months. Over half of those arrested, 53%, had no criminal charges or convictions, a shift from last year's focus on criminal aliens. Recent arrests include people leaving immigration hearings, sparking outrage among advocates who call it a quota-driven crackdown. Local GOP lawmakers urge Trump to focus on violent criminals as community fear grows. From Reuters, death toll from Texas floods reaches 59, including 21 children. Catastrophic floods in Texas have killed 59, including 21 children, with 11 girls and a counselor still missing from Camp Mystic. The Guadalupe River overflowed after 15 inches of rain, leaving the century-old Christian camp in ruins. Over 850 people were rescued, but more rain threatens as National Weather Service issues new flood warnings. Critics blame Trump's cuts to Weather Service staff for poor flood predictions, while officials vow to upgrade the system. From Bloomberg, Trump set to start notifying countries of tariffs up to 70%. President Trump plans to notify countries of new tariffs starting Friday, ranging from 10% to a whopping 70% by August 1st. About 10 to 12 letters go out first, with all countries covered by July 9th, targeting nations like Indonesia and the EU. Markets dropped as tariffs could raise consumer prices, with the Fed wary of inflation risks despite Trump's pressure. Deals with the UK, Vietnam, and China are done, but Trump prefers simple tariffs over complex talks. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Democrats should shut down the government rather than fund Trump's mafia takeover, New York Times columnist argues. New York Times columnist Ezra Klein argues on his podcast that Democrats should face a government shutdown to oppose President Trump. With funding expiring this month, Klein says Trump is corrupting the government like the mafia, using it for personal power and enrichment. He claims Democrats would be complicit if they fund it, though he admits a shutdown might not succeed but is better than inaction. Senate Republicans need Democratic votes to pass funding by October 1st amid ongoing debates. From CNN, Trump's crackdown on homeless residents in the nation's capital has them on the run. President Trump's law enforcement surge in D.C. has cleared over 50 homeless encampments since August, but without promised shelters or services. Residents like Jeff Paget are fleeing to Virginia woods at night to avoid harassment, constantly moving and hiding. Advocates say it's causing exhaustion, fear, and disruption to services, calling it political theater without long-term solutions. The White House claims it's making D.C. safer, while the city added shelter beds, but many homeless avoid them due to past traumas. From the Washington Post, it's not just Trump. Red states are cracking down on their own blue cities. In Mississippi, Republicans created a state-run court in Jackson to handle crime backlogs, appointing judges and prosecutors over the majority black Democratic city. Similar moves in Texas, Louisiana, Missouri, Georgia, and Indiana include deploying state troops and taking over local police or prosecutors. Critics say it's diverting resources from local control despite falling crime, creating unequal systems and reducing accountability. Polls show Republican support for such interventions, while experts warn of long-term impacts on community trust. From USA Today, Amy Coney Barrett says, "I'm nobody's justice." That includes Trump. Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett declares she's independent, not aligned with Trump, surprising both supporters and critics. In her new book, Interview, she emphasizes decisions are based on law, not politics, countering public skepticism about the court. As the only mother of school-age kids on the court, her experiences inform cases on education and tech, boosting compassion. She rejects being called a swing vote, focuses on long-term precedents, and defends court rulings on presidential power. From Newsweek, Russia responds to Trump's sanctions threat. President Trump threatens next phase sanctions on Russia over Ukraine, including tariffs on trading partners if no peace deal soon. Russia's Dmitry Peskov calls sanctions useless and ineffective after 4 years, blaming Ukraine and allies for escalation. Amid Russia's largest aerial attack hitting a Ukrainian government building, Zelensky urges stronger sanctions and actions. Key issues remain territory and security. India faces U.S. tariffs for Russian oil buys, while China provides economic support. From the Associated Press, Appeals Court upholds E. Jean Carroll's $83.3 million defamation judgment against President Trump. A federal appeals court upholds an $83.3 million defamation award to E. Jean Carroll against President Trump for his social media attacks. Trump denied Carroll's 1990s sexual assault claim, calling it a hoax. Juries found him liable for assault and defamation. The court rejects Trump's arguments for a new trial or reduced damages, calling his attacks extraordinary and egregious. Carroll's attorney welcomes the ruling, affirming her truthfulness. Trump sought immunity but was denied. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Abbott signs Texas redistricting map into law, securing major GOP victory ahead of 2026 midterms. Texas Governor Greg Abbott just signed a new congressional map, adding 5 Republican-leaning districts for 2026. The move followed weeks of debate, with Democrats fleeing the state to delay the vote, calling the map unfair. Republicans say it ensures fair representation, but Democrats argue it's a power grab to favor the GOP. California Democrats countered with their own map, adding 5 blue seats pending voter approval. From CNN, Trump official lodges new criminal referral against Fed Governor Lisa Cook. A Trump official filed a criminal referral against Fed Governor Lisa Cook alleging mortgage fraud. Cook, the first black woman Fed governor, is suing to block Trump's attempt to fire her over rate disputes. Her lawyer calls it a smear, saying the claims are a pretext to undermine Fed independence. The fight raises questions about the Fed's autonomy and Trump's influence over it. From the Washington Post, nowhere to go. What happened after Trump ordered homeless encampments cleared? Trump's order to clear D.C. homeless encampments led to 50 sweeps since August 11th. People like Joyce Bauckham, with nowhere to go, were forced to move, some to hotels or streets. Advocates say there aren't enough shelter beds and moving disrupts aid efforts. D.C. added shelter space, but many refuse it, citing pets, partners, or health concerns. From Politico, judge reluctantly authorizes refund of restitution paid by January 6th rioter. A judge approved a $2,200 refund for January 6 rioter Yvonne St. Cyr after Trump's pardon. St. Cyr's felony conviction was dropped, making her legally entitled to her restitution back. Judge Bates called it a tough but lawful decision despite her actions at the Capitol. Other judges denied similar refunds, raising debates over justice and pardons. From the Associated Press, Trump administration asks military base near Chicago for support on immigration operations. The Trump admin asked a Chicago area military base for support in immigration operations. Details are unclear, but city leaders fear troops could target immigrants or patrol streets. Mayor Johnson and Governor Pritzker oppose it, citing falling crime and no need for military help. Critics, including Obama, warn of eroded liberties and militarized enforcement. From the Daily Beast, Obama turns up the heat on Trump. Barack Obama called out Trump's federalization of local police as a dangerous trend. He highlighted DC and LA deployments, warning of a personal army under Trump. Obama also backed efforts to fight Texas's redistricting, urging fair voter representation. His rare public criticism signals growing concern over Trump's policies. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump visits Arlington National Cemetery after lashing out at political opponents in Memorial Day post. President Trump visited Arlington National Cemetery on Memorial Day to honor fallen service members. Hours earlier, he posted on Truth Social, calling political opponents scum and criticizing Biden's immigration policies. The post, which claimed 21 million illegal immigrants entered under Biden, contradicts official data. Trump's history of mixing politics with solemn events like his West Point speech drew criticism for breaking tradition. From Newsmax, California Republicans want Kamala Harris to run for governor. Former VP Kamala Harris may run for California governor in 2026, and state Republicans are eager for the challenge. They believe her candidacy could boost GOP fundraising despite California's Democratic dominance. Potential GOP candidates include Richard Grenell and Sheriff Chad Bianco, ready to face a tough race. Harris won 59% of California's vote in 2024, but some counties flipped to Trump, signaling a shifting landscape. From USA Today, FBI to probe Biden White House cocaine incident, leaked Supreme Court abortion opinion. The FBI is investigating cocaine found at Biden's White House in 2023 and the 2022 leaked Supreme Court draft on Roe v. Wade. Deputy Director Dan Bongino announced the probes, citing public interest and potential corruption. The Secret Service closed the cocaine case without a suspect, while the leak's source remains unknown. The FBI also probes 2021 pipe bombs near DNC and RNC headquarters, with weekly updates requested. From Newsweek, Trump endorses Republican who fell asleep and missed bill vote. President Trump endorsed Rep. Andrew Garbarino for re-election, calling him a fierce advocate for Long Island. Garbarino missed a vote on Trump's $4.9 trillion budget bill, which passed 215 to 214 because he fell asleep. Speaker Johnson jokingly said he'd strangle Garbarino, but praised his role in securing the bill's passage. The bill now faces Senate scrutiny, with concerns over its impact on national debt. From the Wall Street Journal, Trump threatens to redistribute $3 billion in Harvard grants to trade schools. President Trump proposed redirecting $3 billion in Harvard grants to U.S. trade schools, citing anti-Semitism concerns. The move follows a DHS decision to block Harvard from enrolling international students halted by a judge. Trump and Harris both pushed trade school support in 2024 amid rising college costs. Harvard's lawsuit claims the administration's actions violate its constitutional rights, setting up a legal battle. From Fox News, Trump accused Harvard of being very slow to turn over foreign student info. President Trump accused Harvard of delaying foreign student data, alleging it hides radicalized individuals. DHS revoked Harvard's ability to enroll international students, citing anti-Semitism and noncompliance. A judge temporarily blocked the move, but Harvard's lawsuit claims it's retaliation for free speech. Trump also proposed redirecting $3 billion in Harvard grants to trade schools, escalating the conflict. From Time, Netanyahu accuses France, UK, Canada of emboldening Hamas. Netanyahu accused France, the UK, and Canada of supporting Hamas by demanding Israel end its Gaza offensive. The claims follow a deadly DC shooting of Israeli embassy staff, with the suspects shouting, "Free Palestine." The three nations called for more Gaza aid and hostage releases, citing a worsening humanitarian crisis. The leaders denied Netanyahu's accusations, supporting Israel's security within international law. From Fox News, Trump reverses course on Middle East tech policy, but will it be enough to counter China? Trump signed $2 trillion in deals with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE to counter China's influence. He lifted a ban on AI chip sales to the UAE and Saudi Arabia, raising fears of tech leaks to China. Critics warn that without safeguards, these deals could benefit the Chinese Communist Party. Supporters say the deals strengthen U.S. ties with key allies like the UAE hosting U.S. troops. From CNN, Judge extends block on Trump's mass layoffs at several agencies. Judge Susan Ilston issued an injunction halting Trump's mass layoffs at federal agencies. Trump's order aimed to shrink the federal bureaucracy, putting thousands on administrative leave. Unions argued the layoffs were unlawful, claiming Trump overstepped Congress's authority. The Justice Department's appeal heads to the Supreme Court, sparking a major legal fight. From the Post-Millennial, Suck It. Kristi Noem claps back at ACLU after lawsuit over holding suspected Tren de Aragua member. Illegal immigrants in Gitmo dismissed. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem posted "Suck It" after a lawsuit against Gitmo detentions was dismissed. The ACLU sued over transferring illegal immigrants, including a suspected gang member, to Gitmo. Most plaintiffs were deported or withdrew, including a suspected Tren de Aragua member. The ACLU called the detentions unlawful, but Noem's sharp response has stirred debate. From NBC News, man wakes up to find giant cargo ship in his yard. A 442-foot cargo ship ran aground in Johan Hellberg's yard near Norway's Trondheim Fjord. Hellberg said the ship nearly hit his bedroom, woken by his neighbor's call. Police are probing the cause, with one suspect identified. No injuries reported. Rescue efforts continue to free the ship from Hellberg's yard. From the Washington Post, Trump threatens tariffs on Apple, European Union in trade war escalation. Trump threatened a 25% tariff on iPhones if Apple doesn't move production to the US. He also proposed a 50% tariff on the EU starting June 1st, criticizing their trade practices. Markets fell over 1%, though some call the threats a negotiation tactic. EU officials scramble as moving supply chains could take years. From CBS News, about 200 U.S. Marines begin in From CBS News, about 200 U.S. Marines begin Los Angeles deployment at Westwood Federal Building. About 200 U.S. Marines arrived in Los Angeles to guard the Wilshire Federal Building amid protests over immigration enforcement. President Trump deployed over 2,000 National Guard and 700 Marines, saying it's needed to prevent chaos. Governor Newsom calls it authoritarian and filed a lawsuit. A U.S. Army veteran was briefly detained outside the building but released, saying he was treated fairly. The Marines' role is to protect federal property, not enforce laws, as tensions escalate in LA. From Newsweek, Gavin Newsom accuses Trump administration of spreading fake protest images. California Governor Gavin Newsom accused the Trump administration of sharing doctored images of Los Angeles protests to justify military deployment. A Department of Defense post showed burning police cars, but Snopes confirmed the footage was from 2020, not recent protests. Newsom called it a propaganda campaign. The Pentagon countered that Newsom has failed to maintain order in LA. As protests over immigration enforcement grow, misleading videos online are inflaming tensions nationwide. From Fox News, Trump's military parade honoring Army's founding threatened by protests, thunderstorms. President Trump's parade in D.C. celebrates the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary, featuring 6,600 soldiers, tanks, and a flyover. The No Kings movement plans protests nationwide against Trump's immigration policies, though not directly in D.C. Thunderstorms are forecast threatening the event, which also marks Trump's birthday and Flag Day. Trump warned that violent protests will face very heavy force as tensions rise across the U.S. From CNN, Israel attacked 3 key Iranian nuclear facilities. Did it strike a decisive blow? Israel launched strikes on Iran's Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow nuclear sites, aiming to disrupt its nuclear program. Natanz suffered major damage, with power to underground centrifuges cut. Iran claims limited impact and no contamination risk. Israel says the strikes hit key targets, but Fordow, a fortified site, was largely unaffected. The strikes killed 9 experts. The full impact on Iran's nuclear ambitions remain unclear. From The Guardian, Democratic lawmaker killed and another wounded in Minnesota in politically motivated attacks. Minnesota State Rep. Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed in a suspected politically motivated shooting. The gunman posing as a police officer escaped. A list of targeted lawmakers was found in his vehicle. State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were also shot but survived. Both are recovering. Governor Walz called it an attack on democracy. Police are hunting the suspect as protests loom. From the Gateway Pundit, Insurrection in Plain Sight. The left's orchestrated No Kings riots are a Marxist revolution, and GOP leadership allows it to happen. Some claim the No Kings protests are a Marxist insurgency timed to disrupt Trump's army parade. Online posts suggest coordinated efforts citing judges and lawmakers echoing No Kings themes. Critics point to Democrats' silence or defiance as evidence of a revolutionary agenda. Supporters urge Trump to act decisively, warning the protests aim to derail his administration. From Fox News, Diddy received standing ovation from fellow inmates after jury found rapper not guilty on RICO charge. Sean Diddy Combs was acquitted of major charges like racketeering and sex trafficking after a 7-week trial. Back at MDC Brooklyn, fellow inmates gave him a standing ovation, celebrating his win against the government. His lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, says inmates rarely see anyone beat the system, making Diddy's victory a symbol of hope. But Diddy faces up to 20 years for 2 prostitution-related convictions, with sentencing set for October. From CNN, Trump administration moves to terminate a form of humanitarian relief for Nicaraguans and Hondurans in the U.S. The Trump administration is ending temporary protected status for 76,000 Nicaraguans and Hondurans in the U.S. TPS started in 1999 after Hurricane Mitch protects migrants from deportation due to unsafe conditions in their home countries. The move has sparked legal challenges, with critics arguing it ignores ongoing hardships in Honduras and Nicaragua. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says the program is no longer needed, but lawsuits may delay the decision. From the Washington Post, U.S. measles cases reach a 33-year record high as outbreaks spread. The U.S. hit a 33-year high with 1,277 measles cases across 38 states, driven by vaccine hesitancy. 92% of cases involve unvaccinated people, with outbreaks fueled by misinformation and low vaccination rates. West Texas saw over 750 cases, with 3 deaths, including 2 children, highlighting the disease's danger. Experts warn the U.S. could lose its measles elimination status if outbreaks continue unchecked. From USA Today, U.S. stocks opened down on tariff uncertainty. Deadline moved but threat remains. Tesla sinks. U.S. stocks fell as Trump tariff deadline shifted from July 9th to August 1st, creating market uncertainty. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ dropped, with Trump threatening extra tariffs on BRICS nations. Tesla's shares sank 8% amid tensions between Elon Musk and Trump over a new political party. Oil prices rose despite OPEC's plan to boost production, signaling a strong market outlook. From BBC News, ex-hostage says Trump can bring home all those still captive in Gaza. Keith Siegel, freed from Hamas captivity, says Trump can secure the release of 50 remaining hostages in Gaza. Kidnapped during the October 2023 attacks, Siegel endured 484 days before a Trump-brokered ceasefire freed him. As Trump meets Netanyahu, hopes rise for a new deal to free hostages and end the Gaza conflict. But Hamas and Israel remain divided, with talks stalling despite urgent calls for peace. From Fortune, Alphabet's Isomorphic Labs has grand ambitions to solve all diseases with AI. Now it's gearing up for its first human trial. Alphabet's Isomorphic Labs is gearing up for human trials of AI-designed drugs to fight diseases like cancer. Built on DeepMind's AlphaFold, the company uses AI to design medicines faster and more accurately. Partnerships with Novartis and Eli Lilly aim to boost drug discovery, with $600 million raised in 2025. The goal? A future where AI creates drugs with a single click, revolutionizing healthcare. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, businesses have been eating Trump's tariffs. That's starting to change. Inflation is heating up. July's producer price index jumped 0.9%, the fastest monthly rise since June 2022, hitting 3.3% annually. Tariffs are driving up costs for producers, and experts warn these hikes could soon hit consumers' wallets. The Dow fell 175 points after the report, and hopes for a Federal Reserve rate cut are fading as core PPI soared to 3.7%. Food prices, especially vegetables, spiked due to tariffs on Mexican imports. Is this a sign of more inflation to come? From Fox News, Trump's federal crime operation brings 100 arrests, 800 National Guard troops to Washington. President Trump's crime operation in D.C. is in full swing, with 100 arrests, including 29 illegal immigrants since Monday. 800 National Guard troops are deploying, with 400 already patrolling. 3 illegal firearms were seized Wednesday. Protests erupted, with one man charged for assaulting an officer. Critics questioned D.C.'s reported 35% drop in violent crime. A juvenile curfew in Navy Yard and a suspended police commander raised questions about crime stats and Trump's takeover. From Newsweek, Texas AG Ken Paxton suffers major blow in bid to round up Democrats. Texas Democrats fled to Illinois to block a redistricting bill denying quorum and stalling GOP plans for 5 new House seats. An Illinois judge rejected Texas AG Ken Paxton's request to arrest the Democrats, citing no jurisdiction over non-residents. Governor Abbott vows to call special sessions until the bill passes, while Democrats refuse to return. The standoff also delays disaster relief after deadly Texas floods. Will this political battle reshape the state? From the Associated Press, a car accident in small-town Tennessee leads to U.S. charges against a major Mexican drug operation. A 2019 Tennessee car crash sparked a major drug bust, leading to charges against 5 United Cartel's leaders in Mexico. Wiretaps and surveillance uncovered 850 kilos of meth hidden in a truck linked to cartel leader El Abuelo. The U.S. offers $10 million for El Abuelo's arrest, targeting the cartel's meth empire in Michoacan. Mexico handed over 29 cartel figures this year, showing new cooperation in the fight against drug trafficking. From ABC News, Trump admin live updates. Trump promises to make D.C. crime-free. President Trump vows to make Washington, D.C. crime-free with a federal takeover of the city's police force. Over 1,450 law enforcement, including 400 National Guard, made 100 arrests since August 7th, seizing 24 firearms. Trump seeks long-term control of D.C. police, but critics call it overreach. He also announced Kennedy Center honorees. Trump heads to Alaska Friday for a summit with Putin, aiming for a Ukraine peace deal. Will it work? From the Post-Millennial, 5 Indian hotel operators charged with using minors to run drug, sex trafficking rings out of Nebraska. 5 Indian hotel operators in Omaha face charges for running labor and sex trafficking rings involving minors. Authorities rescued 10 minors and 17 adults from exploitative conditions at hotels where victims slept on roach-infested floors. Over $565,000 was seized, linked to money laundering and a scheme to fraudulently obtain U visas. The accused allegedly encouraged sex trafficking and dealt drugs, with Narcan kept at one hotel due to overdoses. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Black fatherlessness is turning D.C. into a war zone. Washington, D.C. is one of America's most dangerous cities, and some point to a surprising cause: fatherlessness in Black communities. Without fathers, boys turn to gangs and drugs for guidance, leading to skyrocketing crime rates like carjackings and murders. Data shows kids without dads are 5 times more likely to commit crimes and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. Trump's push to make D.C. safe again aims to crack down on crime, but the real fix starts at home with stronger families. From CNN, Anas al-Sharif became the face of the war in Gaza for millions. Then Israel killed him. Anas al-Sharif, a 28-year-old Al Jazeera journalist, became Gaza's voice, reporting the war's toll to millions. His viral footage of Israel's strikes made him a household name, but Israel accused him of Hamas ties, claims he denied. In January, he celebrated a ceasefire on air, but months later, an Israeli strike killed him and 4 colleagues. His death sparked global outrage, with rights groups demanding accountability for the killing of 184 Palestinian journalists. From the Associated Press, Republicans, Democrats alike exhort Trump: keep security pact with Australia and UK alive. The AUKUS pact, a US-UK-Australia deal, aims to counter China with nuclear-powered subs for Australia. But U.S. shipyards are struggling to build enough subs, sparking a Pentagon review of the $269 billion deal. Bipartisan lawmakers urge Trump to keep AUKUS alive, warning it's vital for Indo-Pacific security. Australia is investing billions in U.S. shipyards, but can the U.S. deliver without weakening its own navy? From USA Today, Tropical Storm Erin forecast to become first hurricane of Atlantic season. Tropical Storm Erin formed in the Atlantic 280 miles from Cabo Verde, and it's set to become 2025's first hurricane. Warm Atlantic waters could fuel Erin into a major hurricane with winds over 110 miles per hour. Its path is uncertain, but a cold front or Bermuda high could decide if it hits the U.S. or veers to sea. Experts urge Caribbean and U.S. East Coast residents to monitor Erin and prepare now for safety. From CBS News, General testifies he didn't hear LA protests described as rebellion. Trump sent 4,000 National Guard troops to LA protests, but was it legal? A trial in California is investigating. Governor Newsom's lawsuit claims Trump's move violated the Posse Comitatus Act, barring military from domestic law enforcement. A general testified he never heard protests called a rebellion, undermining Trump's legal justification. The trial questions if Trump's deployment was a power grab or a needed defense of federal property. From The Guardian, Trump will ignore crime reduction data for the political value of a show of force. Trump's federalizing D.C. police and deploying National Guard ignores a 30-year low in violent crime. Critics say it's a show of force, not a safety move, risking police abuse without accountability. D.C.'s lack of statehood lets Trump declare emergencies, overriding local control of police. Advocates push for D.C. statehood to stop federal overreach and protect civil rights. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Trump does UN's job on world stage, leads on peace while Secretary General earns more at anti-US body. President Trump's brokering peace deals between Iran, Israel, India, Pakistan, and Congo, Rwanda, stealing the UN's thunder. Critics slam UN's Antonio Guterres for earning $418,348, more than Trump's $400,000, while running a body accused of anti-US bias. The U.S. funds a quarter of the UN's budget, but some say it's a waste, with Guterres enjoying lavish perks like a Manhattan penthouse. As Trump leads on global peace, critics argue the UN's bloated system needs a shakeup. Should the U.S. keep footing the bill? From CNN, initially wary of Trump, Roberts and Barrett offer the president his biggest win of the Supreme Court term. Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Barrett, once skeptical of Trump, just handed him a major win, curbing judicial checks on his power. Barrett's opinion blocks lower courts from issuing nationwide injunctions against Trump's policies, like ending birthright citizenship. Justice Sotomayor dissented, warning the ruling gives presidents unchecked power, comparing it to a dangerous shift in democracy. With the conservative majority backing Trump's agenda, from immigration to social policies, is the judiciary reshaping executive power. From the Daily Mail, Canada brutally hits back at Trump's tariffs ultimatum with huge hike that could cripple struggling U.S. industry. After Trump halted trade talks over Canada's tech tax, Canada slapped a 50% surcharge on U.S. steel imports exceeding new quotas. The move could hurt the struggling U.S. steel industry, already hit by Trump's 50% tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum. Trump called Canada difficult to trade with, sparking this retaliation over a 3% digital tax targeting U.S. tech giants like Amazon. With Canada as the U.S.'s second largest trade partner, will this tariff war escalate before Trump's July 9th deadline? From USA Today, Michelle Obama won't run for office, but her podcast may guide Democrats. Michelle Obama's back with her podcast, IMO, co-hosted with her brother, but she's firm, no running for office. The breezy show avoids heavy politics, focusing on personal chats with celebs like Bruce Springsteen, touching on family and life. Democrats hope her relatable platform can counter right-wing media, especially after Kamala Harris's 2024 loss. While she critiques Trump on her terms, Michelle's focus is on young people's futures. Can her voice rally the party? From NBC News, can Iran secretly build a nuclear bomb without being caught by Israel? After Israel's strikes killed Iran's top nuclear scientists and crippled its defenses, can Iran secretly build a nuclear bomb? Israel's intelligence dominance and airstrikes, plus U.S. bunker buster bombs, have decimated Iran's known nuclear sites. Past covert attempts, like Project Ahmad, were exposed by Israel's Mossad, showing Iran's struggle to hide its nuclear ambitions. With political pressure mounting, will Iran risk a secret bomb to deter attacks, or is Israel's vigilance too strong? From the Wall Street Journal: How the parental rights movement built to a Supreme Court win. Conservative parents scored a Supreme Court victory, allowing opt-outs from school lessons like LGBTQ books that clash with their beliefs. Sparked by groups like Moms for Liberty and Trump support, the parental rights movement is reshaping public education. The ruling strengthens conservative control over curricula, but critics warn it may alienate LGBTQ families and burden teachers. As red states push vouchers and bans, will this decision deepen the divide over what kids learn in school? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From the Post-Millennial: Trump calls for a peace deal between Iran and Israel amid calls for U.S. to join war. On Sunday, Trump predicted Iran and Israel would make a deal after Israel's preemptive strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Israel targeted Iran's military leadership and scientists, with Iran retaliating via rocket strikes and car bombs in Tehran. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu called the strikes just the beginning, while Trump claims he can broker peace, citing past successes like India-Pakistan. Trump insists the U.S. isn't involved but warned Iran of severe consequences if they attack American targets, urging a swift resolution. From Newsweek: John Fetterman's name booed at Pennsylvania No Kings rally. Senator John Fetterman faced boos at a No Kings rally in Pennsylvania when his name was mentioned during a speech. The rally, part of nationwide protests, saw thousands march against a military parade Fetterman supported, celebrating the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary. Fetterman, a Democrat, has broken party lines on issues like Israel, Hamas, and border security, sparking criticism from progressives. His hometown paper accused him of neglecting duties, but Fetterman denies rumors of switching to the Republican Party. From The Guardian: Manhunt continues for suspect in shootings of Minnesota lawmakers. A gunman, Vance Bolter, is on the FBI's most wanted list after killing Rep. Melissa Hortman and her husband in Minnesota. Bolter, posing as a cop, also shot Senator John Hoffman and his wife, who are now recovering after surgery. Authorities say Bolter drove a fake police SUV and may be targeting pro-choice lawmakers, with a manifesto listing abortion-related motives. Senator Klobuchar urges caution as the suspect remains at large in the Midwest with a $50,000 reward for his capture. From the New York Post: Mayor Adams blasted for hosting smoking cigars with anti-Semitic influencer Sneeko at Gracie Mansion, who once proclaimed "Down with Jews." Mayor Eric Adams is criticized for hosting anti-Semitic influencer Sneeko, who once said "Down with the Jews" at Gracie Mansion. Sneeko, banned from Twitch for hate speech, smoked cigars with Adams and bragged about meeting celebrities like DiCaprio. Rep. Richie Torres slammed Adams, questioning if he'd host other controversial figures, citing Sneeko's ties to white nationalists. Adams' team defends him, citing his fight against anti-Semitism, including a new order adopting its official definition. From CNN: Trump wary of increasing U.S. involvement as Israel-Iran conflict escalates. President Trump is resisting calls to deepen U.S. involvement in the escalating Israel-Iran conflict, wary of another Middle East war. Israel's strikes on Iran's nuclear sites prompted Iranian retaliation, with the U.S. offering only defensive support so far. Trump hopes for a negotiated peace deal to curb Iran's nuclear ambitions, despite canceled talks in Oman. Some Republicans, like Senator Lindsey Graham, push for stronger U.S. action, but Trump fears being dragged into a prolonged conflict. From Fox News: Multiple arrests near Portland ICE building after police declare riot. Portland police arrested 3 people after a No Kings protest turned into a riot near an ICE facility, injuring 4 officers. Rioters threw rocks, fireworks, and smoke grenades, attempting to break into the federal building. Suspects face charges like assault and criminal mischief, with police warning more arrests could follow ongoing investigations. The chaos erupted after a large-scale march, with authorities stressing arrests targeted criminal acts, not free speech. From Fox News, Trump signs executive order to eliminate no-cash bail for suspects in D.C. and nationwide. President Trump just signed orders to end no-cash bail in Washington, D.C. and nationwide, threatening to cut federal funding for jurisdictions that keep the policy. Trump claims his D.C. safety plan has led to 0 murders in 11 days and over 1,000 arrests, including illegal immigrants and gun seizures. Critics like New York City Mayor Eric Adams say no-cash bail fuels recidivism, while data shows mixed results. Higher reoffending for felonies, lower for misdemeanors. Trump's also eyeing National Guard deployment to Chicago, but Mayor Johnson defends the city's crime drop, calling federal action uncalled for. From CNN, Gorsuch and Kavanaugh warn lower court judges in Trump cases. Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh are calling out lower court judges for defying Supreme Court rulings in cases tied to Trump's policies. Gorsuch warned judges can't ignore precedent as the court repeatedly backs Trump on immigration, spending, and agency leadership. Liberal Justice Jackson dissented, calling it Calvin Ball jurisprudence, arguing the court rewards Trump's lawlessness. Critics say Trump's attacks on judges fuel tension, while supporters cheer the court for reining in rogue lower courts. From Newsweek, Supreme Court to decide if ICE can arrest based on apparent ethnicity. The Trump administration wants the Supreme Court to overturn a judge's order stopping ICE from detaining people based on apparent ethnicity or speaking Spanish. A California judge ruled such stops likely violate the Fourth Amendment, issuing a temporary ban in the Los Angeles area. The case stems from arrests at the Pasadena bus stop, sparking a lawsuit against federal officials like Homeland Security's Kristi Noem. The court's decision could set a major precedent for how immigration agents use reasonable suspicion in enforcement. From the Daily Express, Fox News halts show for breaking Epstein alert, and it looks like a big win for Trump. Fox News paused its broadcast to discuss whether Trump should release Jeffrey Epstein's files as Congress prepares to receive them soon. Rep. Tim Burchett says Trump wants transparency, claiming the Biden admin sat on the files for years, potentially hiding evidence. Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's associate, told investigators she never saw Trump act inappropriately, backing his denial of wrongdoing. Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago years ago, but questions linger. Will the files reveal more about their connection? From Alternate, MAGA is panicking as Trump finally meets his match. Opinion. California's Gavin Newsom is taking on Trump with memes and mockery, shaking up the cultural battlefield in politics. Newsom's tactics expose how Republicans use cultural framing, like law and order or freedom, to dominate narratives. From Nixon's dog whistle to Trump's spectacle, the GOP has mastered cultural storytelling while Democrats lag behind. The author urges Democrats to reclaim American values like fairness and opportunity, as FDR did, to win hearts and voters. From Fortune, Trump is bringing in enough revenue from tariffs to cut deficits by $4 trillion over the next decade, CBO says. The CBO says Trump's tariffs on China, Mexico, and more could cut deficits by $4 trillion over the next decade. Higher tariffs mean less federal borrowing, saving $3.3 trillion in deficits and $700 billion in interest by 2035. Critics warn tariffs act like a sales tax, raising prices for Americans, while Trump says they protect U.S. jobs. But with new spending bills like OBBBA adding $3.4 trillion to deficits, legal challenges could derail the plan. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Trump slams Europe over immigration, says horrible invasion is killing the continent. President Trump landed in Scotland and immediately called out European leaders, saying mass immigration is a horrible invasion killing the continent. He pointed to the UK, where 22,500 migrants crossed the channel this year, up 57% from last year, while praising countries like Hungary for their tough stance. Trump boasted about securing the US border, claiming zero entries last month, and urged Europe to follow suit or risk losing its identity. On his UK trip, Trump also discussed a new trade deal and plans to meet EU leaders, but his immigration warning stole the spotlight. From CNN, how Tulsi Gabbard is trying to rewrite the history of the 2016 election. Tulsi Gabbard and Trump claim Obama orchestrated a conspiracy to frame Russia for meddling in the 2016 election to undermine Trump. But the intelligence community, Mueller, and bipartisan reports confirm Russia's interference to boost Trump, not Clinton. Gabbard's declassified documents don't back her claims, conflating issues and ignoring evidence, like Obama's pre-election order for a Russia report. Critics say Gabbard's narrative is a misleading attempt to rewrite history, while Trump pushes for investigations that may fall short. From ABC News, 14-year-old boy identified as victim in University of New Mexico dorm shooting. A 14-year-old boy was killed in a dorm shooting at the University of New Mexico, with another teen wounded during a video game session. The suspect, 18-year-old John Fuentes, was arrested and charged with first-degree murder after fleeing the scene. Police found broken windows and blood after responding to an alarm at 1:30 a.m., later discovering the young victim's body. The university lifted its shelter-in-place order, but the tragedy during new student orientation has shaken the community. From the New York Post, Colbert's left-wing Late Show became therapy session for liberals. A study reveals Stephen Colbert's Late Show hosted 176 left-leaning guests since 2022, with only one Republican, Liz Cheney. With 43 liberal guests in 2025 alone and 0 conservatives, critics call it a group therapy for liberals, not comedy. CBS canceled the show, citing $40 to $50 million yearly losses, though some suspect Colbert's anti-Trump jabs played a role. As late-night TV leans left, with 99% liberal guests across major shows, viewers are tuning out. Will the format survive? From Alternet, officials informed that Trump program intended for white people only. A Trump official reportedly told diplomats a South African refugee program was meant for white Afrikaners only, sparking outrage. The program, launched by Trump's executive order, claims to help Afrikaners facing unjust racial discrimination despite questionable evidence. The State Department says it includes racial minorities, but critics highlight unusually fast vetting for Afrikaners versus other refugees. With white South Africans owning most private land, claims of their persecution fuel debate over Trump's refugee policies. From the Washington Post, Trump's MAGA allies zero in on Ghislaine Maxwell as Epstein furor persists. Trump's MAGA allies claim Ghislaine Maxwell, jailed for sex trafficking, could expose a secret elite ring. They call her the Rosetta Stone, believing she knows details about Epstein's powerful clients, though no evidence supports this. Trump, once friends with Epstein, faces pressure to release more case files, but the Justice Department says there's no new evidence. Maxwell's recent interviews with officials fuel speculation, but will her testimony lead to justice or just more conspiracy theories? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Just Some News. This is a channel that I created to give a very unbiased summary of different news articles from different political backgrounds. I hope you enjoy. From the BBC, Trump says U.S. will pass on Ukraine peace talks if no progress soon. Trump warns the U.S. may abandon Russia-Ukraine peace talks if there's no progress soon, saying he'll take a pass if either side stalls. Secretary of State Rubio gave a days-long deadline as Russian strikes killed 2 and injured over 100 in Ukraine's northeast on Friday. Talks remain tough, with Putin setting ceasefire conditions. Meanwhile, the U.S. and Ukraine signed a memo for a minerals deal to aid reconstruction, but security guarantees for Kiev remain off the table. From NPR, Lab leak, a flashy page on the virus origins, replaces government COVID sites. The White House replaced COVID-19 info sites with a new page pushing the lab leak theory, claiming the virus escaped from a Chinese lab in Wuhan. Gunner covid.gov and covidtests.gov now redirecting to lab leak, the true origins of COVID-19. It criticizes Biden's pandemic response and Fauci, but scientists like Angela Rasmussen call it propaganda, saying it misleads on evidence. Many experts still favor natural spillover from animals, warning this shift could hurt public health efforts. From Pew Research Center, negative views of China have softened slightly among Americans. Fewer now consider China an enemy or say it's the country posing the greatest threat to the U.S. A new Pew survey shows Americans' negative views of China are softening slightly, with unfavorable opinions dropping from 81% to 77%. Fewer Americans now see China as an enemy, down to 33%, and only 42% name it the top U.S. threat amid rising tariffs. Republicans' criticism of China eased more than Democrats, who increasingly point to Russia as the bigger threat. Most Americans think China benefits more from trade, and many worry tariffs will hurt the U.S., especially Democrats. Republicans are more optimistic. From the post-millennial, federal judge upholds censure of Maine Rep. Laurel Libby after opposition to trans competitors in women's sports. A federal judge upheld the censure of Maine Rep. Laurel Libby after she opposed trans competitors in women's sports. Libby was censured for posting a photo of trans-identified male winning a girls' championship despite Trump's ban on such participation. Judge Melissa DuBose ruled the censure was a protected legislative act, dismissing Libby's lawsuit. Libby calls it an abuse of power, vowing to appeal, arguing her constituents' voices are silenced. The fight heads to the First Circuit. From ABC News, FSU shooting, latest, the victims identified, police release timeline. A shooting at Florida State University left 2 dead and 6 injured, with police releasing a timeline. On Thursday, 20-year-old FSU student Phoenix Ickner began firing near the student union at 11:56 a.m., killing vendor employee Tiru Chaba and dining coordinator Robert Morales. By noon, police shot and apprehended Eichner. All 6 injured are stable. 2 may be released today. Eichner, whose stepmother is a deputy, used her gun. FSU canceled classes, holding a vigil at 5 p.m. From Timcast News, X lawsuit claims Media Matters defamed platform intended to harm revenue stream. X has filed a lawsuit against Media Matters, accusing the group of defamation and trying to harm its revenue. X claims Media Matters manipulated its algorithm to show ads from major companies like Apple next to pro-Nazi content, aiming to scare advertisers away. The suit says this was a deliberate, manufactured effort to mislead. After the report, companies like IBM pulled ads, but personalities like Andrew Tate pledged to buy ads on X in support. X calls it a thermonuclear fight. And that's all the news we have for you for today. We will be taking tomorrow off, but we will be back on Monday. Thanks for watching. And remember, that's not any news, just some news. From CNN, Trump's victory over PBS and NPR bias will be devastating for rural areas, station leaders say. The Senate voted to eliminate federal funding for PBS and NPR, a move hailed by Trump as a win against perceived bias. Rural stations heavily reliant on these funds may cut staff and shows like Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood. NPR's Catherine Marr calls it a public safety lifeline, with 3 in 4 Americans relying on it for news and alerts. Smaller stations could go off air, weakening local news and emergency services. From Fox News, Karine Jean-Pierre, more top Biden aides to appear in House cover-up probe. Former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre and 3 other Biden aides will face House oversight interviews. Chairman James Comer is probing if they hid Biden's mental and physical decline during his term. Biden insists he made every decision himself, refuting claims of a cover-up. The investigation could shake up perceptions of Biden's presidency. From CBS News, DOJ fires Maureen Comey, who helped prosecute Sean Diddy Combs and Jeffrey Epstein. Maureen Comey, daughter of ex-FBI Director James Comey, was fired from the DOJ. She led the prosecution against Sean Diddy Combs, securing convictions for interstate prostitution. Comey also helped convict Elaine Maxwell in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Her firing, tied to presidential powers, raises questions about DOJ moves. From the Wall Street Journal, U.S. jobless claims fell last week. U.S. jobless claims fell to 221,000 last week, down from 228,000, beating expectations. This signals a healthier job market after a spring spike worried analysts. Continuing claims rose slightly to 1.96 million, hinting it's tougher for some to find work. The unemployment rate stays steady at 4.2%, showing resilience. From ABC News, Senate Democrats walk out of committee vote to advance Trump court pick Emil Bove. Democrats stormed out before a vote on Trump's court pick, Emil Bove, for the Third Circuit. Bove, once Trump's attorney, is accused of firing DOJ staff and dropping cases for political reasons. Senator Cory Booker begged for more debate, calling Bove's actions a threat to DOJ integrity. Over 900 ex-DOJ officials oppose Bove, but Republicans push him forward. From the Daily Mail, Obama's private Martha's Vineyard beach could be opened to public if wealthy developer gets his way. A legal battle could open up the Obama's private Martha's Vineyard beach to the public. Developer Richard Friedman says shifting sands make the beach public property under state law. Governor Healey's bill supports this, but critics call it a favor to her donor Friedman. If passed, hundreds, including the Obamas, could lose private beach access. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Texas man charged with terroristic threat against Charlie Kirk vigil. A Texas man faces charges after allegedly threatening a vigil for slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk. 19-year-old Zaylin Dunbar posted on Facebook hinting he'd use his truck to disrupt the event at UTSA. He wrote, "I'ma make this a movie, me and my truck," and warned against stopping his Ford 250 diesel. The vigil, attended by about 1,000, honored Kirk, assassinated days earlier. Authorities flagged the posts via a fusion center, leading to Dunbar's arrest at his apartment. He admitted the comments but called them dumb and clowning around. Dunbar's held on $40,000 bond for terroristic threat, facing potential violence charges. From CNN, Kimmel nods to big ratings, heckles Trump as an 80s movie-style bully in second post-suspension show. Jimmy Kimmel's back for night 2 after suspension, roasting President Trump as an 80s movie bully like Biff from Back to the Future. Trump accused Kimmel of being a Democratic arm and threatened ABC. Kimmel quipped only Trump would threaten to prove he's not threatening. He defended his jabs, saying he hates bullies from his clarinet playing days. The show hit record ratings, over 6 million TV viewers and nearing 20 million on YouTube. But it's preempted on some affiliates amid controversy over Kimmel's Kirk comments. Kimmel championed free speech. "We live in a country that allows this." Critics like J.D. Vance say he didn't apologize enough. From The Guardian, Oklahoma superintendent who put Trump Bibles in classrooms resigns. Oklahoma's school superintendent Ryan Walters, known for pushing conservative views, is resigning to lead a national nonprofit. Since 2022, Walters placed Trump-endorsed Bibles in classrooms, required teaching 2020 election conspiracies, and pushed for Turning Point USA chapters in all high schools after Charlie Kirk's death. He fought woke indoctrination, appointing right-wing figures to committees and rejecting church-state separation. Now, he'll head Teacher Freedom Alliance to destroy teachers' unions nationally. Walters announced on Fox, calling it liberals' worst nightmare. He's made over 400 media appearances promoting Christian nationalism. From the Washington Post, Hegseth orders rare, urgent meeting of hundreds of generals, admirals. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has summoned hundreds of U.S. generals and admirals to an urgent meeting at a Virginia base next week, sparking confusion. The order covers all command-level officers 0 to 7 and up worldwide, including from conflict zones. No reason given amid firings and a potential shutdown. Hegseth slashed general ranks by 20%, fired leaders like DIA director and rebranded DoD as Department of War. Scrutiny on promotions adds to unease. Officials question pulling leaders from posts, calling it unusual and risky. Possible topics: new defense strategy prioritizing homeland over China. From the Associated Press, Trump says he was victim of triple sabotage at UN and Secret Service is looking into the matter. President Trump claims he faced triple sabotage at the UN General Assembly, prompting a Secret Service probe. First, an escalator halted with Trump on it, blamed by UN on a US videographer. Trump called it absolute sabotage and wants arrests. Second, his teleprompter went dark, handled by the White House per UN officials. Third, sound issues meant some, like Melania, couldn't hear without interpreters. Trump labeled it not a coincidence and urged saving security tapes. UN cites ongoing escalator issues from budget cuts, partly due to US delays. From USA Today, ICE facility shooting updates. 1 detainee killed, 2 wounded in Dallas attack. A shooter attacked a Dallas ICE facility, killing 1 detainee and wounding 2 from a rooftop, ruled a targeted act of violence. The gunman, reportedly 29-year-old Joshua John, died by unaliving. Evidence like anti-ICE on ammo suggests ideological motive per FBI. Victims include a seriously injured Mexican national. Mexico demands investigation. This follows other ICE attacks amid rising assaults on agents. Officials like Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance blame demonizing rhetoric. Democrats condemn violence. Trump plans order against domestic terrorism networks. ICE boosts security nationwide. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, RNC Chair Michael Whatley claims Zohran Mamdani is the face of the new Democratic Party. Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani, set to be New York City's first Muslim mayor, proposes free bus fares, tuition-free CUNY, and government-run grocery stores. RNC Chair Michael Whatley calls Mamdani the face of the new Democratic Party, arguing Democrats are shifting left away from mainstream voters. Republicans tie Mamdani to Democrats in competitive races, like Chris Pappas in New Hampshire, to portray them as radicals. Democrats counter that New York City's liberal leanings don't reflect swing states, and Mamdani's policies won't shape their national strategy. From CNN, an investigation is underway after a fire engulfed a Massachusetts assisted living facility, killing 9 people. Here's what we know. A fire at Gabriel House in Fall River, Massachusetts, trapped elderly residents, many in wheelchairs or on oxygen, as smoke filled the halls. Firefighters and police rushed to save 70 residents, some hanging out windows, desperately calling for rescue. 9 residents aged 61 to 86 died. The cause remains unclear, but not suspicious, officials say, as investigations continue. Governor Healy called it a tragedy, noting the challenges of rescuing vulnerable residents with mobility issues. From NBC News, lead investigator into Biden's use of an autopen signed letters with a digital signature. Rep. James Comer's probe into Biden's autopen use claims it shows a lack of control over his administration. But Comer's own letters, including 16 to Biden officials, used digital signatures, not hand-signed ones. Digital signatures are common in Congress, though Comer argues autopens shouldn't be used for legal documents. Biden denies misuse, explaining the autopen handled high volumes of clemency requests legally. From the Associated Press, Trump urged supporters to see conspiracies everywhere. With Epstein, that's coming back to haunt him. The Justice Department says no Epstein client list exists, frustrating Trump's supporters who demand transparency. Trump, who once fueled conspiracy theories, now downplays the issue, urging focus on other priorities. Supporters, including Laura Loomer, demand answers, with some calling for resignations over the Epstein files. Experts warn Trump's past conspiracy rhetoric may now threaten his administration's unity. From the Washington Post, Senate Republicans divided over looming vote to rescind $9 billion in spending. Senate Republicans face a vote to cut $9 billion in foreign aid and public broadcasting, but some GOP senators hesitate. Senator Susan Collins warns cuts to HIV/AIDS relief could harm millions, calling them short-sighted. Cuts to NPR and PBS could shutter rural radio stations that provide critical emergency alerts. With a Friday deadline, the vote tests GOP unity as Democrats warn of future budget conflicts. From the Western Journal, Democratic governor who bragged about hiding illegal alien in home gets more bad news, a subpoena. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy said he let a possibly undocumented woman stay above his garage, challenging federal authorities. Now the U.S. Attorney's Office is investigating, with FBI agents seeking witness interviews. Murphy's team claims he was misinterpreted and no undocumented person lived at his home. The probe could shake up New Jersey's tight gubernatorial race as Republicans capitalize on the issue. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Crockett argues a person committing a crime doesn't make them a criminal. Texas Democrat Rep. Jasmine Crockett shared insights on crime during a podcast appearance. She explained that committing a crime doesn't always make someone a criminal. It's about mindset versus survival needs, like stealing diapers for a child. Host Jonathan Van Ness agreed, contrasting crimes of survival with repeated corrupt acts like tax evasion. As a former public defender, Crockett uses her experience to push for safer communities through understanding root causes. From CNN, a gunman ambushed and killed 3 officers as they responded to a desperate plea for help, officials say. In rural Pennsylvania, a woman's plea for help turned deadly when her alleged stalker ambushed police. 24-year-old Matthew Ruth, armed with an AR-15, hid in the home after weeks of stalking, even killing the family dog. Officers serving an arrest warrant were shot upon entry, 3 killed, 2 injured in a brutal barrage. 1 injured officer fired back, ending the threat. Communities mourn as investigations continue. From MSNBC, Texas man arrested over Islamophobic threats against Zoran Mamdani. A Texas man faces charges for Islamophobic threats against Democratic New York City mayoral nominee Zoran Mamdani. Jeremy Fitzel allegedly sent death threats, racist messages, and wishes of harm to Mamdani and his family. Arrested in Texas and extradited to Queens, he pleaded not guilty to harassment and terroristic threats as a hate crime. If convicted, up to 15 years in prison. Officials stress no room for hate in politics. From CBS News, House passes GOP funding bill, teeing up shutdown fight in Senate. The House passed a Republican funding bill to avoid a government shutdown until November 21st. It passed 217 to 212 with mostly party-line voters, including extra security funds after recent violence. Now in the Senate, it needs 60 votes, but Democrats oppose, citing lack of negotiation on healthcare priorities. Leaders dig in, no talks yet, risking shutdown as recess looms. Blame game heats up. From Go Banking Rates, Trump said he would end inflation on day 1 of his presidency. See where we stand now. President Trump promised to end inflation on day 1. Let's see where we stand 8 months in. Inflation averaged 2.65% from January to August, above the Fed's 2% target, but it was falling early on. Since April, it's rebounded to 2.9% with jumps in groceries, apparel, and more, linked to tariffs passing costs to consumers. August saw the biggest monthly rise in prices since December, sparking debate on policy impacts. From People, congressional staffer dies after catching fire. Her mom says she made heartbreaking plea when help arrived. Congressional staffer Regina Santos Aviles, 35, died after accidentally catching fire in Uvalde, Texas. Found outside her home by her mother, the incident was ruled accidental with no foul play. Conscious when help arrived, she pleaded, "I don't want to die," before being airlifted to a hospital. She leaves an 8-year-old son. Rep. Tony Gonzalez praised her dedication to her community. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. Hello and welcome everybody to another Just Some News. This is our channel where we go over news sites and give unbiased summaries. Let's hop into it. From USA Today, Israel's military finds professional failures in killings of Gaza medics, commander to be dismissed. Israel's military admits professional failures in the killing of 15 Gaza medics, dismissing a commander. On March 23rd, soldiers shot emergency responders near Rafah, mistaking them for Hamas threats in 3 incidents. A review found operational errors and breaches of orders, with a deputy commander fired for an inaccurate report. The military claims some responders were Hamas members, a charge Hamas denies. Criminal charges may follow as investigations continue. From Newsweek, anti-Trump protests update. Organizers say more than 3 million attended. Over 3 million reportedly joined anti-Trump protests across all 50 states this weekend, organizers say. The 5051 movement targeted Trump's policies, from federal cuts and environmental rollbacks to immigration enforcement. Protesters in cities like New York City and Denver rallied against what they call authoritarian overreach. Demonstrators demand due process and democratic integrity, but the turnout figures await independent verification. From NBC News, Trump draft executive order proposes eliminating all non-essential embassies and consulates in sub-Saharan Africa and consolidating regional bureaus. A draft Trump executive order could overhaul the U.S. State Department, cutting embassies and bureaus. The plan would shut non-essential embassies in sub-Saharan Africa, consolidate regional bureaus into 4 corps, and slash offices on climate and human rights. It also revamps diplomat hiring to align with Trump's America First vision. Rubio called it fake news, but the draft sets an October 1st deadline for the changes, offering buyouts for dissenting staff. From the AP, this Midwestern city has long been a federal hub. The pain from Doge's cuts is everywhere. Trump's Doge cuts hit Kansas City hard, impacting federal workers and local communities. Thousands of federal jobs are at risk, like Shea Giorgio's, who was let go after 28 years. Cuts to USDA grants and food aid hurt local programs, while health departments lose funding for labs and vaccines. Protesters target Musk's Tesla showroom, and landlords face losses as federal leases end. The economic fallout is real. From Fox News, Mexican nationals arrested while transporting 180,000 rounds of ammunition from Utah to Colorado. 2 Mexican nationals were arrested in Colorado for transporting 180,000 rounds of ammunition. Cesar Martinez Solis and Humberto Amador Gaviria were stopped in Cannon City on March 26. Detectives found 150 boxes of .308 and 30 boxes of 7.62 ammo, bought in Salt Lake City, possibly headed to Pueblo. Both men on non-immigrant visas face charges for unlawful ammo possession. The case ties to a federal anti-cartel operation. And from CNN, El Salvador's president offers Maduro U.S. deported Venezuelans for prisoner swap. El Salvador's President Bukele offers a prisoner swap with Venezuela's Maduro involving U.S. deported Venezuelans. Bukele wants to exchange 252 Venezuelans in Secot prison, alleged gang members, for 252 political prisoners in Venezuela, including opposition families. Maduro calls the deportations a kidnapping, denying their criminal ties. The proposal includes activists hiding in an embassy and jailed journalists. Bukele's move faces scrutiny amid his tough anti-gang stance. And that's all the news we have for you today, my friends. If you want to like, comment, subscribe, it'd be great. Watch all of our shorts. If we don't want to watch this all in one go, we do upload them all separately on YouTube Shorts or on TikTok. And remember, that's not just any news, it's sub news. Thanks for watching. From CNN, Manhattan shooting victims honored while investigators continue search for answers. Mourners gathered at Bryant Park to honor 4 lives lost in a tragic shooting at a midtown skyscraper. The shooter, Shane Tamura, used an M4 rifle, killing 4, including an NYPD officer and a Blackstone executive, before dying by unaliving. Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams called for gun reform, highlighting the need for legislative action to prevent such violence. Investigators are probing Tamura's motives, including a possible link to CTE, as the city mourns its deadliest attack since 2013. From Fox News, David Marcus. Democrats' media betray Israel, but look who stands firm. Hamas's 2023 attack aimed to turn the West against Israel, and some Democrats and media are falling for it. Pod Save America hosts called for cutting Israel's aid, while the New York Times was criticized for misleading images of Gaza. President Trump and his GOP allies stand firm, rejecting a Palestinian state that rewards Hamas's violence. Trump's vision through the Abraham Accords pushes for peace, while critics risk prolonging the conflict. From TV Insider, MSNBC, CNN, and Fox News ratings, dramatic drops and most watched shows. Fox News leads cable news with 2.41 million primetime viewers in July 2025, but it's down 30% from last year. MSNBC's primetime viewership dropped 27%, with Rachel Maddow's show still topping at 2.02 million viewers. CNN saw the biggest dip, down 42% in prime time, though Anderson Cooper 360 remains its top show. Last year's big stories like Trump's assassination attempt boosted numbers. 2025 just couldn't compete. From USA Today, President Trump announces 25% tariff on imports from India. President Trump announced a 25% tariff on Indian imports, citing India's high tariffs and trade with Russia. India, the U.S.'s 10th largest trading partner, faces this tariff starting August 1st, impacting goods like drugs and jewelry. Trump also plans a penalty for India's oil and military purchases from Russia, tied to the Ukraine conflict. The tariffs aim to boost U.S. manufacturing, as Trump holds firm on his August 1st deadline. From NBC News, massive earthquake off Russia's east coast is one of the most powerful ever recorded. An 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck Russia's Kamchatka region, one of the strongest ever recorded. Tsunami warnings went out across the Pacific, with waves reaching up to 13 feet in Russia and 5.7 feet in Hawaii. Surprisingly, no deaths or major damage were reported, thanks to the quake's remote location. Experts credit early warning systems for saving lives, calling the event a remarkable anomaly. From the Post-Millennial, UCLA settles with students for $6.13 million after DOJ determined school violated civil rights during Gaza camp occupation. UCLA will pay $6.13 million to settle a lawsuit after failing to protect Jewish students during anti-Israel protests. Protesters created a Jew exclusion zone, barring Jewish students from campus spaces in 2024. The DOJ found UCLA violated federal civil rights laws by ignoring harassment reports. The settlement awaits final court approval as UCLA vows to combat anti-Semitism on campus. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, ICE rips Pritzker for siding with criminal illegal alien after officer dragged, suspect shot dead. Tensions rise in Illinois after an ICE officer was dragged by a suspect's car during an arrest attempt outside Chicago. Governor J.B. Pritzker demands more transparency from ICE, saying they've provided little info on the incident. ICE's Madison Shahan fires back, accusing Democrats like Pritzker of siding with criminal migrants over law enforcement and endangering communities. This clash happens amid ICE's expanded operation targeting criminals despite resistance from Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson. From CNN, why the terror-related murder charges against Luigi Mangione fell apart. A New York judge dismisses terrorism murder charges against Luigi Mangione, accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Judge Caro rules there's no evidence of intent to terrorize the public or link to broader violence, calling it different from true terrorism cases. Supporters erupt in cheers. Mangione still faces second-degree murder, plus federal death penalty charges. The case simplifies to proving premeditated murder, amid debates on evidence from his arrest and writings. From Newsweek, Democrats underperform in first election since Charlie Kirk's death. In Minnesota's special House election, Democrat XP Lee wins with 60.82% of the vote, beating Republican Ruth Bittner. This fills the seat of assassinated Democratic leader Melissa Hortman, but Lee's share is down 3% from her last win. Turnout dips slightly in the first vote since conservative Charlie Kirk's assassination amid rising political violence concerns. The win restores a tied House and power-sharing deal. More specials ahead for Senate seats. From CNBC, NVIDIA CEO says he's disappointed after report China has banned its AI chips. NVIDIA's Jensen Huang expresses disappointment over reports that China banned its AI chips like the RTX Pro 6000D. Despite a U.S. deal allowing exports for 15% of sales to the government, China urges firms like ByteDance to avoid them. Huang calls China vital, but says Nvidia's out if unwanted, amid U.S. export curbs and an anti-monopoly probe. Still, Nvidia invests billions in UK AI. Huang supports both governments navigating geopolitics. From the Daily Mail, Fatima Payman declares that Charlie Kirk was an awful person after he was assassinated. Australian Senator Fatima Payman sparks outrage by calling assassinated conservative Charlie Kirk an awful person in a TikTok video. She says he doesn't deserve the recognition and jokes about RIP meaning whatever, wishing he'd stayed a footnote without violence. One Nation's Pauline Hanson condemns it as vile, exposing leftist contempt and lack of compassion. The comments come after Kirk's shooting at a Utah rally, highlighting divides in reactions to political violence. The Fed's interest rate decision and what it means for you. Live updates. The Fed is expected to cut rates by a quarter point today, the first of possibly more in 2025 amid weak jobs data. August added only 22,000 jobs, unemployment at 4.3%, inflation at 2.9%, above 2% target. Trump pushes for big cuts, stacking the board with appointees like Stephen Miran, concerns over Fed independence. Stocks mixed ahead. Cuts could lower borrowing costs, but tariffs complicate inflation and growth. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, U.S. Rep. LaMonica McIver pleads not guilty to assault charges stemming from immigration center visit. U.S. Rep. LaMonica McIver, a New Jersey Democrat, pleaded not guilty to federal assault charges after a May visit to an immigration detention center. The charges stem from an incident at Newark's Delaney Hall, where McIver allegedly pushed and grabbed federal agents during a chaotic congressional oversight visit. Indicted on 3 counts, McIver faces up to 8 years if convicted. Her lawyer says she's innocent, claiming agents escalated the situation. Democrats call the prosecution politically motivated amid tensions over Trump's immigration policies. A trial is set for November 10th. From Fox News, flashback. New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani vowed to arrest Netanyahu if he visited the city. New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, won the primary and once vowed to arrest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if he visited the city. Mamdani said he'd act on international law, citing ICC warrants, despite the U.S. not being an ICC member. Trump sanctioned the ICC over this. Linked to anti-Israel activism, Mamdani supports Israel's right to exist, but calls for equal rights for all. Critics highlight his protest ties. His stance sparks debate as he aims to lead New York City, promising to resist Trump's policies and align the city with global values. From the Washington Post, Trump administration is preparing to challenge budget law U.S. officials say. The Trump administration is gearing up to challenge a 1974 budget law aiming to withhold billions in congressionally approved funds. White House aides argue the law limits presidential power. Delays in spending have stalled research grants and agency contracts. Health and science funding is frozen, with agencies like NIH and NSF unable to award grants, risking illegal fund cancellations. Experts warn of a constitutional clash, with Democrats alleging violations. The issue may head to court, reshaping federal power. From CBS News, Trump says U.S. will meet with Iran next week. President Trump says the U.S. will meet with Iran next week following a ceasefire after a 12-day Israel-Iran conflict. Trump claims U.S. strikes obliterated Iran's nuclear sites, though intelligence suggests only months of setbacks. Israel says years. As the NATO summit, Trump pushed for higher defense spending and discussed peace with Ukraine's Zelensky and NATO allies. No formal agreement is planned, but Trump insists Iran's nuclear threat is neutralized. The world watches the ceasefire's stability. From USA Today, deadly Israel-Iran conflict is now over, Trump declares at NATO. President Trump declared the 12-day Israel-Iran conflict over at a NATO summit, saying neither side will resume fighting. Trump insists U.S. strikes destroyed Iran's nuclear facilities, disputing leaks suggesting only minor delays to Iran's program. Israel claims the attacks set Iran's nuclear ambitions back years, while Iran says its program continues despite heavy losses. NATO allies pledged to boost defense spending to 5% of GDP, a Trump priority, as the FBI probes the leaked intelligence. From the Wall Street Journal, New York City mayoral primary is latest blow to Democratic establishment. Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani's New York City mayoral primary win stunned the Democratic establishment, beating ex-Governor Andrew Cuomo. Backed by Bernie Sanders and AOC, Mamdani's progressive plans, like free buses and rent freezes, resonated with voters. He proposes higher taxes on the wealthy to fund his vision, while critics warn his policies, like anti-Israel stances, may polarize. The win highlights Democratic divides, with Republicans framing Mamdani as too far left. A ranked choice count will confirm the nominee. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, our leaders abandoned Chicago. Trump is right. It's time to call in the Guard. Imagine Chicago's South Side as a war zone with 617 homicides last year. Neighborhoods like Inglewood devastated. A local pastor shares his heartbreak over endless violence. Trump calls it a mess, suggesting National Guard intervention, while Mayor Johnson and Governor Pritzker push back, citing dropping crime and calling it unconstitutional. The author supports troops as a shock tactic, but warns it's temporary. Real change needs community programs like his nonprofit, training youth and rebuilding families. From gang control to failed policies, it's time for action that puts kids first, block by block. From CNN, judge says Trump administration's use of U.S. military in Los Angeles violated federal law. A federal judge rules Trump's deployment of National Guard and Marines in LA violated the Posse Comitatus Act, banning troops from domestic law enforcement during an immigration crackdown. Judge Breyer detailed how soldiers set up blockades and aided agents, calling it a systemic violation, now blocked in California with appeals pending. Governor Newsom celebrates the win against illegal militarization amid Trump's plans for other cities like Chicago. Public polls show strong opposition, especially from Democrats. Experts say this ruling could influence nationwide cases, highlighting limits on presidential power. From NBC News, D.C. grand jury declines to indict another defendant amid Trump crime crackdown. In Trump's crackdown, a D.C. grand jury refuses to indict Natalie Jones for alleged threats against the president on social media, citing weak evidence and her mental health issues. This marks at least 6 similar declines recently, including cases like tossing a hoagie at officers or scuffles with FBI. Local juries made of D.C. residents are resisting federal overreach. Defense attorneys push for her release, calling the case baseless amid National Guard deployments. It's a trend showing community opposition to the heavy-handed approach. Rare for federal grand juries, but here it's emerging as pushback against the crackdown in the nation's capital. From the Washington Post, Nestle removes CEO after investigation into relationship with subordinate. Nestle, the world's biggest food giant, fires CEO Laurent Frégy over an undisclosed romantic relationship with a subordinate, breaching company conduct rules. The investigation, led by the board chairman and outside counsel, led to immediate dismissal. Frégy, who rose through ranks since 1986, had just refocused the company on core products like coffee and pet food. Enter Philip Navratil as new CEO, a veteran exec from Nescafé and Nespresso, amid challenges like dropping profits from tariffs and currency issues. Nestle emphasizes strong governance, but this scandal shakes up its global empire serving billions. From Daily Mail, 21,000 American casualties, millions of civilians trapped, and the world on the brink of war. War games reveal a Chinese blockade of Taiwan could cost the U.S. 21,000 casualties, dozens of ships, and over 1,000 aircraft, drawing America into devastating conflict. CSIS scenarios show China losing big, too. But escalation risks nuclear threats. Taiwan could run out of fuel in weeks, trapping millions and forcing U.S. convoys or airlifts. With G prepping generals by 2027 and building warships 3 times faster than the U.S., experts urge Pentagon prep. Blockade seen as first step, not full invasion. Total victory impossible. U.S. must decide. Intervene or let Taiwan fall, reshaping global power. From the Daily Express. CNN interrupted live on air for breaking Donald Trump news ahead of big announcement. CNN cuts to breaking news. Trump orders a new accurate census excluding undocumented immigrants using 2024 election data for redistricting. Expert reveals 2020 errors undercounted red states like Alabama while overcounting blue ones like Rhode Island, potentially shifting political power. But critics slam it as unconstitutional. 14th Amendment requires counting all persons and Congress controls the process, not the president. It could take years. Amid health rumors like hand bruises from handshakes, this move aims to get undocumented out, sparking debate on fairness. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Supreme Court declines to hear appeal from 7th grader who wore 2 genders shirt to school. The Supreme Court declined to hear an appeal from Liam Morrison, a Massachusetts 7th grader sent home for wearing a t-shirt saying, "There are only 2 genders." School officials asked Liam to remove the shirt, citing disruption. He later wore it with only 2 covered by censored tape, but the issue persisted. Justices Alito and Thomas dissented, arguing the decision limits students' First Amendment rights. The appeals court upheld the school's action, citing potential harm to the learning environment. The case highlights tensions over free speech and transgender rights in schools, with ongoing debates about student expression. From Fox News, Chicago's bloody Memorial Day weekend leaves 22 shot, 2 dead. Chicago saw 22 people shot, 2 fatally, over Memorial Day weekend, according to ABC7. In Logan Square, a 35-year-old was unalived in a car shooting, and a 46-year-old was shot in the head in Humboldt Park. Both suspects remain at large. Other shootings included 2 people shot in their Southside home and 2 near a homeless encampment, 1 critically injured. The Chicago Tribune reports 139 homicides in 2025 so far, after 573 in 2024, as the city grapples with ongoing violence. From USA Today, NPR sues Trump administration over order to end federal funding. NPR is suing the Trump administration over an executive order to stop federal funding, calling it unconstitutional. Trump's May 1st order claims NPR and PBS aren't fair or unbiased. NPR argues it has a First Amendment right to free speech. 3 local public radio stations joined the lawsuit, saying the order threatens millions of listeners who rely on their news and emergency info. The White House defends the order, saying Trump is ensuring taxpayer dollars are used efficiently. The legal battle continues. From CBS News, Trump administration looks to end federal contracts with Harvard. The Trump administration is pushing to cancel $100 million in federal contracts with Harvard, citing alleged race discrimination and anti-Semitism issues. A letter from the GSA claims Harvard's admissions and student life practices discriminate and fail to protect Jewish students. Harvard, which faced a 2023 Supreme Court ruling against race-based admissions, says it's addressing anti-Semitism but won't yield to government control. Federal agencies have until June 6 to respond. Harvard's lawsuit claims this is a political attack on its independence. From the Post-Millennial, Trump slams Putin for playing with fire after Russia attacks Ukraine. President Trump criticized Russia's Vladimir Putin after a deadly attack in Kiev killed 12, saying he's playing with fire. Trump posted on Truth Social, warning Putin's actions could lead to Russia's downfall. He's been pushing for a Ukraine-Russia ceasefire. Russia launched 298 drones and 69 missiles at Kiev over the weekend. The Kremlin called the war an emotional overload, but thanked Trump for peace efforts. Trump is considering sanctions as Russia continues attacks, stalling ceasefire talks with Ukraine's Zelensky. From Reuters, U.S. drops COVID vaccine recommendations for healthy children and pregnant women. The CDC no longer recommends routine COVID-19 vaccines for healthy kids and pregnant women, per Health Secretary RFK Jr. RFK Jr., a vaccine skeptic, says this aligns with Trump's goal to shrink government. The FDA's Marty Makary claims healthy kids don't need routine shots. The CDC previously said vaccines are safe and effective for pregnant women and kids, but most countries have stopped recommending them for children. New FDA rules will require trials for annual boosters for those under 65, focusing vaccines on older and at-risk groups. From Time, Netanyahu accuses France, UK, Canada of emboldening Hamas. Netanyahu accused France, the UK, and Canada of supporting Hamas by demanding Israel end its Gaza offensive. The claims follow a deadly DC shooting of Israeli embassy staff, with the suspects shouting, "Free Palestine." The 3 nations called for more Gaza aid and hostage releases, citing a worsening humanitarian crisis. The leaders denied Netanyahu's accusations, supporting Israel's security within international law. From Fox News, Trump reverses course on Middle East tech policy, but will it be enough to counter China? Trump signed $2 trillion in deals with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE to counter China's influence. He lifted a ban on AI chip sales to the UAE and Saudi Arabia, raising fears of tech leaks to China. Critics warn that without safeguards, these deals could benefit the Chinese Communist Party. Supporters say the deals strengthen U.S. ties with key allies like the UAE hosting U.S. troops. From CNN, Judge extends block on Trump's mass layoffs at several agencies. Judge Susan Ilston issued an injunction halting Trump's mass layoffs at federal agencies. Trump's order aimed to shrink the federal bureaucracy, putting thousands on administrative leave. Unions argued the layoffs were unlawful, claiming Trump overstepped Congress's authority. The Justice Department's appeal heads to the Supreme Court, sparking a major legal fight. From the Post-Millennial, Suck It. Kristi Noem claps back at ACLU after lawsuit over holding suspected Tren de Aragua member. Illegal immigrants in Gitmo dismissed. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem posted "Suck It" after a lawsuit against Gitmo detentions was dismissed. The ACLU sued over transferring illegal immigrants, including a suspected gang member, to Gitmo. Most plaintiffs were deported or withdrew, including a suspected Trinidad member. The ACLU called the detentions unlawful, but Noem's sharp response has stirred debate. From NBC News. Man wakes up to find giant cargo ship in his yard. A 442-foot cargo ship ran aground in Johan Hellberg's yard near Norway's Trondheim Fjord. Hellberg said the ship nearly hit his bedroom, woken by his neighbor's call. Police are probing the cause, with one suspect identified. No injuries reported. Rescue efforts continue to free the ship from Hellberg's yard. From the Washington Post. Trump threatens tariffs on Apple, European Union in trade war escalation. Trump threatened a 25% tariff on iPhones if Apple doesn't move production to the US. He also proposed a 50% tariff on the EU starting June 1st, criticizing their trade practices. Markets fell over 1%, though some call the threats a negotiation tactic. EU officials scramble as moving supply chains could take years. From the Post-Millennial. Trump calls for a peace deal between Iran, Israel, amid calls for U.S. to join war. On Sunday, Trump predicted Iran and Israel would make a deal after Israel's preemptive strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Israel targeted Iran's military leadership and scientists, with Iran retaliating via rocket strikes and car bombs in Tehran. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu called the strikes just the beginning, while Trump claims he can broker peace, citing past successes like India-Pakistan. Trump insists the U.S. isn't involved but warned Iran of severe consequences if they attack American targets, urging a swift resolution. From Newsweek. John Fetterman's name booed at Pennsylvania No Kings rally. Senator John Fetterman faced boos at a No Kings rally in Pennsylvania when his name was mentioned during a speech. The rally, part of nationwide protests, saw thousands march against a military parade Fetterman supported, celebrating the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary. Fetterman, a Democrat, has broken party lines on issues like Israel-Hamas and border security, sparking criticism from progressives. His hometown paper accused him of neglecting duties, but Fetterman denies rumors of switching to the Republican Party. From The Guardian. Manhunt continues for suspect in shootings of Minnesota lawmakers. A gunman, Vance Bolter, is on the FBI's most wanted list after killing Rep. Melissa Hortman and her husband in Minnesota. Bolter, posing as a cop, also shot Senator John Hoffman and his wife, who are now recovering after surgery. Authorities say Bolter drove a fake police SUV and may be targeting pro-choice lawmakers, with a manifesto listing abortion-related motives. Senator Klobuchar urges caution as the suspect remains at large in the Midwest with a $50,000 reward for his capture. From the New York Post. Mayor Adams blasted for hosting smoking cigars with anti-Semitic influencer Sneeko at Gracie Mansion, who once proclaimed "Down with Jews." Mayor Eric Adams is criticized for hosting anti-Semitic influencer Sneeko, who once said, "Down with the Jews," at Gracie Mansion. Sneeko, banned from Twitch for hate speech, smoked cigars with Adams and bragged about meeting celebrities like DiCaprio. Rep. Richie Torres slammed Adams, questioning if he'd host other controversial figures, citing Sneeko's ties to white nationalists. Adams' team defends him, citing his fight against anti-Semitism, including a new order adopting its official definition. From CNN. Trump wary of increasing U.S. involvement as Israel-Iran conflict escalates. President Trump is resisting calls to deepen U.S. involvement in the escalating Israel-Iran conflict, wary of another Middle East war. Israel's strikes on Iran's nuclear sites prompted Iranian retaliation, with the U.S. offering only defensive support so far. Trump hopes for a negotiated peace deal to curb Iran's nuclear ambitions, despite canceled talks in Oman. Some Republicans, like Senator Lindsey Graham, push for stronger U.S. action, but Trump fears being dragged into a prolonged conflict. From Fox News, multiple arrests near Portland ICE building after police declare riot. Portland police arrested 3 people after a No Kings protest turned into a riot near an ICE facility, injuring 4 officers. Rioters threw rocks, fireworks, and smoke grenades, attempting to break into the federal building. Suspects face charges like assault and criminal mischief, with police warning more arrests could follow ongoing investigations. The chaos erupted after a large-scale march, with authorities stressing arrests targeted criminal acts, not free speech. From Fox News, WNBA stars All-Star Game message on pay increase draws social media reaction. At the 2025 WNBA All-Star Game in Indianapolis, players including sideline star Caitlin Clark wore t-shirts reading, "Pay us what you owe us," during warm-ups, signaling frustration in ongoing contract talks. The Women's National Basketball Players Association, led by Nneka Ogwumike, praised the unity, saying it's key to pushing for higher salaries as the league's $2.2 billion media deal looms. Commissioner Kathy Engelbert remains optimistic about a transformational deal before the current agreement expires on October 31st, despite the league reportedly losing $40 million in 2024. The message sparked mixed reactions online, with some fans supporting the players and others questioning the league's finances. Will they reach a deal? From CNN, DHS Secretary blames New York City officials' sanctuary city policies for shooting of off-duty Border Patrol agent. An off-duty Border Patrol agent was shot in the face and arm during an apparent robbery in New York City's Riverside Park. The 42-year-old, now stable, exchanged gunfire with the suspect. Miguel Mora, a 21-year-old undocumented immigrant with a criminal history, was arrested after arriving at a hospital with gunshot wounds. His alleged accomplice was also detained. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem blamed New York City's sanctuary city policies, claiming they allowed Mora, previously arrested multiple times, to remain free. Mayor Eric Adams denied responsibility. The incident has fueled debate over sanctuary policies, with federal charges expected and calls for policy changes growing. The agent is expected to recover. From NBC News, Breonna Taylor's family is heartbroken over one-day sentence recommendation for ex-cop. Breonna Taylor's family is outraged after the DOJ recommended just 1 day in prison for ex-cop Brett Hankinson, convicted of violating her rights in a 2020 botched raid. Hankinson fired 10 bullets blindly into Taylor's home, though none hit her. The DOJ says he poses no public threat, but Taylor's family calls it an insult. Taylor's mother, Tamika Palmer, and her lawyers, including Ben Crump, urged the judge to impose a tougher sentence, arguing it sets a dangerous precedent. With sentencing set for Monday in Louisville, the family hopes the judge will deliver justice for Breonna. Will the court agree? From The Guardian, Jeffrey Epstein accuser urged FBI to investigate Trump decades ago. Maria Farmer, who accused Jeffrey Epstein of assault in 1996, told the FBI to investigate Donald Trump, citing an unsettling 1995 encounter at Epstein's office. Farmer, then in her 20s, said Trump stared at her legs and Epstein told him, "She's not here for you." She reported no further issues with Trump. Farmer's claim could appear in unreleased Epstein files, stirring controversy as Trump faces backlash for blocking their release, despite denying wrongdoing. The White House insists Trump ended his Epstein ties years ago. Will these files change the narrative around their past connection? From the Associated Press, the latest, Harvard heads to court in $2.6 billion lawsuit against Trump administration. Harvard is suing the Trump administration, claiming it illegally cut $2.6 billion in funding, threatening the university's research on cancer and veterans. In court, Harvard argued the cuts violated its First Amendment rights tied to demands from an anti-Semitism task force. The government denies retaliation. Judge Alison Burroughs questioned the government's lack of evidence for the cuts. A ruling is expected soon, which could restore Harvard's funding. Even with a $53 billion endowment, Harvard says it can't fully self-fund. Will the court side with the university or the administration? From the Gateway Pundit, establishment Democrats are plotting ways to stop Zohran Mamdani. Far-left candidate Zohran Mamdani's win in New York City's mayoral primary has some Democrats worried, fearing he's too extreme and a GOP target. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo and Mayor Eric Adams, running as independents, are seen as moderates who could split the vote, potentially handing Mamdani the win. Leaders like Schumer and Hochul face pressure to pick a side, with some calling Mamdani a Marxist and others warning of a fractured party. Strategists say only one independent must drop out to stop Mamdani. Will Democrats unite before the general election? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, DC gun permit wait / from months to days as Trump's crime crackdown continues. President Trump's Making DC Safe and Beautiful task force is shaking things up in Washington, D.C., cutting gun permit wait times from months to just days. The streamlined process lets law-abiding residents book next-day firearm registration appointments with walk-ins now available, down from a grueling 4-month wait. Concealed carry permits, now processed in just 4.6 days, not months, making it easier for locals to protect themselves in a city with strict gun laws. While exploring broader firearm access, like carry on public transit, Trump's task force is working with federal agencies to keep DC safe and beautiful. From CNN, federal agents gather in DC to enforce Trump-directed crackdown on homeless encampments. Federal agents hit Washington, D.C. to clear homeless encampments under Trump's law enforcement takeover, but confusion erupted at Washington Circle. Notices gave occupants until Monday to leave, yet agents showed up early, clashing with advocates who pointed out the deadline, causing a standoff. Residents like Megan Abraham say they're just normal people facing undue stress, while advocates worry about disrupted housing support systems. Trump's push to move the homeless far from the Capitol has advocates bracing for more sweeps with no clear federal plan shared. From NBC News, D.C. Attorney General sues over Trump's hostile takeover of local police. D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwalb is suing the Trump administration, challenging its federal takeover of the city's police force. Trump's executive order and AG Pam Bondi's move to replace D.C.'s police chief are called an abuse of power under the Home Rule Act. Schwalb argues the takeover threatens D.C.'s self-governance, putting the safety of 700,000 residents and visitors at risk. The lawsuit claims Trump's actions exceed temporary emergency powers, marking the gravest threat to D.C.'s autonomy ever. From The Guardian, Barack Obama praises Texas Democrats' fight as they signal return to state. Texas Democrats backed by Barack Obama are fighting a Republican plan to redraw congressional maps and add 5 GOP seats. Obama praised the Dems' courage for fleeing the state to block a quorum, inspiring action in California to counter gerrymandering. With Governor Abbott vowing more special sessions, Dems plan to return, building a legal case against the map as unconstitutional. California's Gavin Newsom is pushing back with a new map to add Democratic seats, escalating the redistricting battle nationwide. From USA Today, live updates. Russia predicts marathon Trump-Putin Alaska summit. President Trump is headed to Alaska for a high-stakes summit with Russia's Vladimir Putin to push for peace in Ukraine. Putin hints at a new nuclear arms deal, while the Kremlin predicts marathon talks, but Trump says he'll know in minutes if a deal's possible. Held at a U.S. military base, the summit excludes Ukraine's Zelensky, who rejects territorial concessions, raising tensions. With Trump threatening sanctions and Putin escalating attacks, the world watches to see if peace is possible. From The Federalist, bombshell DNI emails expose fraud that sabotaged a 2018 Trump-Putin summit. DNI Tulsi Gabbard dropped bombshell emails showing the 2016 DNC hack narrative was pushed to sabotage Trump's 2018 Putin summit. Then DNI James Clapper ignored NSA doubts, forcing a false Russia hack story to undermine Trump's election and diplomacy. The narrative fueled Mueller's indictment of 12 Russians designed to disrupt the Helsinki summit despite no evidence of a hack. Gabbard's release vindicates Trump, clearing the way for his Alaska summit to focus on Ukraine peace without past hoaxes. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Trump assassination attempt aftermath, reactions from inner circle revealed in new book. A new book reveals the chaos after the July 2024 attempt on President Trump's life in Pennsylvania. Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, saw the blood and rushed to safety as gunshots rang out. Advisor Dan Scavino grabbed Trump's blood-stained MAGA cap as they fled to the hospital. Trump, refusing a stretcher, joked with aides and got calls from unexpected allies like Zuckerberg and Bezos. From CNN, a plea deal is set to keep Bryan Kohberger locked up for life. The family of one of the Idaho victims is furious. The family of slain Idaho student Kaylee Goncalves is furious over a plea deal for suspect Bryan Kohberger. Kohberger, charged with killing 4 students in 2022, will plead guilty to avoid the death penalty. The Goncalves family calls it shocking and cruel, upset they weren't consulted. But Madison Mogen's dad accepts the deal, hoping to move forward without a trial. From CBS News, Trump tours Alligator Alcatraz Immigration Detention Center in Florida. President Trump toured a new immigration detention center in Florida's Everglades dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. The facility, set to open Wednesday, will house thousands with tight security and 24/7 AC. Governor DeSantis and DHS Secretary Noem say it's a model for deportations. Critics, including protesters, call it inhumane, while environmental groups sue to stop it. From the Wall Street Journal, the Trump-Musk feud reignites over Republicans' mega bill. The Trump-Musk bromance is over as Elon slams the GOP's massive spending bill. Musk calls it fiscally irresponsible and threatens to start a new America party. Trump hits back, threatening to cut Musk's contracts and even deport him. Tesla shares dropped as the feud escalates, with Musk vowing to back anti-bill Republicans. From ABC News, Trump admin live updates. Vance casts tie-breaking vote to pass mega bill in Senate. Vice President J.D. Vance casts the tie-breaking vote to pass Trump's tax and immigration bill. The Senate split 50-50, with 3 Republicans opposing the $1 trillion deficit adding measure. House Speaker Johnson vows to fast-track it for Trump's desk by July 4th. Trump, thrilled at Alligator Alcatraz, calls it a big, beautiful bill with something for everyone. From the Post-Millennial, national pride among Dems tanks, only 36% very proud to be American, Gallup poll. A Gallup poll shows only 58% of U.S. adults are highly proud to be American, down 9% from 2024. Democrats drive the drop, with just 36% feeling very proud compared to 90% of Republicans. Younger Americans, especially Gen Z Democrats, show the least pride amid economic and political divides. The decline, sharpest since 2017, reflects growing national pessimism, says Gallup. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Big Trump wins, boomerang appeals define Supreme Court term. The Supreme Court wrapped its term with major wins for President Trump, but the fight's not over. A 6-3 ruling upheld Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship, sparking immediate lawsuits from immigrant groups. Another 6-3 decision backed Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for minors, leaving other trans issues unresolved. Justice Jackson's fiery dissents called out the court's rulings as a threat to the rule of law. More appeals are coming. From Fox News, MSNBC host erupts over SCOTUS ruling on Trump's birthright citizenship order. MSNBC's Simone Sanders Townsend called the Supreme Court's birthright citizenship ruling insane on air. The 6-3 decision limited lower courts' power to block Trump's executive order with universal injunctions. Critics like Slate's Mark Stern say the ruling creates chaos, questioning how citizenship will be determined. Justice Barrett clarified the ruling focuses on judicial remedies, not the order's legality, leaving debates open. From The Guardian, Trump hits out at Republican senator for refusing to back Big Beautiful Bill. President Trump lashed out at Senator Tom Tillis for opposing his massive tax and spending bill. The Senate narrowly passed a procedural vote 51-49, with Tillis and Rand Paul voting no. Tillis cited billions in Medicaid cuts as his reason, warning of harm to North Carolina's hospitals. Trump threatened to back a primary challenge against Tillis, who's up for re-election in 2026. From the Gateway Pundit. This excerpt from Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissent explains why she got nuked by Amy Coney Barrett. Justice Jackson's dissent in a Supreme Court ruling is making waves for its casual tone. She used the phrase, "wait for it," prompting critics to compare her writing to a YouTuber's style. Justice Barrett sharply rebuked Jackson, saying her argument ignored centuries of precedent. X users called Jackson's tone unprofessional, sparking debate about her judicial style. From USA Today, American students reveal how they fled the Israel-Iran war. American students in Israel faced terror as Israel and Iran traded missile strikes this month. Teens from Arizona and Florida hid in bunkers as sirens blared, fearing for their lives. Over 2,800 students were evacuated, many on a luxury cruise to Cyprus, then flown home. Emotional reunions unfolded as students returned, haunted by memories of war. From the Wall Street Journal, Senate narrowly advances Trump's tax and spending megabill. The Senate voted 51-49 to advance Trump's massive tax and spending bill despite GOP defections. The bill extends tax cuts, boosts border security, but cuts Medicaid and green energy funding. Senators Paul and Tillis opposed it, citing debt and Medicaid cuts, worrying moderates. Trump wants it passed by July 4th, but the House faces a tough fight ahead. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. Hochul hauls in big bucks amid lackluster poll numbers and calls to endorse Mamdani. New York Governor Kathy Hochul just raised nearly $12 million for her 2026 re-election, showing strong grassroots support across all 62 counties. But polls tell a different story. Only 37% of New Yorkers think the state's on the right track, with Hochul's favorability underwater at 42%. Meanwhile, far-left leaders are pushing Hochul to endorse Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani, who stunned the political world by winning the New York City mayoral primary. Hochul praises Mamdani's focus on affordability, but raises concerns about his anti-Israel stance and policing policies. Will she back him? From CNN, Donald Trump's eventful day at Club World Cup final, being booed, celebrating with Chelsea and a winner's medal. President Trump was front and center at the FIFA Club World Cup final, where Chelsea crushed PSG 3-0 to claim the title. But not everyone was cheering. Trump faced boos during the anthem and again while presenting medals alongside FIFA's Gianni Infantino. In a bizarre moment, Trump stayed on stage during Chelsea's trophy lift, confusing players like Cole Palmer, who expected him to exit. Social media buzzed when it looked like Trump got a winner's medal. FIFA's still clarifying if that was the plan. From Newsweek, from Fauci to his brother, list of people Joe Biden pardoned by autopen. Former President Joe Biden used an autopen to grant high-profile pardons, sparking GOP claims of a cover-up over his mental capacity. Among those pardoned, Dr. Anthony Fauci, criticized for his COVID-19 role, and General Mark Milley, who called Trump a wannabe dictator. Biden's brother James, sister Valerie, and sister-in-law Sarah also got preemptive pardons to shield them from potential Trump-led probes. Biden insisted the autopen was legal due to the volume of pardons, but Trump calls them illegitimate. Investigations are underway. From CBS News, Elmo's X account hacked, shares anti-Semitic posts, disgusting messages. Elmo's official X account, with over 600,000 followers, was hacked Sunday, posting shocking anti-Semitic and racist messages. The posts included slurs against Jews and comments about Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, but were quickly removed by Sesame Workshop. This comes amid criticism of X for rising hate speech since Elon Musk's 2022 takeover, with the ADL reporting a 893% surge in anti-Semitic incidents. Sesame Workshop is working to restore the account, calling the posts disgusting. X is under scrutiny again. From The Independent, Trump threatens Russia with 100% tariffs if no peace deal is reached with Ukraine in the next 50 days. President Trump gave Russia 50 days to end its war with Ukraine or face 100% secondary tariffs on countries buying Russian oil. These tariffs could double import costs from nations like China and India, hitting major U.S. trading partners hard. Trump also pledged more U.S. arms to Ukraine via NATO allies, praising their tremendous courage against Russia's attacks. Calling Putin all talk, Trump hopes NATO's increased defense spending will push for peace. Will it work? From the Daily Mail, inside the Jeffrey Epstein death report and the 10 troubling questions the DOJ refuses to explain. Jeffrey Epstein's 2019 jailhouse death is back in the spotlight after a DOJ report reaffirmed it was fueling conspiracy theories. A 2023 report revealed Epstein had extra blankets and mattresses, potential nooses, despite a prior attempt. A missing minute of surveillance footage and cameras that streamed but didn't record raised questions about a cover-up. Attorney General Pam Bondi faces backlash for the DOJ's handling, with 10 key questions still unanswered about Epstein's death. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump files $15 billion defamation lawsuit against the New York Times. President Trump has launched a massive $15 billion defamation lawsuit against the New York Times, calling it a Democratic mouthpiece. The suit targets the Times, Penguin Random House, and reporters over a book claiming Trump squandered his fortune and fake success. Experts say it's a strategy to silence critics, but the Times vows to fight, citing no merit and First Amendment protections. Trump hails it as restoring journalism integrity amid past settlements with other outlets like ABC and CBS. From Fox News, Jonathan Isaac's new sneakers suddenly mirror Charlie Kirk's message after assassination. NBA star Jonathan Isaac is dropping his Judah 2 sneakers, featuring 6 Bible verses to promote bold Christian expression. After befriending Charlie Kirk, Isaac says the shoes now echo Kirk's message of unity for believers and patriots. Kirk's tragic assassination hits hard, but Isaac remembers him as a respectful debater who encouraged open discourse. The sold-out Judah 1 inspired an upgrade. Verses like Mighty Warrior to motivate wearers in life and games. From Business Insider, Adidas, Walmart, Home Depot, and other major brands say that Trump's tariffs are pushing them to raise prices. Trump's tariffs are forcing big brands like Adidas, Walmart, and Home Depot to hike prices on everything from shoes to tools. Adidas predicts a $218 million hit, passing costs from Vietnam and Indonesia imports to U.S. shoppers. Walmart warns of unavoidable increases, while Best Buy and Nike plan surgical hikes on electronics and apparel. From cars at Ford to luxury like Ferrari, companies say uncertainty means consumers will feel the pinch soon. From The Guardian, judge dismisses 2 top charges against Luigi Mangione in United Healthcare CEO shooting. A judge dismissed first and second degree murder terrorism charges against Luigi Mangione in the United Healthcare CEO shooting. Evidence was insufficient for terrorism, but Mangione still faces second degree murder and federal charges. The ruling rejects double jeopardy claims amid politicized debates linking to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Prosecutors push forward. The case has sparked healthcare debates, with Trump seeking the death penalty federally. From USA Today, as shutdown deadline nears, Democrats have rare leverage over Trump. They're digging in. With funding expiring October 1st, Democrats are leveraging Senate rules to demand concessions from Republicans and Trump. Key issues: reversing Medicaid cuts and extending Obamacare subsidies to prevent premium hikes for millions. A shutdown would furlough workers, close parks, but essential services continue. Both sides blame the other. Amid Kirk assassination fears, extra security funding is proposed, but Democrats hold firm for healthcare wins. From The Independent, MTG calls for a national divorce and for left-leaners to split from the conservatives in wake of Charlie Kirk shooting. In the wake of conservative activist Charlie Kirk's shocking assassination at a Utah University event, Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene dropped a bombshell on X, calling for a peaceful national divorce between red and blue America. Greene says the U.S. is too far gone and divided, claiming the left's celebration of Kirk's death proves there's nothing left to talk about. Both parties have condemned the violence, with companies firing staff for hateful posts. The 31-year-old Kirk was gunned down publicly. Suspect Tyler Robinson, 22, hails from a Republican family with no party ties. Vice President J.D. Vance echoed the divide, blaming left-wing extremism and citing stats on violence, though research shows right-wing attacks have claimed more lives. Greene urged faith over politics, warning Republicans to protect families amid the rift. As shockwaves ripple, is this the end of unity? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Israel is pausing operations in some parts of Gaza amid mounting horror over starvation. Will it be enough? Israel's military is pausing operations in 3 Gaza areas for 10 hours daily to allow UN aid delivery amid global outrage over starvation. Over 130 people, mostly children, have died from malnutrition since the conflict escalated, with aid trucks stuck at borders. Thousands of aid trucks are ready, but security issues and limited crossings slow delivery. UN agencies say it's not enough. Israel's airdrops and new water supply are steps forward, but experts call them inefficient. Can this pause turn the tide? From Fox News, Rubio reflects on remarkable political journey from Trump critic to trusted cabinet member. Once a 2016 rival, Senator Marco Rubio now serves as Trump's Secretary of State, comparing politics to an MMA fight. Rubio calls Trump's first term the best years of his Senate career, praising their teamwork and Trump's bold instincts. Rubio's tight with Trump's VP pick J.D. Vance, saying they've been on the same team since the 2016 primaries ended. Appointed after Trump's 2024 win, Rubio says working for Trump is fun and action-packed. What's next for this duo? From USA Today, ICE supported teenagers and children in immigration raids. Here are their stories. Martir Garcia Lara, a 4th grader, was detained with his dad at an immigration hearing and deported to Honduras. A Maryland high schooler was deported to Guatemala, sparking a student walkout and fear in immigrant communities. Detroit teen Michael was arrested on his way to a field trip and deported to Colombia just shy of graduation. Schools are bracing for more raids, handing out Know Your Rights cards as kids live in fear. From the Washington Post, Trump's imaginary numbers from $1.99 gas to 1,500% price cuts. President Trump claims drug prices will drop 1,500% and gas hit $1.99 in 5 states, numbers that don't hold up. AAA says gas is over $3 nationwide and a 1,500% price cut is impossible. Experts call these figures rhetorical. Trump clashed with Fed Chair Powell over a $3.1 billion building cost, corrected as outdated on the spot. Critics say Trump's exaggerated stats, like a 68% tax hike, aim to sell ideas, not facts. Will scrutiny catch up? From ABC News, 11 stabbed at Michigan Walmart in brutal act. A 42-year-old man stabbed 11 people at a Michigan Walmart in a random attack starting at the checkout area. Witnesses and deputies stopped the suspect within minutes. He acted alone, but the motive is still under investigation. Victims, 6 men and 5 women, were rushed to the Munson Medical Center. 7 are now in fair condition, 4 serious. Sheriff Shea praised citizen bravery, saying, 11 is too many, but thank God it wasn't more. From the Post-Millennial, Trump calls for prosecution of Kamala Harris, Beyonce, Oprah, Al Sharpton over alleged paid endorsements. Trump called for prosecuting Kamala Harris, Beyonce, Oprah, and Al Sharpton over alleged illegal paid endorsements. Trump claims Harris's campaign paid millions for celebrity appearances, violating campaign finance laws. Oprah says she took no personal fee, though her production got $1 million. Harris denies paying for endorsements. Records show payments, but Trump's figures differ. Is this a legal violation or political noise? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Just Some News. This is a channel that I created to give a very unbiased summary of different news articles from different political backgrounds. I hope you enjoy. From the BBC, Trump says U.S. will pass on Ukraine peace talks if no progress soon. Trump warns the U.S. may abandon Russia-Ukraine peace talks if there's no progress soon, saying he'll take a pass if either side stalls. Secretary of State Rubio gave a days-long deadline as Russian strikes killed 2 and injured over 100 in Ukraine's northeast on Friday. Talks remain tough, with Putin setting ceasefire conditions. Meanwhile, the U.S. and Ukraine signed a memo for a minerals deal to aid reconstruction, but security guarantees for Kiev remain off the table. From NPR, lab leak, a flashy page on the virus origins replaces government COVID sites. The White House replaced COVID-19 info sites with a new page pushing the lab leak theory, claiming the virus escaped from a Chinese lab in Wuhan. Garner covid.gov and covidtests.gov now redirecting to lab leak, the true origins of COVID-19. It criticizes Biden's pandemic response and Fauci, but scientists like Angela Rasmussen call it propaganda, saying it misleads on evidence. Many experts still favor natural spillover from animals, warning this shift could hurt public health efforts. From Pew Research Center, negative views of China have softened slightly among Americans. Fewer now consider China an enemy or say it's the country posing the greatest threat to the U.S. A new Pew survey shows Americans' negative views of China are softening slightly, with unfavorable opinions dropping from 81% to 77%. Fewer Americans now see China as an enemy, down to 33%, and only 42% name it the top U.S. threat amid rising tariffs. Republicans' criticism of China eased more than Democrats, who increasingly point to Russia as the bigger threat. Most Americans think China benefits more from trade, and many worry tariffs will hurt the U.S., especially Democrats. Republicans are more optimistic. From the Post-Millennial, federal judge upholds censure of Maine Rep. Laurel Libby after opposition to trans competitors in women's sports. A federal judge upheld the censure of Maine Rep. Laurel Libby after she opposed trans competitors in women's sports. Libby was censured for posting a photo of trans-identified male winning a girls' championship despite Trump's ban on such participation. Judge Melissa DuBose ruled the censure was a protected legislative act, dismissing Libby's lawsuit. Libby calls it an abuse of power, vowing to appeal, arguing her constituents' voices are silenced. The fight heads to the First Circuit. From ABC News, FSU shooting, latest, the victims identified, police release timeline. A shooting at Florida State University left 2 dead and 6 injured, with police releasing a timeline. On Thursday, 20-year-old FSU student Phoenix Ickner began firing near the student union at 11:56 a.m., killing vendor employee Tiru Chaba and dining coordinator Robert Morales. By noon, police shot and apprehended Eichner. All 6 injured are stable. 2 may be released today. Ichner, whose stepmother is a deputy, used her gun. FSU canceled classes, holding a vigil at 5 p.m. From Timcast News, X lawsuit claims Media Matters defamed platform intended to harm a revenue stream. X has filed a lawsuit against Media Matters, accusing the group of defamation and trying to harm its revenue. X claims Media Matters manipulated its algorithm to show ads from major companies like Apple next to pro-Nazi content, aiming to scare advertisers away. The suit says this was a deliberate, manufactured effort to mislead. After the report, companies like IBM pulled ads, but personalities like Andrew Tate pledged to buy ads on X in support. X calls it a thermonuclear fight. And that's all the news we have for you for today. We will be taking tomorrow off, but we will be back on Monday. Thanks for watching. And remember, that's not any news, just some news. From Fox News, Democrats should shut down the government rather than fund Trump's mafia takeover, New York Times columnist argues. New York Times columnist Ezra Klein argues on his podcast that Democrats should face a government shutdown to oppose President Trump. With funding expiring this month, Klein says Trump is corrupting the government like the mafia, using it for personal power and enrichment. He claims Democrats would be complicit if they fund it, though he admits a shutdown might not succeed but is better than inaction. Senate Republicans need Democratic votes to pass funding by October 1st amid ongoing debates. From CNN, Trump's crackdown on homeless residents in the nation's capital has them on the run. President Trump's law enforcement surge in D.C. has cleared over 50 homeless encampments since August, but without promised shelters or services. Residents like Jeff Paget are fleeing to Virginia woods at night to avoid harassment, constantly moving and hiding. Advocates say it's causing exhaustion, fear, and disruption to services, calling it political theater without long-term solutions. The White House claims it's making D.C. safer, while the city added shelter beds, but many homeless avoid them due to past traumas. From the Washington Post, it's not just Trump. Red states are cracking down on their own blue cities. In Mississippi, Republicans created a state-run court in Jackson to handle crime backlogs, appointing judges and prosecutors over the majority black Democratic city. Similar moves in Texas, Louisiana, Missouri, Georgia, and Indiana include deploying state troops and taking over local police or prosecutors. Critics say it's diverting resources from local control despite falling crime, creating unequal systems and reducing accountability. Polls show Republican support for such interventions, while experts warn of long-term impacts on community trust. From USA Today, Amy Coney Barrett says, "I'm nobody's justice." That includes Trump. Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett declares she's independent, not aligned with Trump, surprising both supporters and critics. In her new book, Interview, she emphasizes decisions are based on law, not politics, countering public skepticism about the court. As the only mother of school-age kids on the court, her experiences inform cases on education and tech, boosting compassion. She rejects being called a swing vote, focuses on long-term precedents, and defends court rulings on presidential power. From Newsweek, Russia responds to Trump's sanctions threat. President Trump threatens next phase sanctions on Russia over Ukraine, including tariffs on trading partners if no peace deal soon. Russia's Dmitry Peskov calls sanctions useless and ineffective after 4 years, blaming Ukraine and allies for escalation. Amid Russia's largest aerial attack hitting a Ukrainian government building, Zelensky urges stronger sanctions and actions. Key issues remain territory and security. India faces U.S. tariffs for Russian oil buys, while China provides economic support. From the Associated Press, Appeals Court upholds E. Jean Carroll's $83.3 million defamation judgment against President Trump. A federal appeals court upholds an $83.3 million defamation award to E. Jean Carroll against President Trump for his social media attacks. Trump denied Carroll's 1990s sexual assault claim, calling it a hoax. Juries found him liable for assault and defamation. The court rejects Trump's arguments for a new trial or reduced damages, calling his attacks extraordinary and egregious. Carroll's attorney welcomes the ruling, affirming her truthfulness. Trump sought immunity but was denied. And as always, Thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump's victory over PBS and NPR bias will be devastating for rural areas, station leaders say. The Senate voted to eliminate federal funding for PBS and NPR, a move hailed by Trump as a win against perceived bias. Rural stations heavily reliant on these funds may cut staff and shows like Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood. NPR's Catherine Marr calls it a public safety lifeline, with 3 in 4 Americans relying on it for news and alerts. Smaller stations could go off air, weakening local news and emergency services. From Fox News, Karine Jean-Pierre, more top Biden aides to appear in House cover-up probe. Former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre and 3 other Biden aides will face House oversight interviews. Chairman James Comer is probing if they hid Biden's mental and physical decline during his term. Biden insists he made every decision himself, refuting claims of a cover-up. The investigation could shake up perceptions of Biden's presidency. From CBS News, DOJ fires Maureen Comey, who helped prosecute Sean Diddy Combs and Jeffrey Epstein. Maureen Comey, daughter of ex-FBI Director James Comey, was fired from the DOJ. She led the prosecution against Sean Diddy Combs, securing convictions for interstate prostitution. Comey also helped convict Elaine Maxwell in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Her firing, tied to presidential powers, raises questions about DOJ moves. From the Wall Street Journal, U.S. jobless claims fell last week. U.S. jobless claims fell to 221,000 last week, down from 228,000, beating expectations. This signals a healthier job market after a spring spike worried analysts. Continuing claims rose slightly to 1.96 million, hinting it's tougher for some to find work. The unemployment rate stays steady at 4.2%, showing resilience. From ABC News, Senate Democrats walk out of committee vote to advance Trump court pick Emil Bove. Democrats stormed out before a vote on Trump's court pick, Emil Bove, for the Third Circuit. Bove, once Trump's attorney, is accused of firing DOJ staff and dropping cases for political reasons. Senator Cory Booker begged for more debate, calling Bove's actions a threat to DOJ integrity. Over 900 ex-DOJ officials oppose Bove, but Republicans push him forward. From the Daily Mail, Obama's private Martha's Vineyard beach could be opened to public if wealthy developer gets his way. A legal battle could open up the Obama's private Martha's Vineyard beach to the public. Developer Richard Friedman says shifting sands make the beach public property under state law. Governor Healey's bill supports this, but critics call it a favor to her donor Friedman. If passed, hundreds, including the Obamas, could lose private beach access. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump visits Arlington National Cemetery after lashing out at political opponents in Memorial Day post. President Trump visited Arlington National Cemetery on Memorial Day to honor fallen service members. Hours earlier, he posted on Truth Social, calling political opponents scum and criticizing Biden's immigration policies. The post, which claimed 21 million illegal immigrants entered under Biden, contradicts official data. Trump's history of mixing politics with solemn events like his West Point speech drew criticism for breaking tradition. From Newsmax, California Republicans want Kamala Harris to run for governor. Former VP Kamala Harris may run for California governor in 2026, and state Republicans are eager for the challenge. They believe her candidacy could boost GOP fundraising despite California's Democratic dominance. Potential GOP candidates include Richard Grenell and Sheriff Chad Bianco, ready to face a tough race. Harris won 59% of California's vote in 2024, but some counties flipped to Trump, signaling a shifting landscape. From USA Today, FBI to probe Biden White House cocaine incident, leaked Supreme Court abortion opinion. The FBI is investigating cocaine found at Biden's White House in 2023 and the 2022 leaked Supreme Court draft on Roe v. Wade. Deputy Director Dan Bongino announced the probes, citing public interest in potential corruption. The Secret Service closed the cocaine case without a suspect, while the leak's source remains unknown. The FBI also probes 2021 pipe bombs near DNC and RNC headquarters, with weekly updates requested. From Newsweek, Trump endorses Republican who fell asleep and missed bill vote. President Trump endorsed Rep. Andrew Garbarino for re-election, calling him a fierce advocate for Long Island. Garbarino missed a vote on Trump's $4.9 trillion budget bill, which passed 215 to 214 because he fell asleep. Speaker Johnson jokingly said he'd strangle Garbarino, but praised his role in securing the bill's passage. The bill now faces Senate scrutiny, with concerns over its impact on national debt. From the Wall Street Journal, Trump threatens to redistribute $3 billion in Harvard grants to trade schools. President Trump proposed redirecting $3 billion in Harvard grants to U.S. trade schools, citing anti-Semitism concerns. The move follows a DHS decision to block Harvard from enrolling international students halted by a judge. Trump and Harris both pushed trade school support in 2024 amid rising college costs. Harvard's lawsuit claims the administration's actions violate its constitutional rights, setting up a legal battle. From Fox News, Trump accused Harvard of being very slow to turn over foreign student info. President Trump accused Harvard of delaying foreign student data, alleging it hides radicalized individuals. DHS revoked Harvard's ability to enroll international students, citing anti-Semitism and noncompliance. A judge temporarily blocked the move, but Harvard's lawsuit claims it's retaliation for free speech. Trump also proposed redirecting $3 billion in Harvard grants to trade schools, escalating the conflict. From Fox News, billionaire Democratic Governor Pritzker defends his wealth as party rails against the rich. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, a billionaire Democrat, was grilled on NBC about his wealth as some in his party, like New York City Mayor candidate Zohran Mamdani, criticized billionaires. Pritzker said values, not wealth, define him. He supports healthcare, education, and democracy regardless of income. NBC's Kristen Welker also pressed him on Illinois' redistricting, accused of favoring Democrats. Pritzker defended the process, saying it followed public hearings. Critics gave Illinois' maps an F for fairness. Pritzker insisted Texas's redistricting violates voting rights, while Illinois played by the rules. From CNN, Trump moves Obama-Bush portraits to hidden stairwell. President Trump moved Barack Obama's portrait from the White House entryway to the top of the grand staircase out of public view. Portraits of George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush were also relocated to this restricted area, accessible only to select staff and the first family. This follows a prior move replacing Obama's portrait with a painting of Trump surviving an assassination attempt. Tradition places recent presidents' portraits prominently, but Trump's tensions with Obama and the Bushes seem to drive these changes. From USA Today, all is lost. Record rainfall leads to widespread floods in Milwaukee, more rain expected. Record rainfall of nearly 7 inches flooded Milwaukee, submerging cars and homes. The fire department rescued 65 people overnight. Governor Tony Evers deployed the National Guard to assist as residents like Jacqueline Zeldin lost basements to floodwater. The Wisconsin State Fair and a triathlon were canceled while thousands lost power. More rain is expected. Residents face major property damage, with river levels falling after record highs. Officials urge avoiding flooded roads. From the Post-Millennial, Biden admin pressured banks to cut ties with Trump over J6. A report claims Biden admin regulators pressured banks to cut ties with Trump after January 6, 2021, citing reputational risk. Trump said JP Morgan, Chase, and Bank of America dropped him, and at least 10 other banks followed suit post-2021. No explicit order was found, but banks feared enforcement or fines for keeping clients like Trump or crypto firms. Trump signed an order to stop debanking based on political beliefs, aiming to ensure fair banking access. From the Daily Mail, hundreds of National Guard troops to flood Washington, D.C. as Trump posts images of homeless from motorcade. We want our capital back. President Trump is deploying hundreds of National Guard troops and 100 FBI agents to Washington, D.C. to tackle crime and homelessness. Trump posted images of homeless encampments, vowing to evict them and jail criminals to take our capital back. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser denies a crime spike, saying violent crime dropped 26% in 2025 compared to last year. Trump plans a Monday press conference to detail his plans, but his legal authority to evict remains unclear. From the Gateway Pundit, Border czar Tom Homan blasts South Park parody is in bad form amid escalating threats to ICE agents. Border czar Tom Homan slammed a South Park episode mocking ICE and its $50,000 hiring bonuses, calling it in bad form. The episode aired August 6, also jabbed Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem over her dog shooting controversy. Homan said assaults on ICE agents are up over 1,000%, and such rhetoric emboldens violence against them. Despite criticism, Homan noted record-high Border Patrol recruitment showing strong interest in the agency's work. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. Hello, and welcome everybody to another Just Some News. This is our channel where we go over news sites and give unbiased summaries. Let's hop into it. From USA Today, Israel's military finds professional failures in killings of Gaza medics, commander to be dismissed. Israel's military admits professional failures in the killing of 15 Gaza medics, dismissing a commander. On March 23rd, soldiers shot emergency responders near Rafah, mistaking them for Hamas threats in 3 incidents. A review found operational errors and breaches of orders, with a deputy commander fired for an inaccurate report. The military claims some responders were Hamas members, a charge Hamas denies. Criminal charges may follow as investigations continue. From Newsweek, anti-Trump protests update. Organizers say more than 3 million attended. Over 3 million reportedly joined anti-Trump protests across all 50 states this weekend, organizers say. The 5051 movement targeted Trump's policies, from federal cuts and environmental rollbacks to immigration enforcement. Protesters in cities like New York City and Denver rallied against what they call authoritarian overreach. Demonstrators demand due process and democratic integrity, but the turnout figures await independent verification. From NBC News, Trump draft executive order proposes eliminating all non-essential embassies and consulates in sub-Saharan Africa and consolidating regional bureaus. A draft Trump executive order could overhaul the U.S. State Department, cutting embassies and bureaus. The plan would shut non-essential embassies in sub-Saharan Africa, consolidate regional bureaus into 4 corps, and slash offices on climate and human rights. It also revamps diplomat hiring to align with Trump's America First vision. Rubio called it fake news, but the draft sets an October 1st deadline for the changes, offering buyouts for dissenting staff. From the AP, this Midwestern city has long been a federal hub. The pain from Doge's cuts is everywhere. Trump's Doge cuts hit Kansas City hard, impacting federal workers and local communities. Thousands of federal jobs are at risk, like Shea Giorgios, who was let go after 28 years. Cuts to USDA grants and food aid hurt local programs, while health departments lose funding for labs and vaccines. Protesters target Musk's Tesla showroom, and landlords face losses as federal leases end. The economic fallout is real. From Fox News, Mexican nationals arrested while transporting 180,000 rounds of ammunition from Utah to Colorado. 2 Mexican nationals were arrested in Colorado for transporting 180,000 rounds of ammunition. Cesar Martinez Solis and Humberto Amador Gaviria were stopped in Cannon City on March 26. Detectives found 150 boxes of .308 and 30 boxes of 7.62 ammo, bought in Salt Lake City, possibly headed to Pueblo. Both men on non-immigrant visas face charges for unlawful ammo possession. The case ties to a federal anti-cartel operation. And from CNN, El Salvador's president offers Maduro U.S. deported Venezuelans for prisoner swap. El Salvador's President Bukele offers a prisoner swap with Venezuela's Maduro involving U.S. deported Venezuelans. Bukele wants to exchange 252 Venezuelans in Secot prison, alleged gang members, for 252 political prisoners in Venezuela, including opposition families. Maduro calls the deportations a kidnapping, denying their criminal ties. The proposal includes activists hiding in an embassy and jailed journalists. Bukele's move faces scrutiny amid his tough anti-gang stance. And that's all the news we have for you today, my friends. If you want to like, comment, subscribe, it'd be great. Watch all of our shorts. If we don't want to watch this all in one go, we do upload them all separately on YouTube Shorts or on TikTok. And remember, that's not just any news, it's some news. Thanks for watching. From CNN, South Korea just learned a deep lesson about dealing with Donald Trump. Imagine stealing a $350 billion deal with the US only to face a massive immigration raid weeks later. That's what happened to South Korea under Trump. Nearly 500 agents stormed a Hyundai LG battery plant in Georgia, arresting 475 people, mostly South Korean nationals on questionable visas. South Korean officials called it a slap in the face, with workers treated like criminals despite promises to boost US jobs. This could chill foreign investments as companies rethink deals with unpredictable US policies. From Fox News, Chicago Democrat warns history will prove party wrong on crime as officials reject Trump's help. Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez blasts fellow Democrats for ignoring crime and rejecting Trump's help. He warns that far-left leaders like Governor Pritzker and Mayor Johnson are whitewashing stats, even as homicides persist. While crime is down, homicides by 30%, shootings by 40%, Lopez says any violence is too much and urges a centrist shift. Democrats resist federal troops in blue cities, but Lopez predicts history will judge them harshly. From Macon Telegraph, thousands cancel migration to U.S. report. Trump's strict immigration policies are reversing migrant flows, with a 97% drop in northward movement. Over 14,000, mostly Venezuelans, have turned back from Colombia, Panama, and Costa Rica, citing barriers and deportation fears. Aid cuts have scaled back services, leaving migrants vulnerable to exploitation and trafficking. Half plan to return to Venezuela, but UN officials warn of risks without support. From Bloomberg, Trump's Chicago crackdown starts with Midway Blitz by ICE. Trump's immigration enforcement ramps up with Operation Midway Blitz targeting Chicago and Illinois. DHS blames sanctuary policies. Governor Pritzker calls it fear-mongering, not crime-fighting. Thousands protested as agents began arrests, with no prior notice to local leaders. Trump threatens National Guard deployment, highlighting weekend violence to push his agenda. From USA Today, what is Trump's approval rating? Polls show how Americans feel about inflation. Newsom. Trump's approval hovers at minus 6.1 points, lower than most modern presidents in their first year. Polls show steady but negative ratings, dipping amid controversies like Epstein. Inflation and economy top voters' concerns, with Trump's handling at minus 30 net approval. Meanwhile, Newsom's 2028 support surges to 25%, leading Democrats. From LA Times, Bonta disappointed by Supreme Court ruling on LA immigration raids. California AG Rob Bonta slams a Supreme Court ruling allowing ICE to use race and occupation in stops. The decision lifts restrictions on profiling in LA area raids, backed by Justice Kavanaugh. Bonta calls it unconstitutional, violating protections against unreasonable searches. He criticizes the court's emergency docket for lacking transparency. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CBS News, California to sue Trump administration for deploying National Guard to LA. California Governor Gavin Newsom plans to sue the Trump administration after National Guard troops were deployed to Los Angeles without his consent. The deployment followed protests sparked by large-scale immigration raids, with clashes escalating near the Metropolitan Detention Center. Newsom called the move illegal and immoral, accusing Trump of fueling tensions, while Trump labeled protesters troublemakers. Images showed guards using tear gas and non-lethal rounds, with 39 arrests reported. California demands the troops to be withdrawn. From Newsweek, journalists shot by police rubber bullet at LA protests. Australian journalist Lauren Tomasi was struck by a police-fired rubber bullet while covering protests in Los Angeles. The protests erupted after immigration raids, with National Guard troops deployed to support police, escalating tensions. Tomasi worked for 9 News Australia, is safe, but the incident raises concerns about press safety during U.S. protests. Australia's government is seeking answers from the U.S. as press freedom groups condemn rising violence against journalists. From CNN, Dr. Phil was embedded with ICE during controversial Los Angeles immigration raids. Dr. Phil McGraw was on hand with ICE agents during controversial immigration raids in Los Angeles, sparking protests. The TV host, joined by his Merit TV crew, had exclusive access to Trump's border czar Tom Homan for a special report. The raids led to dozens of arrests and violent protests, prompting Trump to deploy the National Guard to the city. Dr. Phil's footage will air on his show, highlighting the made-for-TV nature of Trump's immigration crackdown. From the Associated Press, Israeli forces seize Gaza-bound aid boat and detain Greta Thunberg and other activists. Israeli forces seized a Gaza-bound aid boat detaining climate activist Greta Thunberg and others in international waters. The Freedom Flotilla aimed to deliver aid to Gaza, protesting Israel's blockade and ongoing military campaign. Israel called it a PR stunt, saying the aid was minimal and will be sent through official channels after docking. Activists face deportation as Gaza's blockade and war leave millions at risk of famine. From Fox Business, Besant condemns Newsom's dangerous threat to withhold $80 billion in federal taxes amid trans athlete controversy. California's Governor Newsom threatened to withhold $80 billion in federal taxes over Trump's fines on trans athletes' policies. Trump targeted California after a biological male won girls' state titles, prompting a federal Title IX probe. Treasury Secretary Besant called Newsom's plan tax evasion, warning it could harm California residents. The clash escalates as California faces scrutiny over its trans athlete rules and federal funding. From the Washington Post, Russia launches war's largest drone strike, Ukraine's Air Force says. Russia launched its largest drone attack of the war, firing 479 drones and missiles across Ukraine overnight. Ukraine's Air Force shot down or deflected 460 drones, but the Ravine region faced heavy strikes, injuring 1. The attack follows a Ukrainian assault on Russian air bases as Moscow claims advances towards Dnipropetrovsk. As prisoner exchanges begin, Zelensky warns of tough fighting, while NATO calls for stronger air defenses. From Fox News, Trump's crown jewel Abraham Accords may expand to normalize ties between Israel and other nations. President Trump's Abraham Accords, a landmark deal normalizing ties between Israel and Gulf states, could soon include new nations. Israel's talks with Syria's new government hint at Syria and Lebanon joining the accords, a major shift in Middle East diplomacy. Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, teases big announcements, exciting Israeli media and experts. With low barriers for expansion, experts predict Trump could broaden the accords in his second term, reshaping the region. From CNN, by cutting dyes from your diet, you're getting another important built-in benefit. California is banning synthetic food dyes in schools, citing cancer and behavioral risks, but there's more to worry about. A new study shows dyed foods have 141% more sugar, making them a red flag for unhealthy diets. Experts warn ultra-processed foods, even with natural dyes, are linked to diabetes, obesity, and more. To stay healthy, shift to whole foods like fruits and veggies and check those labels. From The Guardian, Mamdani faces barrage of Islamophobic attacks after New York primary success. Zohran Mamdani, set to be New York City's first Muslim mayor, faces a wave of Islamophobic attacks after his primary win. Far-right figures like Laura Loomer and Trump Jr. spread claims of terrorism, sparking death threats. The NYPD's investigating threats, including one tied to explosive devices, as Mamdani ups campaign security. Despite the hate, Mamdani vows to make New York City affordable and inclusive for all. From NBC News, Supreme Court set to issue rulings on birthright citizenship and 5 other cases on its final day. The Supreme Court's wrapping its term with 6 major cases, including Trump's bid to end birthright citizenship. The focus: whether judges can block Trump's plan nationwide, impacting the 14th Amendment's citizenship guarantee. Other cases tackle voting rights, religious exemptions, and Affordable Care Act challenges. Rulings drop Friday, potentially reshaping law and policy across the U.S. From The Wall Street Journal, uproar over leaked intelligence underlines murky view of Iran strikes. Trump claims U.S. strikes crippled Iran's nuclear program, but a leaked report says it's only delayed. The Pentagon and CIA back Trump, but experts say we need inspectors on the ground to know the real damage. Questions linger. Was Iran's uranium moved? Could they still build a bomb? The FBI is probing the leak as Trump pushes his total obliteration narrative. From USA Today, Supreme Court sides with South Carolina in effort to cut Planned Parenthood funding. The Supreme Court's 6-3 ruling lets South Carolina cut Planned Parenthood's Medicaid funding. The decision limits patients' ability to sue for provider choice, impacting reproductive care access. Anti-abortion groups cheer, but Planned Parenthood warns of clinical closures in 24 states. Justice Gorsuch says states can defund, but dissenters warn of harm to low-income patients. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, scientists launch coordinated response to Trump's attempt to wipe credible climate research off the record. Dozens of climate scientists are pushing back against a Trump administration report questioning the severity of climate change, authored by 5 researchers known for challenging mainstream science. Released last week, the report, lacking peer review, is being used to weaken pollution rules, while the administration removed mandated climate assessments from federal websites. Led by Andy Dessler from Texas A&M, scientists are drafting a public comment to counter the report's errors, aiming to keep solid science in the public record. The National Academy of Sciences is also reviewing climate findings since 2009, as experts warn the report misrepresents decades of research, reigniting old debates. From Fox News, Food Feud. Woman blew up at boyfriend over his reaction to her home-cooked meals. A woman's Reddit post went viral after she argued with her boyfriend of 5 years for rarely complimenting her home-cooked meals while he praises takeout. She described a blowout after he ate her meal silently but raved about work leftovers, saying he forgets to compliment her cooking. Online, many supported her, calling cooking a labor of love, though some felt she overreacted, saying compliments shouldn't be forced. Experts suggest she express her need for appreciation, warning that lack of acknowledgement could strain the relationship further. From the Washington Post, America's CEOs come to the White House bearing gifts and flattery. Tech CEOs like Apple's Tim Cook and Nvidia's Jensen Huang are building ties with President Trump through gifts and major U.S. investments. Cook gifted Trump a glass plate and announced $100 billion for U.S. manufacturing, earning Apple an exemption from Trump's semiconductor tariffs. Huang's frequent visits to Trump led to Nvidia's permission to sell AI chips to China, boosting its $4 trillion valuation. But Trump's favor comes with risks. Crossing him could mean losing subsidies, showing the high stakes of his transactional leadership. From USA Today, President Trump orders federal law enforcement officers to patrol Washington, D.C. streets. President Trump ordered federal agents to patrol Washington, D.C. for a week, citing crime after an attack on a staffer, Edward Korstein. Led by U.S. Park Police, the effort targets tourist hotspots involving agencies like the Capitol Police and ATF, with an option to extend. Despite Trump's claims, D.C.'s violent crime is down 26% this year, though he's threatened a federal takeover if issues persist. D.C.'s mayor declined to comment, but any federal control would need Congress's approval, raising questions about local governance. From CBS News, Israel's plan to take over Gaza must be immediately halted, UN says. The UN and global leaders are condemning Israel's plan to take over Gaza City, approved by its Secretary Cabinet, expanding military control. UN's Volker Turk warned the move could lead to more displacement and suffering, while UK's Keir Starmer called it wrong. In Israel, hostage families and the military oppose the plan, fearing for the 20 remaining hostages and accusing the cabinet of recklessness. Hamas called it a war crime, pushing for a deal to free hostages and end the war, as Germany halts military exports to Israel. From the Federalist, Washington Post hides Russiagate facts from readers while peddling PR for disgraced hoaxers. The Federalist claims the Washington Post downplayed a declassified report released by DNI Tulsi Gabbard exposing flaws in the CIA's Russia probe. The 2020 report revealed CIA's John Brennan used unverified data, including the Steele dossier, to claim Russian election interference in 2020. Reporter Warren Straubel's piece allegedly frames Gabbard as the villain, omitting key findings and relying on anonymous sources. Critics argue the Post's Pulitzer-winning Russiagate coverage was misleading, urging transparency over defending discredited claims. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From USA Today, Supreme Court sides with straight women in reverse discrimination case. The Supreme Court just made a unanimous ruling in favor of Marlene Ames, a straight woman who sued her employer for discrimination. Ames claimed she lost promotions at the Ohio Department of Youth Services to less qualified gay candidates, sparking a reverse discrimination debate. The court struck down a rule requiring majority groups to prove unusual employer bias, saying it conflicts with the Civil Rights Act. Justice Jackson wrote that the law applies equally to all, potentially opening the door to more lawsuits. Ames's case now continues in lower courts. From ABC News, Israel recovers bodies of 2 American-Israeli hostages from Gaza. Israeli forces recovered the bodies of Judy Weinstein-Hagi and Gadi Hagi, American-Israeli hostages killed by Hamas on October 7, 2023. The couple, aged 70 and 72, were from Nir Oz, near Gaza, taken during Hamas's brutal attack. A special operation in Khan Yunis brought their bodies home as Israel vows to recover all hostages, living or dead. Netanyahu says 56 hostages remain, with 20 believed alive. The mission continues. From CNN, Supreme Court backs Catholic Charities' push to object to state taxes on religious grounds. The Supreme Court unanimously ruled for Catholic Charities in Wisconsin, granting them an exemption from state unemployment taxes. The court found Wisconsin's tax law discriminated against Catholicism by denying exemptions based on theological differences. Justice Sotomayor wrote that the state can't favor one religion over another, a win for religious groups nationwide. The decision could impact tax exemptions for religious organizations in 47 states, raising big questions about church-state lines. From Fox News, Blue state Republicans threaten rebellion if Senate changes key provision in Trump's Big Beautiful Bill. House Republicans from blue states like New York and California are warning the Senate not to touch Trump's Big Beautiful Bill. They're fighting to keep a raised $40,000 SALT deduction cap, saying it's vital for high-tax state residents. Rep. Maliotakis says it's about stopping double taxation, but Senate Republicans see it as subsidizing high-tax states. Speaker Johnson is urging the Senate to keep the bill intact as the House's slim majority hangs in the balance. From the Wall Street Journal, Trump says he discussed trade rare earths in call with China's Xi. President Trump had a 90-minute call with China's Xi Jinping, focusing on trade and rare earth minerals critical for U.S. industries. Trump says they resolved issues around rare earth exports, but China's report was less upbeat, urging the U.S. to ease trade restrictions. Both sides agreed to new trade talks soon, with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent leading the U.S. team. Analysts question if Xi made firm commitments as tensions over tariffs and tech controllers linger. From the Post-Millennial, Trump disappointed over Musk's break with admin over Big Beautiful Bill. Elon said he never got to read it. President Trump is disappointed in Elon Musk after the ex-owner called Trump's Big Beautiful Bill a disgusting abomination. Musk claims he never saw the bill, passed quickly by the House, which raises the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. Trump says Musk was fine until EV mandates were cut, but Musk demands a slim and beautiful bill with less spending. The bill faces Senate pushback, with the CBO warning of a $2.4 trillion deficit increase over a decade. From Fox News, California girls' volleyball players refuse to participate alongside transgender teammate. Two California high school girls, Alyssa McPherson and Hadil Hazama, are refusing to play on their volleyball team due to a transgender teammate who is biologically male. They won't share the locker room or court, citing safety and fairness concerns for female athletes. At least 4 opposing teams have forfeited games against their school this season, and the issue gained national attention last spring in track events. The school district follows state law allowing transgender participation and urges advocacy toward lawmaking. From CNN, EPA moves to suspend without pay over 100 employees who signed a letter of dissent. The EPA is suspending over 130 employees without pay for signing a letter criticizing the Trump administration's policies on climate and public health. The letter accused the agency of straying from its mission. Employees face 14-day suspensions for conduct unbecoming. Union leaders call it an attack on dissent, wasting work hours and funds, while the EPA says it's about not undermining public will. This follows administrative leaves in July and some firings, amid an ongoing investigation. From the Motley Fool, your 2026 Social Security raise is set for a Trump bump. Here's how much extra you can expect. Social Security beneficiaries might see a 2.7% cost of living adjustment in 2026, influenced by Trump's tariff policies pushing prices higher. This Trump bump could add about $54 monthly for average retirees based on CPIW calculations from July to September. However, flaws in the inflation measure and a projected 11.5% Medicare Part B premium hike could offset much of the gain. Despite recent above-average COLAs, retirees have lost 20% purchasing power since 2010. From the Daily Caller, Abrego Garcia being deported to country you probably never heard of. Alleged MS-13 member Kilmar Abrego Garcia faces deportation to Eswatini, Africa, after claiming fear of persecution in over 20 countries. A judge halted his initial Uganda deportation. He was previously deported to El Salvador but returned to face smuggling charges. The Trump administration offered a plea deal for Costa Rica deportation, but plans shifted due to his fears. This follows political rallies for his return and ongoing legal battles. From the Latin Times, U.S. could set up a military base in a South American country that has a tense relationship with Venezuela. The U.S. may establish a military base in Ecuador if approved by referendum as discussed by Secretary Rubio and President Noboa. This amid tensions with Venezuela. Noboa calls Maduro a cartel leader and declared the Cartel de los Soles terrorists. The U.S. had a base in Ecuador until 2009. Now, Ecuador agrees to receive limited U.S. deportees under a safe third country deal. Similar agreements exist with Honduras and Paraguay to speed deportations. From Reason, MAGA economics is losing. Trump's tariffs and immigration policies aim to boost blue-collar jobs, but recent data shows manufacturing lost 12,000 jobs in August. Over 3 months, manufacturing, construction, and mining sectors are down, contrary to promises, as tariffs raise costs for businesses. Labor force participation dipped to 62.4%, with no surge in native-born employment despite deportations. Critics say unintended consequences are emerging with unimpressive results after 6 months. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, U.S. Rep. LaMonica McIver pleads not guilty to assault charges stemming from immigration center visit. U.S. Rep. LaMonica McIver, a New Jersey Democrat, pleaded not guilty to federal assault charges after a May visit to an immigration detention center. The charges stem from an incident at Newark's Delaney Hall, where McIver allegedly pushed and grabbed federal agents during a chaotic congressional oversight visit. Indicted on 3 counts, McIver faces up to 8 years if convicted. Her lawyer says she's innocent, claiming agents escalated the situation. Democrats call the prosecution politically motivated amid tensions over Trump's immigration policies. A trial is set for November 10th. From Fox News, flashback. New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani vowed to arrest Netanyahu if he visited the city. New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, won the primary and once vowed to arrest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if he visited the city. Mamdani said he'd act on international law, citing ICC warrants, despite the U.S. not being an ICC member. Trump sanctioned the ICC over this. Linked to anti-Israel activism, Mamdani supports Israel's right to exist, but calls for equal rights for all. Critics highlight his protest ties. His stance sparks debate as he aims to lead New York City, promising to resist Trump's policies and align the city with global values. From the Washington Post, Trump administration is preparing to challenge budget law, U.S. officials say. The Trump administration is gearing up to challenge a 1974 budget law aiming to withhold billions in congressionally approved funds. White House aides argue the law limits presidential power. Delays in spending have stalled research grants and agency contracts. Health and science funding is frozen, with agencies like NIH and NSF unable to award grants, risking illegal fund cancellations. Experts warn of a constitutional clash, with Democrats alleging violations. The issue may head to court, reshaping federal power. From CBS News, Trump says U.S. will meet with Iran next week. President Trump says the U.S. will meet with Iran next week following a ceasefire after a 12-day Israel-Iran conflict. Trump claims U.S. strikes obliterated Iran's nuclear sites, though intelligence suggests only months of setbacks. Israel says years. As the NATO summit, Trump pushed for higher defense spending and discussed peace with Ukraine's Zelensky and NATO allies. No formal agreement is planned, but Trump insists Iran's nuclear threat is neutralized. The world watches the ceasefire's stability. From USA Today, deadly Israel-Iran conflict is now over, Trump declares at NATO. President Trump declared the 12-day Israel-Iran conflict over at a NATO summit, saying neither side will resume fighting. Trump insists U.S. strikes destroyed Iran's nuclear facilities